Sorry, let me, damn it, where is it? Okay, so stream, oh, damn it, it's my, here, here, and here. Okay, we should be live now. So, hello everyone. Can I just get a confirmation that you are all able to see my face right now? You know, obviously we've been preparing for the streaming for a certain number of hours, which we will not disclose because let's just say that I personally didn't sleep a whole lot last night, but sound and face okay, splendid. Thank you so much. So, hello everyone. I must say the stress level are pretty high right now because last year it was Amin's role to inaugurate the beginning of EmacsConf, and believe it or not, it's already been 1 year since the last edition, and I am so glad to be here to welcome all of you to the 2021 edition of EmacsConf. It's obviously a pleasure to be here with you. we'll go a little bit with you. We'll talk about a certain number of things as we did last year. We'll tell you how to participate. We'll tell you about our conduct guidelines, stuff like this. But right now, before I continue, I really want to give the opportunity to my two fellow co-organizers to say a word to you. So,
Hello.
I mean, do you want to get started? Yes?
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone. This is Amin Bandali, coming right at you at 9:01 a.m. Eastern time from downtown Toronto, or not downtown, sorry, upward of Toronto. But anyways, as you can see, stress are kind of high. I'm very excited to be here. I'll stop babbling now and pass it on to Sasha.
Hi, I'm Sasha, Sasha Chua, and we got a whole lot of stuff ahead of us, so I won't take up too much time. Leo, let's get on with the show.
Okay, awesome. By the way, by your mentioning your names, you actually made me realize that I just assumed that everyone knew me, which is very pretentious of me. So, hi, my name is Leo Vivier. I'm obviously a co-organizer of EmacsConf, and I will be your fellow host and streamer throughout this entire weekend. Okay, so I think the first thing, which is obviously important for us to mention in the case of this conference, is how do you participate to this conference? Now, obviously, throughout the 2 days, today, Saturday, and tomorrow, Sunday, you will be seeing a number of presentations that have been submitted to us. A lot of them have been pre-recorded, and we'll go a little bit into the details later. But right now, we want to talk to you about how to participate. Now, you might have seen that before I was asking a question to a chat. Now, the chat happens to be ISC, and we do have a channel on the LibreChat ISC server, which is #EmacsConf, and you can actually go to chat.emacsconf.org to access a web app and join the chat with us if you want to interact with all of us. Now, we also have, for all the presentation that we're going to have, a pad, an online pad. Now, I'm just going to, let me just find it real quick. No, not this one. Give me just a second. I need to find the pad. There we go, OneStream. Okay, so we do have a pad whose link we will be pasting to you in all the relevant channels, where you will be able to write down questions for the speakers and where the speakers will be able to answer them. Now, some of the speakers are, even though they have pre-recorded talks, will be there live to answer some of your questions. And what they will probably do is they will read your question live and they will answer them, and then some people will be writing the answers in the pad. And now everything that is written in this pad will be added to the relevant talk pages afterwards. So you don't have to worry about your question not being answered or your question being forgotten. Okay, switching back, just give me a second to switch back to all the cameras. Okay, I need to go a little bit faster. So by the way, we have massively overhauled our streaming setup today, this year. And so I have to pay so much attention. By the way, I have one monitor here, I have one monitor here, and many things in my head. Okay, so we also have, as we did last year, conduct guidelines, which basically boils down to, be nice. And they are accessible to EmacsConf.org /conduct, and you can read them in your own time. I'm just going to read the basic rule, which is be respectful, be mindful, work together, and advocate freedom. Okay, can I just get an act that is enough for me to just do this, or do you want me to go into more details?
Sounds great. Carry on.
Okay, awesome. So I've already talked a little bit about what is new in this EmacsConf 2021. Well, obviously a lot of it will be more of the same. You will be seeing a lot of talks, some recurring speakers from last year, and also a lot of new speakers, and we're really excited to present them to you. What is also new this year, and we're actually quite excited to talk about this, is that we decided, for accessibility's sake this year, to caption pre-recordings so that when we broadcast live to you, you will have subtitles available below as many pre-recordings as possible, and potentially all of them. No pressure to us. So as a result, we hope we've made it so that they're not going to be take too much space on your screen, but just just look up and don't look at the subtitle if you find them distracting. Just imagine that they're really a boon for a lot of people, whether they not be English native speakers or need subtitles because of their disability. Okay, let's see. So also, with regards to the pre-recorded videos, because they are pre-recorded, we will be able to make them available to you really fast after they've been broadcast. So basically, we do have... that's fine.
Noisy cat. Hang on a second, I need to mute.
Take your time. Okay, so if you look at the schedule, which is accessible at EmacsConf.org, 2021 schedule, and we'll put all the links again in the chat. Now, if you look there, you have the tentative schedule, and we do insist on the fact that most of the talks are prepended with a little tilde before, because it's an approximate time. Whenever the talk goes live, and you can see that all the talks which are captioned are pre-recordings, as soon as they're finished, we will be... Okay, if you look at the stream, so right there, you did see a lovely cat being very needy right now with regards to Sasha's attention. So anyway, going back to when the talks are being published, as soon as the talk is finished, we will try to make them available on the talk page. So let's say when Sasha's talk is finished, you will click on a talk, and you will be able to find the pre-recording there. Right now, obviously, we haven't seen it yet, so it's not there already. Okay, and last thing that I wanted to mention is that we also have an alternative, well, not an alternate. We do have a delayed stream for people who live in the APAC region or APAC time-friendly regions, mostly East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australia. And it is handled by one of our fellow volunteers, Yuchen. So thank you so much, Yuchen, for taking care of this. And you can find all the information in... Sasha, do you want me to paste the link, or is it fine if I move on? Oh, sorry, you're still muted. I assume that it was a yes.
I'll paste it. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Okay, so we do have to go through a list of people we have to thank. And I know I'm slightly late. I will go really fast, Sasha. Last year, I had the role of being the person watching the watch permanently and being really pestering with everyone. So this year, Sasha gets to do this, and so does Amin. Obviously, EmacsConf could not happen without all the speakers, the wonderful speakers who submit presentation to us, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much for all the time that you've spent recording your videos or, preparing your talks if you do go live. And we also have to thank all the volunteers who help, make EmacsConf happen. Because EmacsConf, it's 2 days only per year. We know that a lot of people would probably like them to be more, but it takes a whole lot of work actually to organize around the conference. So first, I do have to thank Bhavin Gandhi and Hannah Miller for all their help they provided with the captions. I also have to thank Sasha, who really helped, piloting the entire project. So thank you so much, Sasha, and thank you so much, Bhavin and Hannah, for your help on this. We also have to thank the Free Software Foundation, especially the FSF tech team, for their continued help and support. We also have to thank LibrePlanet 2022, call for sessions open, which is open for... Oh, sorry. I'm reading from notes, as you can see, and when I'm reading from notes, I'm not as comfy as riffing off just in front of the camera. So we do have... do you want to take this one, please? I need to drink.
Yes,
thank
sorry. Just want to give a quick shout out to the LibrePlanet 2022, which is coming up March of next year, whose call for sessions is currently open for a couple more days. So, if you like, conferences like this, free software conferences, please consider submitting a talk to that. Also, the FSF is holding a fall 2021 fundraiser. If you do like to give, you can visit fsf.org/appeal. Yes. Do you want me to continue, Leo, or would you like to take it off from here?
That's perfect. Thank you. We also have to thank FOSSHOST, who are providing the Big Blue Button instance that we're using right now. So you can see that if I put my mouse right there, we are on Big Blue Button. And this is provided to us by FOSSHOST via Colin Brust, who's also an organizer of EmacsConf. We'll probably see him throughout the weekend, and we'll most likely see him in a chat at the very least. We also have to thank the Computer Science Club at the University of Waterloo for continuing hosting the video files for the pre-recording. So if in anticipation of EmacsConf 2021, you looked at the recordings from last year, those recordings are actually hosted by the Computer Science Club of the University of Waterloo. So thank you so much to them. We also have to thank Jan Prunk for the European mirror of EmacsConf video and files, so that if you're in Europe, like me, I'm in CET time zone, you are actually accessing this server instead of the University of Waterloo one. We also have to thank Shoshin, or Grant Shangro, for his beautiful music, which we'll get to hear during the day, the midday break, so for lunch, which will be in about 3 hours in your time zone, I believe. I also have to thank Wojciech Siewierski, also known as Vifon, who helped me a lot with the scripts that I had to write in panic yesterday to make sure that the streaming was working all right. And obviously, I have to thank all the organizers for EmacsConf. I thank you, Amin, who is still the lead organizer. You might not be the streamer this year, but you're still very much the lead organizer. And you will be doing a lot of my job last year, so best of luck with this. Also, thank you, Sasha, again, for handling all the stuff that you do. Okay, and obviously, I have to thank everyone watching the stream right now. I hope you'll have a grand time watching EmacsConf this year. There might be some technical hiccups at times, because honestly, we're still figuring out as we go. But we hope you'll be able to bear with us as we do resolve them. Okay. I'm actually way more late than I assumed that I would be, Sasha. I still have to do the schedule overview. Okay.
It's okay. I'm just going to schedule to assume we're doing 15 minutes. So just keep going.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going just now to present roughly how Saturday and Sunday are going to go. So the first day is mostly geared toward general talks. And so if you've managed to look at the schedule before, it's changed a little bit. But we have mostly talks which are geared towards the general public. Notably, we do have an org track this afternoon, where you have a lot of talks related to org mode. So if you're interested, like we did last year in org mode, org roam and stuff like this, you would be pretty interested with this track. But we really wanted to stress also the fact that on day 2, it is mostly development talks. So if you start looking at the titles and you're only starting with Emacs and you say, oh, what the hell is Lisp code? Or what the hell is tree edits? Well, they might seem like advanced topics. For some of them, they actually are. But we also have general topics intermingled between some of them. So don't say that, oh, Sunday is mostly development talks, I'm just not going to watch anything. That's what we want you to check. Why we want you to check the schedule. Especially at the end of day 2, actually. Go on.
There you go. I just want to make sure you come back for the end of day 2, because David Wilson is doing that kind of closing talk on MetaX Forever. So that's a general audience talk.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so focusing now on day 1, and we'll go in depth on day 2 tomorrow. Right now on day 1, this morning, we do have mostly user stories. Well, obviously we start with Sasha's news, and then we have some user stories related to Emacs, as we did last year. You might remember that I did a talk on my own user stories to Emacs. So now you get to hear many other people's stories on how they got into Emacs, on how they use Emacs. We also have some kind of philosophy track. We have some talks about the philosophy of Emacs, which we believe to be super important to consider. I'm trying to find them on the schedule. Did I skip them already? Where's the talk? I'm looking especially for the talk by Prot. It's at the end of the day, I suppose. Yes, please.
Yes, we're just going to say, try Control F on the page. We're watching the stream a little bit behind, so I'm not sure what you're looking at this very moment. So.
Right, okay, thank you. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so at 10:40, it was right in the morning as well. So we do have philosophy-oriented talks by the likes of Prot, who we really thank you for your... I believe you were in the chat as well, so thank you so much for submitting this talk. And we also have some talks about configuration of Emacs. We are all stuck in the endless loop of improving Emacs and being stuck improving it forever. And we also have some demos late in the morning about Emacs flexibility. And you'll get to hear a lot more about this. Just finishing quickly on the afternoon. We start with a peek behind the curtains at Emacs development with... by Stephen Monnier, talking about a day in the life of a janitor. And the title is supposed to get your attention. So do tune in after lunch. We know lunch, you're going to spend some time eating, but do be back on time at 1 p.m. EST. By the way, if you need to check the time in your time zone, you can click in any of the talks. And if you look at the top, you will see a little bit of JavaScript, which is telling you at which local time the talk will take place for your machine. We also have, well, as I said before, I was kind of skipping ahead, sorry. We do have a lot of talks about org mode, like the workflows, the tech, and the research. And I've already talked a little bit about it, and I need to reclaim some time, so I'll start speeding up a little bit now. We also have external things, or interaction with external things. If I move below the org mode track, productivity dashboard with Emacs and Kindle, like Kindle being an external thing here. We also have a dev update from John Wigley at the end of the day, so at the end of day 1, who will tell us all the cool stuff happening with Emacs Devil right now. And at the end of the day, we do have a very fancy talk by Nicolas Rougier about the design of text editors, and we're looking forward to seeing you to the end of the day and have this talk. And again, I'll mention it one more time. Even if you're not a developer, do tune in on Sunday for development talks, because as we said, we do have a lot of stuff going on as well, which might interest you. Okay, I see Bastien talking about what is org mode. And I find, so for people who do not know, Bastien will get a talk from him on Sunday. Is actually the maintainer of org mode, or maybe phasing out. I'm not exactly sure right now where he stands, but at least very wide experience with org mode. Okay, and we do also have the APAC stream, which will start, Sasha, correct me if I'm wrong, right after we finish with day 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's about right.
Okay, thank you for confirming this. Okay, I think that's all of it. Sasha, am I forgetting anything? Okay, amazing.
I think you're good to go.
Awesome. So after this very long intro, I was supposed to do all this in 5 minutes, by the way. So I'm rambling a lot, and I promise I'll try to be less rambling in the future. So on that note, we get to start with the first talk, which is actually your talk, Sasha. Do you want to introduce it while I figure out how to get my setup working again? Because right now I'm a little lost. Let me just get it. I can probably.
All right. So basically, yeah, I can do the intro. So basically, this is going to be a fast 5-minute summary of the Emacs news highlights for the past year. I do a quick weekly update of interesting links, and here are the top 10 things that I think people should know.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sasha. And I'm back online now. So I'll move us to a new scene. You can still hear my voice. And I'm now starting the prereq. So see you in 5 minutes and enjoy the talk.
I'm Sasha Chua, and here are 10 Emacs news highlights for 2021. If you want to follow the links, check out the wiki page at emacsconf.org/2021/talks/news. First, the Emacs developers are currently working on Emacs 28.1, which will be the next major release. John Wigley will share more Emacs 28 details in his update, so check out his talk. Andrea Corella is giving a talk on native compilation too.
Okay.
2. Org mode is now at version 9.5. New features include a library for managing citations, asynchronous session support for code blocks, and better control of your agenda's appearance. If you've been getting your org packages from org ELPA, you can update your configuration to get org from GNU ELPA and org contrib from non-GNU ELPA. The new release of the org roam package should be a faster and more consistent way to use org to manage a knowledge base. And org roam UI looks pretty snazzy. The best way to keep up with org changes is to check out the blog this month in org. 3. New Magit major release. Jonas Bernoulli has split some functionality into other packages so that Emacs Lisp developers can use them, such as Magit Section, Transient, and Forge. Here's an example of using Magit Section to manage groups of buffers. You can learn more about Transient in the talk on self-describing smart domain-specific languages, or DSLs. 4. In terms of smaller packages, there's been a lot of activity around completion. Karthik has a great diagram, and Prot explains how things work together. I think the idea is that instead of having one large completion system like Helm or Icicles, You can choose a few different smaller packages and configure them to work together. If you're curious about this, you might start with either Selectrum or Vertigo, which are both completion interfaces, add Marginalia for more information, and try Consult for many useful completing commands. There are so many options, so it might be useful to check out some discussions. 5. Embark is usually mentioned as part of that group of packages, but it's well worth looking into even if you use a different system. Embark lets you have context-sensitive shortcuts that work on things in buffers, mini-buffers, and even collections of things. You can also use it when you start doing one command and then decide to do a different one instead. For more ideas, check out 15 ways to use Embark. 6. Now that there are Emacs Lisp bindings for TreeSitter, we can work more easily with the structure of code instead of just using regular expressions. Check out the talk on tree edit and structural editing to learn more. You can use TreeSitter for intelligent snippets that get information from the code around them, editing Lisp expressions, and navigating text objects in evil mode. That's when Emacs is pretending to be VI. Dynamic modules help us add more to Emacs than Emacs Lisp easily offers, such as structural editing in OCaml and using Rust to figure out parentheses and indentation for Lisp. 7. Collaborative editing is now much easier since the CRDD package is in GNU ELPA. It allows multiple people to edit the same file over the network using their own Emacs. This means you can keep your own config and key bindings. Yay! Watch the Emacs Research Group talk for an example of how several people use it to work together. 8. In case you're still under the impression that Emacs is just a text editor, some folks have been working on pretty neat graphical experiments. These OpenGL bindings for Emacs Lisp use an embedded X widget, while other prototypes use the SVG support that's built into Emacs for Gantt charts, scribbles, and even diagrams. The color picker from that one looks particularly useful for CSS. If you want to play around with adding SVGs to your files and interfaces, SVG Icon and SVG Lib might be good places to start. Of course, there's always a place for ASCII art, especially with a new boxy package that you can use for org files, iMenu navigation, and even things in real life. 9. There have been a lot of great posts, videos, and live streams about Emacs this year. In addition to the ones from System Crafters, Emacs Elements, and Protesilaos, John Kitchen and Mike Szymanski are back, hooray! And Marcin Barkowski has just finished writing an intermediate textbook on Emacs Lisp too. 10. Lastly, if you want to chat with other Emacs folks and get help on Emacs, org mode, or other topics, the Emacs and org mode Internet Relay Chat or IRC channels are now on the Libera Chat network instead of Freenode. If you'd like to add something I've missed, please add them to the wiki page or email me at sasha@sashachua.com. That's all for this quick review. Enjoy the rest of EmacsConf 2021.
Awesome. So I'm switching back now to the stream. There we go. So the pad, you can scroll down. No audio? Can you not hear me? Can you understand me now? Okay, I'm gonna wait the 5 seconds. Sorry, 5-1. Okay, you can. So I'm not sure. Oh, I know. Okay, I know what happened. It won't happen again. I swear. So I'm not sure what happened. So I'm just going to repeat what I said. So that was Sasha's talk. Because she's busy in the background handling a lot of the speakers check-in, she won't be able to answer your question quite now. But do feel free to leave your questions in the pad. So if you go to the pad, the link will be pasted in EmacsConf, and you go down to Emacs News Highlight. You can Control F to search for it. You can add your question there, and the speaker during the conference, if they are around, or after the conference, will answer them later. Okay, so I hope everything is working now on the setup. Intro note. Okay, Sasha, I'm not getting the intro note on the document that we're using. Just give me a second. I'm muting myself a little bit from the stream. Just need to ask a question. I'll be there with you soon. Okay, so I'm back. Sasha, do you want to maybe introduce the talk if you can? Sasha, I can't hear you. You seem to be muted. Oh, sorry. Sasha, I think you're muted.
Sasha.
Oh, there I was, and I was on mute. Okay, so how does one get into using Emacs, writing Emacs Lisp, writing Emacs Lisp, and even making packages? Sometimes just for fun, as you see in this talk by Case Duckworth on his Frown.el package. He starts by describing how he went from being an English major to becoming an Emacs geek, and how a package can start out as a joke and turn into something that might be interesting.
Awesome, thank you, Sasha. So,
All right.
starting with the talk.
I was talking
Hi
earlier.
everyone, my name's Case Duckworth. I've been using Emacs for about 1.5 years. If you do the math, you'll see that was pretty soon after the pandemic hit us in the US. So while I was busy, baking bread, walking my dogs, trying not to drive myself crazy at the house, I tried Emacs again. I don't know if I was successful in not going crazy. I still use Emacs. But I have been able to enjoy the infinitely malleable, immensely enjoyable, and sublimely parenthetical world of Emacs the editor, the community, and of course the Lisp language. So, and in this I'm going to kind of explore just a little anecdote of that, a little nugget of what
So
I
I'm
think
leaving
makes
the DVD room in
Emacs so
which we
great,
are to move to the next
using the lens of a package that I wrote about a month ago now, called Frowny.el. So, yeah.
Sasha,
go ahead and
you
jump
are
in.
getting nil on the talk. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oops. Okay, so before the beginning, I want to talk about my very beginning with Linux.
Sorry.
I first installed Linux for the first time as a freshman in college.
Sorry, thank you.
Way back in 2008. And I don't know if you were around, but 2008 was not the year of the Linux desktop. Wi-Fi was weird, sound was weird, everything was odd and strange and weird. It wasn't good. So, and at that time I knew absolutely nothing about anything. So I installed this terrible distro called GOS. I always forget what it's called, and then I looked it up, and this is what I looked at when I signed in, and it wasn't good. I think it was trying to integrate better with Google tools. So I was like, oh yeah, I have Gmail and Google Calendars, so this will have it all there. And anyway, the company's defunct now, and it's pretty obvious why. It was really bad. So I thought to myself, I'll delete the partition, easy peasy. So I did, and I rebooted, and the master boot record was gone, so I couldn't boot Windows, and it was all and I was like, oh shit. I have to, do my schoolwork. So I thought I was totally hosed. So I just installed
Sasha,
Linux.
I'm so sorry. I know why
I think
didn't
I
get the
installed
intro notes
Crunchbang
now.
Linux first.
I was on the wrong
It looked like
talk.
this. It's not super exciting. It was an open box based,
So sorry.
Debian-based
Okay, I'll be diligent now.
distro run by this one guy out in England. It was great. I really enjoyed it. The
I can't
forums
join it, but
were
I'm not
amazing.
gonna talk right now.
It still kind of lives on through a project called Bunsen Labs, so go check them out if you want. It was a good time. Anyway, I was using that for a long time, and probably familiar to many of you, I hopped around from distro to distro, from WM to DE to another WM to another DE, just on and on and on, trying different things. I'm not a programmer. I actually went to school for English writing. And so I learned programming mostly from configuring different window managers. Like I learned Lua with Awesome, with WM, I learned Haskell with the Xmonad, or sort of Haskell. I liked Haskell. I like Haskell a lot, at least the syntax. I like, it looks like words. You can define function multiple times for different inputs. It has that really great pattern matching. The thing I didn't get was monads. What is a monad? Is it a burrito? Is it a box? Is it a burrito inside of a box? Is it a box inside of a burrito? Is there a cat involved? Or a superposition of such? I don't know. Anyway, it got confusing. That's really where I lost me. Again, if you like Haskell, if you write Haskell, more power to you. It didn't fit my brain right. And so, that was that, but it kind of ruined me for a lot of other programming languages because the functional style I really get. That part I did get. And stuff like Python, that really object orientation, I would always get way too into classes and figuring out this and that. It just didn't work for me. So I was kind of floating. Learned Bash, which is, Bash. It's fine, but it's Bash. So it wasn't great either. So anyway, that was 6 years or so. Just kind of did that, right? And yes, I was using Vim. I mean, keeps you clean, right? But no, I'm just kidding. Anyway, I was using Vim, the editor. It was fine. It was great. I mean, like, yeah, Emacs and Vim, they go head to head because they're both 40 years old. They both are super powerful. They both have their own paradigms that if you get into it, then it's like, and you're doing all this stuff. It's great. So yeah, I wrote some plugins with Vim, a couple of themes, this and that. But VimScript is not great. It's I think one of the common criticisms of eLisp is it's like, oh, it's this weird kind of, it's written for a text editor, and tell you, it's way less than VimScript is. Oof. Anyway, good. So that also, it was really terminal first, which I used for a long time, and then I've only think I started noticing now that I'm using Emacs more, like that terminal first workflow. For my brain, it doesn't super work for me. I always had this like kind of platonic ideal of like what a workflow should look like, and I was always working towards it, sort of, and then I would run into this problem and I wouldn't know how to solve it, so I kind of quit and do something else. And I think that was part of why I had so much churn for such a long time, because at the end of the day, window managing, you're just moving around little boxes on your screen, so I was spinning wheels for a long time. But yeah, so and it wasn't like it was all bad. Most of this stuff just came out now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm kind of going through this in my head, like that part of it wasn't great. Like I was having a good time. Still open source. I was getting into the community. I was doing all this stuff, right? It was all great. So, but anyway, the pandemic hit obviously really hard last spring in the U.S. So, and here we are talking about the pandemic in 2021. Can you imagine? So I didn't lose my job, thank goodness, but I did, because I worked for the government, but I was sent home for 2 months, so I had all this free time on my hands. I got into baking, bought 50-pound bag of flour. I started a bread-themed tilde server, those shared Unix servers that all the cool kids talk about. It's breadpunk.com, breadpunk.club, sorry. Go check it out. Join if you want. Anyway, yeah. So I decided to try Emacs again, kind of on a whim, I think. I don't super remember, but I think I did. I tried it before. I tried Spacemacs. It didn't stick, because Spacemacs was like trying to be Vim, but like enough things didn't fit in with what I was expecting with my Vim workflow. Because I also had some plugins that did certain things, and I didn't know how to just get into Spacemacs, so it just didn't work for me. So then, I tried Emacs, and this time it stuck. I started out just vanilla, basic note init.el, then I wrote an init.el, and I rewrote my init.el, and then I took my init.el, crumbled it up, threw it in a trash can, wrote it again from scratch. I'm actually currently in the middle of bankruptcy number 8. I think I really got it this time. I'll see you around at number 9. But anyway, so yeah, I have like 1,700-ish commits. I also have like 3 or 4 Emacs repositories around my various Git hosting platforms that I use. I was on GitHub, GitLab, TildeGit. I don't use Git very well. I'm very much an amateur in that entire thing. So anyway, that is all to say, I got into it, right? Like really into it. Like I was watching Emacs conference videos, like live. I was reading our Emacs. I was reading Planet Emacs. I subscribed to both. I have other blogs that I read. All the greats, everybody who's presenting here probably, I started watching people on YouTube like like David Wilson, who does System Crafters. I was already on IRC with the Tildeverse, and so I hopped over to Emacs on Freenode. Do you remember Freenode? Yeah, it was a good time. So I was doing all this stuff. And, oh yeah, right. Anyway, so that's all to say, frowns. I was on System Crafters channel on libera.chat. It's the channel for the YouTube channel System Crafters by David Wilson. I think he's on later. I'm sure he'll talk about it, or I don't know what he's talking about. But anyway, one day we were chatting, and this guy Alpha Papa, who also has written a lot of these packages, said electric pair mode messes up my frowny faces sometimes. You can see here this frowny. What is this? What is? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Well, you can see it there on the screen. What is that, right? It's terrifying. What is this? What is that? I don't know. I don't know what that is. And then I said, I have a hook that disables electric pair mode for chat buffers, which actually, fun fact, I was lying. Not that matters, but yeah, so I have a hook. You could have a hook that just disables electric pair mode in chat buffers, to which he replied, yeah, but I want electric pair mode everywhere except for when I type a frowny face. And then this sandwich face. So what is that? So, he said I could stop typing frowny faces. And then I said, I feel like you're best positioned to write a package, like frowny.el, I said, as a joke. And then, conversation went on. We talked about, made some jokes about Lisp and all that stuff. And, so anyway, we went on. And then apparently 23 minutes later, I had a frowny.el package just wrote up real quick. And yeah, that was it. I said, buddy, but anyway. So yeah, so now we're going to look at the package that I wrote, frowny.el. It was actually pretty easy. Let's see here. This is it now. I kind of want to go back into... Let's go back to the very beginning. Let's see what we have here. Here's my very first commit is, yeah, so I already had, all of this crap. I already did I had a def group, so yeah, I had frowny eyes, because I thought, okay, so this is basically the way I thought of it was, so you want to insert a frowny face, right? You type in the colon, or the equal sign, or whatever, for the eyes, and then you type the open parenthesis for the frown. And the problem is that open parenthesis then triggers electric pair mode. It's like, oh no, I gotta close parenthesis. So I was like, so we can just short circuit that whenever there's a thing, colon or equal sign before, and just insert the thing, then we're good to go. So that's kind of what I did. So I wrote out, yeah, this is it. This is the whole package. It's one function, one minor mode, one def custom, and one group. That's it. Super simple. Basically, all it does is, it inserts a frowny if it looks back and sees frowny eyes, which are up here. The eyes are up here. Colon, equal sign, and then it inserts it, or it does a self-insert command. That simple. Which a self-insert command is what electric pair mode hooks into. So that's it. And then the minor mode just, makes it a minor mode. So that was that. And, that worked just fine. So that was, and that's the thing, it works just fine. Of course, after that, I had to do couple of different things. I had to add a mascot. I had to add a readme. I added a global frowny mode, which was kind of interesting because I had to figure out, this turn on the frowny mode. I had to, wrote this define globalized minor mode, which, is that the one? No, that one's not super new. There was another one. something else that like was actually for 28, I think, or 27, and I tried using it at work where I have Windows, and it was 27, so it must have been for 28. Anyway, something didn't work. I had to like do all this stuff, but oops, sorry. And then I added some customization options, made package length happy. So yeah, let's see. So that's point one, right? This version point one was basically basic information. So then I put it on GitHub, good to go. It actually got some traction on Reddit. Alpha Papa, shout out to you, posted it there. And anyway, but then I got a issue. Somebody said, "Hey, could you add a smiley support?" And I was like, "Well, I don't really understand why that's important." And they said, "Well, why not? I mean, they had a use case for it, I forget, but they had a use case for it." And I was like, "Okay, fine." So I added smiley support right here. So that basically, and I added some more eyes at some point. So now you have you can do a tear, you can do a nose. Let's see. Yeah, so I had to change Frowny self-insert to Frowny insert character. I added Frowny self-insert Frowny right here. I added I had a obsolete function alias. That was super fun. That was a cool thing to do. I have insert smiley as well. I mean, they're both very similar. They're all still there. I added a key to key map. That was pretty much it. And again, super simple, very small. Let me try this again. Added comments and doc strings. At some point I decided, let me try to make a Frowny prog mode that only works in programming modes, and it'll only work in strings and in comments. But there's still a branch for it if you want to go check it out. But it wasn't super useful, and I think actually electric pair mode already does that. I'm not 100% sure. I got a pull request from Alpha Papa adding history.org. That's where you can go read the IRC logs about it. Let's see. And then just recently I actually had to add Frowny inhibit modes because with dear ed, I kept getting this, I would try to hit open parenthesis, which is
okay, yes, sorry, the video froze. Just give me a second, I'm going to revive it.
All right. Hi.
Oops. Okay. I think we were roughly here, so sorry if you're rewatching like 30 more seconds. Well, okay, praying now.
At some point. So, now you have, you can do a tear, you can do a nose, let's see. Yeah, so I had to change Frowny self-insert to Frowny insert character. I added Frowny self-insert Frowny right here. I added I had a obsolete function alias. That was super fun. That was a cool thing to do. I have insert smiley as well. I mean, they're both very similar. They're all still there. I added a key to key map. That was pretty much it. And again, super simple, very small. Let me try this again. Added comments and doc strings. At some point I decided, let me try to make a Frowny prog mode that only works in programming modes, and it'll only work in strings and in comments. But there's still a branch for it if you want to go check it out. But it wasn't super useful, and I think actually electric pair mode already does that. I'm not 100% sure. I got a pull request.
Hi everyone, sorry, so I'm not sure why, but the talk is indeed freezing at this point. Not sure what's going on really. I'm going to try to fix it in the background. In the meantime, just try to listen.
From Alpha Papa adding history.org. That's where you can go read the IRC logs about it. Let's see. And then just recently I actually had to add Frowny inhibit modes because with dear ed, I kept getting this, I would try to.
Okay, folks, I'm gonna pick it up from the web, so just give me a second. So we are at 16:40.
All right.
Okay. Yes.
Hi.
1640. 1640.
We had to add Frown.
No, it's so folks, I'm sorry, let me mute myself on Mumble. So folks, what we're doing right now is that sadly the pre-recording seems to be a little bit corrupted on our side. The prereq will be available afterwards with the entirety of the talk. Right now, the image will be frozen, but you will be able to hear what Case has to say. Really sorry about this.
Inhibit modes because with DRED, I kept getting this. I would try to hit open parenthesis, which is my DRED high details mode, and but it kept saying, hey, it's a read-only buffer. I'm like, what? I was like, oh yeah, right, it's Emacs. I did Control HK, and then open parenthesis. I was like, oh, Frowny self-insert. I was like, oh, duh. So I had to add this little, Frowny inhibit modes bit. So now there's a little custom in here. Right now it's just defaults to special mode. I added DRED mode myself on my config. I might add that as a default as well. I'm going to think about it. And then so now we're at version 0.3. That's where we're at now. I just updated the README, was the last one. But yeah, basically the last functionality was this Frowny inhibit modes. And yeah, now it is just, this is it. This is the whole thing right here. It's pretty short. I think it's a total of 113 lines. But you know what? It's useful for people. And it's something where I never thought I would write software that people would use. Like I said, I'm not a programmer. I'm just this guy. I like using Emacs because I'm kind of a nerd and I like tinkering around and doing things the hard way. I could use Microsoft Word. I should. I was trying to write this presentation up and my wife said, why don't you just write it in Google Docs? And I was like, I don't want to. I mean, that's really it, right? Isn't that why we're all here? So yeah, So anyway, that's the story about Frowny. That's the story about me, my journey to Emacs, my journey to this conference. And the journey of this package. I think it's about done. I'm not sure what else needs to go in there. If you have any suggestions, pull requests, comments, there's a GitHub. There's a GitHub right here, frowny.el. Let's see. I'll pull it up. Frowny.el. I'll put it on a convenience again. That's something I still don't understand with packages, is the whole keywords thing. I'm still confused on that. But yeah, just requires Emacs 24. That's it. So anyway, I'm not sure if I'm going to be live for questions. I'm recording this, obviously a bit before, and I will be traveling this weekend, when you're watching this. So I'm going to, but right now when I'm recording it, I'm not 100% sure. I will know, obviously, by then. So maybe I'll talk to you in a moment, maybe not. Otherwise, yeah, have a great conference, everybody, and I'm really excited to see everyone's talks. So, yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. Sorry about the technical problem again. Let me just get in a room with Case right now. Let me just unmute the tab and let's go to Firefox. Where is it? One stream. Okay, Jimmy, just a second to get your camera on, Case. Okay, amazing. You're on stream. Hi, how you doing? I'm doing pretty fantastic. I'm really glad to see you. And from one English major to another, I'm really glad to see that we are one by one converting into developers. So amazing. So you did let us know that you wanted to take questions from ISC. Now I'm on the pad right now, and I do have a couple of questions there. If you look at the stream, I believe you were looking at the stream. There is a pad, yes. I can actually. Oh, sorry. Give me just a second. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Can you try speaking again, please?
Test.
Yes, it's working. Okay, I'm really sorry. The last 30 seconds
you can hear me?
didn't have audio. Okay.
Oh, no
folks,
worries.
I'm just going to make a slight apology for this. We did change our setup pretty significantly. It's going to be a little bit rusty towards the start, but do trust me that we are going to fix it pretty quickly. Okay, Case, I'm sorry. As a result, people did not hear the lovely answer that you provided to my comment about us two being English majors. And just to go back to the questions, yes, we do have the pad. Do you have the link, or do you want me to paste it on BBB? Actually, I'm going to.
I do. I have it right here in front of me. Awesome. I have it right here in front of me.
So, do you want to maybe read the question and start answering them then?
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to share my screen or anything, so I'll just have to describe the computer, and you guys can use your imaginations. So yeah, the first question is, how do we obtain frowny.el? So it's not on ELPA or non-GNU ELPA yet. I should put it on there. But until then, you can go to github.com/duckwork. That's DUCKWORK /frowny.el, and you can just get it from there. I use the straight package manager to pull it in because it's super easy to use, but you can also use Quelpa, Borg. There's multiple other ones. But yeah, it's just basically your standard, like, hey, this thing isn't on ELPA, I want to get it from somewhere else, and that's how you do it. So, yeah, if you want to clone it to your own computer and then like require it, if you want to, that's beyond the scope of this talk, I guess. But that's how you get it, at least until we get to
You are now unmuted.
ELPA. I have it on GitHub because that's the most popular one. I do usually use a Git instance, I think, but not everybody has accounts to that, and I wanted to make it easy for people to do that. So, oh, you're fine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is there any other questions for Case right now? So I'm not seeing.
There's another one on the.
Oh, go on, please.
There's another one on the pad. Yeah. What was the funniest time a frown emerged from unintended code, or any similar occurrence? I mean, mostly it's just. I still get a lot of them whenever I don't have frowny mode on, and then it goes into the like that, which is very annoying. But yeah, it doesn't happen a ton to me because before I started using frowny, I was just turning off electric pair mode in chat buffers. But now it does happen to me more often. There's another question here. You wrote the package quite fast. Would you say you knew what you were doing before you did it, or was it an iterative process? It was somewhat iterative. I mean, it was one of those. I use Emacs's built-in help functionality a lot, so I kind of figured it was one of those, like on the chat that I showed in the talk. Alpha Papa complained about it, and I said, well, you could just turn that off. And he's like, well, I don't want to turn it off. So I was like, okay, so how does... I took a guess. I said, how does electric pair mode hook into the thing? How does it hook in? Where does it hook in to like enter that closing parenthesis? And I thought, it's probably on after self-insert command hook or after command hook or whatever the hook is. And so then I said, okay. So then I looked at that. I did some Control HFs, Control HVs, this, that, the other, and then
you are now muted.
Kind of figured that out. And then I was like, okay. And then I just wrote one function, and then from that function you see, oh, this is a hard-coded value. That should be a configuration value. And then you do a def custom, and then from there, and then you do more and more. Then somebody says, hey, can you do smileys? And I'm like, sure. So yes, it was something simple as this. I didn't need that kind of pre-thought. I could kind of iterate really fast.
You are now unmuted.
Just kind of as things worked. But yeah, helpful's great, I would say. But yeah, so that was kind of how it happened. It was mostly iterative, but it was really fast iterative because it was so slow, or so small. I mean, such a small problem space. Something big like Zeph, what was the thing you write? Org, the big one, Org Rome. I think you probably need more. Yeah, you probably needed more planning with that, because that's kind of a larger project.
Well, at the same time, it's a larger project, yes, but it starts from something very simple. I kept telling people last year that Org Rome was just nodes and links, and people just assume that it's more complicated than this, but at the very bedrock, it's just this. Okay, so I see
Right.
more questions coming into the chat. So thank you so much, everyone, for waking up with the questions.
Yes.
Sadly, we're gonna have to get moving to another talk, Case. So thank you so much for the question.
Sure.
Case, if you
Sure.
want to keep
And I'll try to
answering
answer more questions in the IRC. Yeah.
Yes, awesome. Thank you. In the meantime, so Case, I'm gonna leave the room. So thank you so much for coming, and I'll see you later,
Yep.
probably.
All right. I'll leave it too. Thanks. Take care.
Awesome. Bye bye. Okay, so we do have a little bit of an announcement to make. So I'm going to bring Sasha and Bandali on the stream right now. So Sasha, I mean, you are on stream right now. We do have a bit of a technical announcement to make with regards to the chat system, I believe. I mean, Sasha, who wants to go first?
Yes, I can go. So, hi everyone. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you might have noticed, we hit a bit of a snag, I guess, with our web chat client. We had a lot of people joining web chat from chat.emacsconf.org. So I'm in touch with LiberaChat NetOps, who are helpfully looking into the issue, trying to basically allocate us more resources to be able to, for more people to be able to join the chat. So if you do try to join using chat.emacsconf.org, but you see an error saying that something like, I don't know, too many people have joined, please try joining using LiberaChat's own web client, which I believe is at web.libera.chat. So yes, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sasha, do we have another announcement to make?
No, the alternate stream doesn't work yet. I will get that eventually when we figure out when there's time to think about it.
Okay, amazing. So should we get started with the next talk then?
Yes, go for it.
Yes, please
Okay.
do.
Amazing, cool. Okay, so again, thanks so much for Case for his presentation, and thank you all for your questions. Okay, so the next presentation is called Emacs Manual Translation and OmegaT by Jean-Christophe Hélary. So Jean-Christophe is actually a friend of ours. He's on the Emacs Paris mailing list. We didn't talk too much about workshop and all this, and we didn't really thank them at the beginning of EmacsConf, but you know, there are plenty of events, user groups happening around Emacs. It's not just EmacsConf. And Jean-Christophe happens to be in the same group, or at least the same mailing list that I am. So I was pretty happy to see his proposal. So even if you're not a programmer, translation is something you might be able to help with. You know, in this presentation, what Jean-Christophe does is talk about the work and show OmegaT, a non-Emacs free software tool that can make the process a little easier, and maybe PO mode or similar modes can pick up IDs. Sorry, I'm reading off notes, obviously, again, and I'm panicking as a result. So this presentation has captions available in English, French, and Japanese, which you can view on the talk page once it's published. So right now, we'll just stick to English subtitles. So let me just fire up the recording. Give me just a second. Let me turn off Mumble, play from local, and we're switching to the stream. See you after.
Hello everybody, my name is Jean-Christophe Hélary, and today I'm going to talk about Emacs Manuals Translation and OmegaT. Thank you for joining the session. Translation in the free software world is really a big thing. You already know that most of the Linux distributions, most of the software packages, most of the websites are translated by dozens of communities using different processes and file formats. Translation and localizations are things we know very well. It's a tad different for the Emacs community. We do not have a localization process because it's quite complex and because we don't have the resources yet. Still, we could translate the manuals, and translating the manuals would probably bring a lot of good to the Emacs community at large. So what's the state of the manuals? As of today, we have 182 files coming in TXT and ORG format. We've got more than 2 million words, we've got more than 50 million characters, so that's quite a lot of work. And obviously, it's not a one-person job. When we open TXT files, what do we have? Well, we actually have a lot of things that the translators shouldn't have to translate. Here, we can see that only the very last segment, the very last sentence, should be translated. All those meta things should not be under the translator's eyes. How do we deal with this situation? For code files, we have the getEx utility that converts all the translatable strings into a translatable format, which is the PO format. And that PO format is ubiquitous even in the non-free software translation industry. For documentation, we have something different. It's called PO4A, which is short for PO for all. When we use PO4A on those 182 TXT and org files, what do we get? We get something that's much better. Now, we have 3 segments. It's not perfect because, as you can see, the 2 first segments should not be translated. So there is still room for improvement. Now, when we put that file set into OmegaT, we considerably reduce the words total. We have now 50% less words and 23% less characters to type. But that's still a lot of work. So let's talk about OmegaT now and see where it can help. OmegaT is a GPL3+, Java 8+, computer-aided translation tool. We call them CATs. CATs are to translators what IDEs are to programmers. They leverage the power of computers to automate our work, which is reference searches, fuzzy matching, automatic insertions, and things like that. OmegaT is not really recent. It will turn 20 next year. And at this point, we have about 1.5 million downloads from the SourceForge site, which doesn't mean much because that includes files used for localization and manuals. But still, it's a pretty big number. OmegaT is included in a lot of Linux distributions, but as you can see here, it's mostly downloaded on Windows systems because translators mostly work on Windows. OmegaT comes with a cool logo and a cool site too, and I really invite you to visit it. It's OmegaT.org, and you'll see all the information you need, plus downloads to Linux versions with or without Java included. So what does OmegaT bring to the game? Professional translators have to deliver fast, consistent, and quality translations, and we need to have proper tools to achieve that. I wish PO mode was part of the toolbox, but that's not the case, and it's a pity. So we have to use those CAT tools. Let me show you what OmegaT looks like when I open this project that I created for this demonstration. The display is quite a mouthful, but you can actually modify all windows as needed. I just want to show you everything at once to give you a quick idea of the thing. You have various colors, windows, and all those spaces have different functions that help the translator and that you're probably not familiar with. I'm going to introduce you to the interface now. So first we have the editor. The editor comes in 2 parts. The current segment, which is associated to a number, and all the other segments above or below. At the top of the window, you can see the 3 first segments that were in the PO file. The last one here, the 4th one, comes with an automatic fuzzy match insertion. Such legacy translations are what we call translation memories. OmegaT has inserted this one automatically because I told it to do so, and for my security it comes with the predefined fuzzy prefix that I will have to remove to validate the translation. Our next feature is the glossary feature. In this project we have a lot of glossary data. Some is relevant and some is not. In the segment that I'm translating at the moment, you can see underlined items. This pop-up menu on the right allows me to enter the terms as I type. It's a kind of an auto-insertion system that also supports history predictions, predefined strings, and things like that. In the part on the right, we have reference information that comes directly from the PO and the TXT files. We also have notes that I can share with fellow translators, and we have numbers that tell me that I still have 143 segments more to go before I complete this translation. As we see, there are plenty of strings that we really don't want to have to type. For example, those strings are typical TXT strings that the translator should really not have to type, so we're going to have to do something about that. We're going to have to create protected strings with regular expressions, so that the strings can be visualized right away in the source segment, entered semi-automatically in the target segment, and checked for integrity. The regular expression I came up with for defining most of the strings is this one, and I'm not a regular expression pro, so I'm sure some of you will correct me. But this expression gives me a good enough definition, even though it does not yet include org mode syntax. So now we have all those TXT specific things that we don't want to touch displayed in gray. And actually, you may have noticed that I cheated a bit because here I added the years and the Free Software Foundation name to the previous regular expression to show you that you can protect any kind of string, really. So what we have now is a way to visualize the strings that we do not want to touch, but we still have to enter all them in the translation. For that, we have the pop-up menu that I used earlier with the glossary, and we also have items in the edit menu that come with shortcuts for easy insertion of missing tags. Last, but certainly not least, we can now validate our input. And here OmegaT properly tells me that I missed 7 protected strings. I entered only 1998, but there were 5 different years, the copyright string and the FSF name string. With all this almost native text info support, we have much less things to type, and there is a much lower potential for errors. But we agree it's still a lot of work. What we would like now is to work with fellow translators, and here we need to know that OmegaT is actually a hidden SVN Git client, and team projects can be hosted on SVN Git platforms. Translators don't need to know anything about VCS, they just need access credentials, and OmegaT commits for them. This way, we do not have to use ugly and clumsy web-based translation interfaces, and we can use a powerful offline professional tool. So this is how it looks when you look at the platform where I hosted this project. The last updates are from 20 days and 30 seconds ago when I created this slide. And you can see that I had a partner who worked with me on the same file set. Although it looks like we actually committed the translation to the platform, it was not us, but OmegaT. OmegaT does all the heavy-duty work. It regularly saves to and syncs from the servers. Translators are regularly kept updated with work from fellow translators. And when necessary, OmegaT offers a simple conflict resolution dialog. Translators never have to do anything with SVN or Git, ever. And now we can envision a future not so far away where the manuals will be translated and eventually included in the distribution, but that's a topic for a different presentation. So we've reached the end of this session. Thank you very much again for joining it. And there are plenty of topics I promised I would not address, and I think I kept my promise. There will be a QA now, and I also started a thread about this talk on Reddit last Saturday, and you can find me on Emacs Help and Devel List as well, so don't hesitate to send me questions and remarks. Thank you again, and see you around.
Okay, yeah. So let me get into the room with Jean-Christophe. Okay, hi Jean-Christophe, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, give me just a second. Can the stream confirm that you can hear Jean-Christophe as well? Jean-Christophe, can you try speaking again so that everyone gets a chance to actually...
Sure. Hello, everyone.
Okay, can I get a confirmation from EmacsConf? Okay, amazing, thank you. So, hi Jean-Christophe, it feels so weird to speak in English to you, especially since we're
indeed.
in French on the mailing list. So, how are you doing?
I'm good. It's midnight here in Japan, so I'm waiting for the end of the session and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah, well, I do feel your pain. Well, your relative pain. I hope you're happy to be here, but I will also be working until 11 p.m. Time of Paris today for EmacsConf.
Yes.
So I feel for you. Okay, so you do have a couple of questions. We don't have a lot of time because we did waste a little bit of time before trying to fix technical issues. So maybe can you field one of the questions on the pad, the one you prefer?
Okay, I'm actually reloading the pad, so wait a second. And
sure, I can paste you the questions on BBB if you want, or I can read them to you if you prefer.
Okay, so okay, first question: does this project encompass Emacs packages? Well, it's possible eventually, but basically what I did is only use the files from the Emacs manual. So it's big enough of a project in itself. So for now, I'm focusing on that, but it's possible. Second
okay, you do have the time to go for the second question.
Used to generate well, basically, my understanding is that EPUB is some form of HTML. So yes, OmegaT can support like 40 or 50 different formats, and it can use actually format converters to actually go round trip through PO or whatever intermediate format. No problem. Yeah. Sure, that will be possible to have a multi-language Emacs Bible eventually. Yep. Thank you for using OmegaT. Yeah. Yes. Well, I used to remember like 15 years ago when I first introduced OmegaT at the
You
open
are now
source
muted.
conference here in Japan. Somebody actually used a library that Emacs Lisp, Python to Java, and it was possible to interact with OmegaT in Emacs, but it was way too complex. But my dream would be to actually have some kind of interface through Emacs to work on OmegaT, but that's not something that's right now.
You are now unmuted.
Thank you very much for the question.
Sorry, stream. I was talking to people in my ear who are actually Sasha and Amin. So you've answered all the questions, right, Jean-Christophe, if I'm not mistaken?
That's right.
Okay, amazing. Well, you've been very efficient. Generally, it's the German who are praised for their efficiency, but here I believe, even though I seem to be darkening the reputation of French people and their ability to be efficient regarding the way I run this conference right now.
No, you're
thank you so
good.
much.
You're good. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, everyone. That was very nice.
Okay, amazing. So, everyone, we're going to say bye to Jean-Christophe, and we're going to move on to the next talk. So, bye-bye, Jean-Christophe. Okay, so let me just get ready for the next one. So, the next talk is GNU's not Unix. Why Emacs demonstrate the Unix philosophy isn't always the answer. And this is a talk by Daniel Rose. Now, we're going to talk about the ideas behind Emacs in the philosophy segment of the schedule. Sometimes you hear about the Unix philosophy of combining small tools that do one thing well and how Emacs totally doesn't follow that idea. Well, in that talk, Daniel Rose talks about how it does even when it's trying to do everything, and also how it's okay not to try to use Emacs to do everything. Okay, so let me just get the recording up and running. Just give me a second.
Hello.
Okay, let's move on to the prereq, and I'll see you in a bit.
My name is Daniel, or Daniel Rose. I use Emacs in my everyday life, from programming in C or Rust for work to writing reports for classes. I'd like to start by adding an overarching theme to this talk. If there's only one thing that you remember from today, I'd like you to walk away with the understanding of the philosophies or ideologies are just that. By trying to box yourself in with a concept, you might be blind to other methods. We live in an ever-changing world, and I hope that you can appreciate being flexible and adaptable. Unix philosophy. As a quick intro for those who don't know, the Unix philosophy was written by Doug McIlroy. It's wordy, so there is a great summarization by Peter H. Salas. Write programs that do one thing and do it well. Write programs to work together. And write programs to handle text streams, because they are the universal interface. So, enter Emacs. Emacs doesn't quite adhere to those principles. Do one thing and do it well surely doesn't apply, since Emacs does a lot of things and does the majority of those things well. It might apply if you consider Emacs purely as a Lisp environment, however. Write programs to work together, arguably the thing Emacs is best out of the three, proven especially by all the various packages that work with external programs, LSP, and whatever else. Handle text streams, well, that one depends. So Emacs versus the original ideas. The summarizations are good, but they aren't truly what was said. If we look back at the originals, we'll see that Emacs strongly adheres to the second rule. Design and build software, even operating systems, to be tried early, ideally within weeks. Don't hesitate to throw away the clumsy parts and rebuild them. The concept of Lisp, self-documentation of Emacs, and the REPL style all make it a shining example of this rule. But why compare to Unix? Truly, why compare to the Unix philosophy? Although the rules set down are good ones for most programs, Emacs isn't most programs. The rules and summarizations even were written decades ago before we had REST APIs or JSON or any other modern interface. If the world adapts, why too can't we adapt the past? This concept of breaking the rules and forging its own path has allowed Emacs to continue and be reworked for modern eras. Emacs does work with the Unix philosophy. By looking at both of these ideologies, why must they be mutually exclusive? Emacs does work with text. Magit is a wrapper for the Git CLI, to write as a wrapper for ls, consult grep for grep, and so on. Why rewrite poorly tools when we can use the existing powerful ones? Well, that in itself is part of the Unix philosophy. It seems that most strongly the Unix philosophy applies to the command line. If we look at most graphical applications, these notions fall apart. But that isn't true for Emacs. It is a graphical application, at least for me, but it does use many other tools. Some have proposed that Emacs should be looked at alongside Unix as its own OS. It has windowing capabilities, handles its own formats, and so on, but I disagree with this concept. Philosophies don't really matter in computing. It's true they don't. As people, we like to group things. We like to have our set ways to describe them, but that doesn't always work. By sticking with a common concept in the Emacs community or group to everything in Emacs, is it truly benefiting me and you? Android Studio. Here's an example. I work most often in Emacs, but I also have courses in Android and iOS development. I can absolutely install Android mode and Kotlin mode and use ADB in Emacs, but at that point I'm creating more work than it's worth. When unmaintained, things tend to fall apart, and many features of Android mode no longer work for me. So I have two main options. Fix the existing mode, write my own, or use the assumed tools for the job, Android Studio and or IntelliJ. Looking at Android Studio, I have plenty of plugins for color themes just like Emacs. I have Emacs key bindings built in and other quality of life features. According to Unix philosophy in a roundabout way, I should be using one tool that does its job well. While not minimal, Android Studio accomplishes this job. Does that mean I shouldn't use Emacs at all? Well, of course not. And while it may seem obvious, I feel we in this group often get caught up finding solutions to that one particular way we want it. This is where being adaptable comes in again. I need to learn how to mold my tools to my workflow, but also mold my workflow to the tools available. Window managers. Another example of this is window managers. Although I've probably dabbled in window managers or desktop environments as much as the next person, I have usually stuck with DWM. But DWM doesn't follow any of these Emacs concepts. It has different key bindings. You can sort of do Emacs ones. No REPL. It's a C program after all. But I can still mold it to my workflow. If I use Emacs as a daemon and a client, what difference is it? The WM is a wrapper for Emacs and my other vital programs. I don't need to make Emacs my WM and bring along all those other issues. Browsers are a similar conversation. Initially, I understood the value of having my browser in Emacs, but why? If a tool exists that works well, ignoring the philosophy for a moment, why should I take the effort to rewrite it? Now, don't misinterpret what I'm saying. If you have a better way to do something, you can make it faster, easier to use. That I understand. But if I have, say, Nix or Firefox, why would I take the effort to rewrite that into Emacs? Instead, this is a scenario where using a different tool alongside Emacs might be better. There's a talk later on in the conference about that from someone else. Vim. Even Vim, jokingly, is the enemy of our community, but it's a good tool. Sometimes I just don't want to run Emacs as daemon with evil mode, and I just want to quickly do something. And most people come from a power user terminal background, or at least I would assume so, and those who have spoken with. If I need to quickly edit something, it might benefit me to just run a quick vim./file in the terminal. And I often have terminals open anyway due to the graphic acceleration from things like Alacrity. Speaking of terminals, this is the main tool I don't use in Emacs. While vterb might be nice, I often want to use a TUI tool. I most often write programs in C or Rust due to those being my main languages that I use professionally. If I can write a faster C or Rust program in half the time it'll take for me to write a slower eLisp one, I might prefer to do just that. Especially in the case of a TUI program, Alacrity helps me develop them faster, but also run them. So if you've been using systemd or runit commands in the terminal for years, it might take more effort to learn the way to do it in an Emacs front end than in the terminal. And remember, most shells come with Emacs key bindings by default, and macOS, for example, can use Emacs key bindings in most places, including browsers. So do what helps you most, not what a philosophy or group tells you to do. I hope this illustrated some ways that Emacs is a tool in your belt, but not the belt itself. Do what works best for you, as being the most efficient doesn't always grant the best results. If you're used to doing something one way, consider still doing it that way while learning new skills and being adaptable. And after all, this is an Emacs conference, so maybe considering learning a tool for both Emacs and the terminal, and then you might be just a little bit more flexible in the future. Thank you for listening to my talk today.
Okay, so let me get in a room with Daniel. Just give me a second. Daniel, where are you? D. Okay. Sorry, stream. I'm struggling a lot to get everyone on stream. Give me just a second. Okay. Watching picture. Okay. Hi, Daniel. You're on stream. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Amazing. I'm glad to hear that everyone I'm talking so far is doing good, even though I am sweating profusely beneath this suit. Believe me, I will not open this jacket. Anyway.
I just have to keep up the facade.
Yes. Okay. If at some point you only start seeing only my head in the stream, you know what is happening. Okay, Daniel.
Understood.
So you do have a couple of questions on the pad. Do you want to start maybe reading the question and answering them?
Sure. So, how do you decide when it's not worth it to use Emacs for a certain feature or a certain thing? I don't think there's an objective way to choose that. I sort of go along the lines of if I need to get a project done and I'm going to go so much out of my way to write an Emacs package or this or that. So like when I gave that Android Studio example, I have a course that I'm doing, so I have coursework that's due. So I can't really set aside multiple weekends to write out my own version of Android mode or whatever. So I think it's kind of a toss-up to you. Browsers are another one where I really like Next, and I use Next a lot, and Firefox on my phone, so I don't really see a reason to go too far for that. What's your opinion on EAF? Is that the GTK toolkit, like the browser inside Emacs? I don't think I'm.
Yes, we are also having a conference later. If you do not know what EAF is, you will be able to know later in the conference.
Okay, I definitely will watch that. I think I've used that a little bit. I haven't used it enough to have an opinion on it. What's your opinion on starter kits or keeping things simple? I actually really like starter kits. I think they're a good idea. I think that people eventually should go through the route of figuring things out themselves, more or less, and starting from the scratch thing, just like Mr. Duckworth was talking about earlier. But I still think that initially they're kind of a good idea. There's times where I'll still switch on certain computers where I don't have Emacs set up yet. I'll still switch to using Doom or something like that. Do you integrate tools via Emacs or do you just jump between them? I usually jump between the tools. Sometimes I have, like when I'm using my Linux computer for DWM, I have certain key bindings set so that I'll get a pop-up version of different tools so that it kind of fits better. I usually try to have keybinds set up to do that. And then, do I use Emacs for email? I do, but I don't use it as my main one. So I still have my iPad set up with whatever the default Apple email is. I still have K9 on my Android phone, but then I still use the Emacs email just because it's easier to organize things within buffers. So that's a case where I genuinely do see a use case for combining something into Emacs that's a daily part of your life. Emacs is a term of inertia. Yeah, I think that's it for questions and then pad. There's people writing things, but I can't keep up with it.
Yeah, I understand. I do also have the chat on one side of my screen, and it goes so fast sometimes that it's really hard to even pick out the questions. So I think we adopt the very similar philosophy to software, and I was really glad to hear you talk, especially what you said about emails. I do all my emailing in Emacs. I use not much, but there are people in Organizer's team I will not name. It starts with B and finishes with Andali. We use GNUs. And honestly, I have a lot of respect for everyone who managed to go through the trouble of setting it up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Daniel, for answering the question. If you do have any other questions, Daniel, you can probably stick around in the pad and answer them.
Yep.
And otherwise, Daniel will probably be back in the chat. So if you have any questions, just feel free to add Daniel. What is your tag handle on IC again?
It's the Catster.
Okay, amazing. So if you want to ask more questions, please feel free to do so. Okay, thank you so much, Daniel. I'll be moving on to the next prereq now, so bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, give me just a second to get set up for the next one. Okay, yeah. So, moving on to the next talk. Sorry, I need to scroll on my notes. I do have some kind. I don't know how you call this in English. When news anchors, they're reading something and they have something behind the camera. Well, I have pretty much this on my computer, but I'm also the one actioning it, so it's pretty complicated. Okay, so anyway, the next talk is Emacs and Montessori Philosophy by Ron Changro, also known as Shoshin. So, what about Emacs? Oops, sorry, I got an update. Okay. Where is it? Montessori. Okay, good. So what about Emacs makes it playful and fun? In his talk, Grant Changro compares it with Montessori early childhood education philosophy and shows how Emacs resonates with our human tendencies. Okay, let me just set up the prereq. Okay, talk to you after. Whoops, sorry, let me just figure out why it's not working. Oh, it is. Give me just a second. Why is it not playing? Is that no sound? Give me just a second to try to fix this.
User is the parent to the hacker.
Okay, just the beginning. Okay, cool. So let's get started with this all. I'll mute myself now.
Hello everyone, my name is Grant Shengru and I'm happy to be back here at EmacsConf. So before I was a programmer professionally, I was a Montessori guide with young children, and now I'm a parent of a child in a Montessori classroom. And I was thinking Emacs and Montessori philosophy are both fundamentally about respect. Respect children, for the child is the parent to the adult, and we should respect users. Maybe the user is the parent to the hacker. That was certainly my case. So this talk is about the similarities between the Emacs environment and the Montessori classroom, which is called a prepared environment, meaning that everything in the environment has been prepared for the child to come and interact with in a meaningful way. The child will be driven by natural human tendencies to interact with their environment and to construct and refine their understanding of the world and the things in it. What I hope you come away from this talk with is just a new perspective on Emacs and software and how users interact in a prepared environment like Emacs, following their human tendencies to gain understanding and reach toward perfection. Okay, so the human tendencies are innate drives present in everybody. They're what enable us to explore and make sense of our world. We use these human tendencies to construct and refine the world itself. You know, if you're an Emacs user, I hope that's ringing some bells for you right away, because what we do when we interact with Emacs as individuals is construct and refine our world in Emacs. So I'm going to go through the human tendencies one by one and bring up things that I have observed or noticed in Emacs. I'm sure there's plenty more. Feel free to share it in chat. Okay, so number one is orientation. So human beings want to know their relationship to the environment around them. With children, when they come into a new environment, they want to look at it, touch everything around them. They want to know where they fit in, things like that. In Emacs, you know, the easiest thing to think of is, you know, the initial GNU Emacs buffer, like right away, that is giving you some guideposts to orient yourself. If you've used any of the other Emacs starter packages, different packages take different approaches to this. And I think, you know, if you're trying to get people to use Emacs for some reason, thinking about how individuals might orient themselves to this new software world is important. I think that there are friendly ways to welcome people into the environment and to, you know, to make it easier for people to orient themselves within Emacs. Of course, we've also got the info manuals, and one of my favorite examples is the which key package, which when you press a key, it'll pop up with all of the following key bindings that are available. That's like a really important way for me to explore, which is another human tendency, or to orient myself, you know, to think about, okay, when I press this key, now I've got these possibilities. And you see that all over in Emacs, you know, with hydras or the Magit transient buffers. There's all sorts of ways that Emacs is trying to help us orient ourselves. The second tendency is order, which I probably should have talked about first, but here I am. I myself am not particularly attuned to order, but when I was in the Montessori classroom, I found that it wasn't necessarily myself imposing the order, it was the environment itself has a certain order to it. And by creating an environment where everything has its place and everything has its time and you have a way of doing things, it makes it easier for the child to develop that internal sense of order and succeed at imposing order upon their work, which we do that as programmers. If we're contributing to Emacs, we try to do so in an orderly way, use prefixes for namespacing since we don't have that ability in Emacs Lisp, and by sharing well-ordered, self-documenting programs with our community. Number three is exploration. I think exploration is what drew me into Emacs personally in the beginning. It was just this wondrous software environment that offered so many opportunities. I was curious, like, you've got your Scratch buffer, you can explore in there with expressions, you can start up IELM, you can explore your file system with Grad, you can explore different packages with Lisp packages. There's so many ways you can explore in Emacs, and for me, that was very delightful. It really resonated with my bias of exploration and human tendencies. Places to explore in Emacs are wonderful, and eventually you get down into the source code, and it's great. And then we've got communication. So I think communication kind of speaks for itself as well. Emacs is software. Software is a form of communication. We're all driven to communicate. That's why we're here at this conference. And within Emacs, you've got lots of ways to communicate. You've got IRC clients, mail, you've got newsreaders. You could use org. I even started working on a magazine in org that I was going to distribute via live Debian CDs back in the day. So I think Emacs for communication is pretty clear. Activity. So activity is just a natural thing. When you see it in children, right? Children always find something to do to keep busy, whether they're pretending or running around or moving. You don't have to have a goal or end product in mind. People are just active. You do things. And I find that in Emacs all the time. Like when I don't know what to work on, sometimes I just go into Emacs and hack around and like change things in my config. I'm sure we've all been there. So Emacs like encourages and enables that kind of activity as well. Manipulation is the next one. So Lisp, anyone? The fact that Emacs is this live Lisp process that's running that you can manipulate at your fingertips, you couldn't ask for something better. And I think the malleability of Emacs is why people love it. Clearly, the environment of Emacs was prepared with manipulation in mind from the very start. We'll go through these next ones pretty quickly. We've got work or purposeful activity. Emacs would not exist without this human tendency. It's been worked on by free software volunteers for 40 years, and this is the kind of self-motivated work that inspired me to be a hacker. Repetition is another human tendency. I think that one kind of speaks for itself. It's this tendency that gave me Emacs Pinky after learning all of those key bindings, and then that same tendency drove me to learn another modal key mapping to deal with that. I've repeated myself starting over new Emacs configs several times. I could give another example, but I'd just be repeating myself at this point. And then exactness. So we have a human tendency toward exactness. That's not one that's very strong for me. I'm not a super exacting person, but I think you can see that in Emacs. Like certain parts of it have been refined down to exactness. I know, like when I'm working, sometimes it's just the theme that I choose, or making sure the mode line is exactly the way I want it. Getting that environment to feel conducive to thought and work is important to me. And then we have abstraction, which that one goes pretty deep, but I think you can see how abstraction works in Emacs. A buffer is an abstraction. One of the great things about Emacs and about Montessori philosophy is that these abstractions might not be something you need to think about right away, but they're there, right? Like the fact that a buffer abstracts over working with text, once that becomes clear to you, once you have a reason to manipulate it, like having the abstraction of the buffer there to work with makes a huge difference. And then, of course, we can create our own abstractions, transients, pop-up buffers, hydras. I'm sure there's plenty of examples in chat that I can't come up with. And finally, perfection. All of the human tendencies culminate in this one. And perfection doesn't mean like you just have to make this perfect, shining, idealistic thing. It's about perfecting what we do, and I think everybody who's worked with Emacs for a long time, you perfect your configuration. Sometimes you tear it down and start over. If you're working on a package, you perfect that. And it's an ongoing process. An example I can think of are like Raxod's packages. Straight.el is an attempt at perfecting the package management system in Emacs. And he's taken a stab at several other common things like incremental selection and so on. These aren't necessarily finished problems. There's room for perfection, and we have a human tendency to pursue that. I hope this talk has gotten you thinking about how Emacs and the Montessori classroom are similar. They're both prepared environments that call upon our human tendencies to construct and refine our world, and how Emacs respects us as users in the hopes that we will grow up into creative hackers. Thank you for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions after the talk.
Okay, hi everyone again. Let me just unmute BBB. So, hi Grant, can you hear me? Oh, sorry.
You are now
Hi Grant,
unmuted.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And I can hear you as well. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you? You're busy.
Oh yes, so busy. You have no idea. I'm doing so much stuff on the side, but I'm glad to be here with you and to field some of the questions. So do you have the pad open on your end?
I do. Yep, I got the pad open. I can read through the questions and I'll answer as best as I can.
Splendid, thank you. I'll let
Sorry,
you pass now.
Okay. All right, question one. Would you say that the Montessori philosophy follows a verb-based methodology where an abstract action is performed on an item without locking the action to what the item can support, like an object-oriented language would do? For example, throw rock instead of rock.throw. I don't know. That's a good question.
I agree.
I'm not sure I can answer that one off the top of my head. I'll have to think about it for a while. I'm going to move on, but I'll keep stewing over that one, and I'll definitely come back to the pad to answer it. How old do you think children need to be to start exploring with Emacs? That's also a good question. I think children. So a lot of these human tendencies, a lot of the Montessori philosophy is focused on children. So this talk was kind of given with a perspective on like, well, we still have these human tendencies as we learn. And we still, as adults, can use them, and that's how we get to know our world. Children are doing this without even thinking about it, and they're amazing at learning things, and they have what's called the absorbent mind. So basically, any environment you throw them in, they are going to be absorbing things about it and learning things about it. So, I think if you can give a kid a phone and have them tap on it, I think you could give a kid Emacs and have them play around with it. I think.
Okay, Grant, just to let you know, maybe just one more question because we're running a little bit late.
Okay. Let's see. Do you have a good reference for Montessori principles? There's a lot of books. I don't have one off the top of my head, except The Absorbent Mind is a good book. Presentation mode I used is org tree slide, but I'll answer more on the pad. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Grant, and sorry for cutting you off a little bit with regards to the question.
Oh.
Okay, well,
Fine.
bye-bye. Okay, so let's get moving to the next talk. So the next talk, so basically now we're going from early childhood education in the previous talk to postgraduate philosophy in this next talk by Greta Gertz on Emacs as design pattern learning. So let's get right into it.
Welcome to this EmacsConf 2021 talk on Emacs as design pattern learning. I'm Greta Gertz, and this talk is for people who are interested in thinking about Emacs as a tool that's sophisticated enough not only to cope with activities and tasks, but also sophisticated enough to cater to a complex assemblage of tasks, activities, but also people, outcomes, as well as tools. This is a definition of epistemic fluency from a work by Marcusgeit and Goodyear that is relevant to us if we're interested in learning how to continuously iterate knowledge to fit changing, complex specific contexts. Some software oversimplifies. Emacs both helps users implement design pattern learning that can cope with complexity, and it models complex design pattern learning. So what do we mean by design patterns? The term comes from design theorist and architect Christopher Alexander, whose work influenced a broad variety of disciplines. I'll be drawing on a work in programming by Richard Gabriel and in pedagogy by Peter Goodyear. What are design patterns? They are patterns of micro solutions combining method and artifact, and macro solutions of these micro patterns when viewed together. This approach allows for specialization, customization, extension, and reuse of patterns. This is useful if we're seeking to deal with complexity. It helps extend the assemblage of learning components that we have without having to build from scratch. Another important feature of design patterns and their relevance to Emacs is the human-centeredness. Christopher Alexander critiqued the mechanical and championed the human place. Emacs too champions the human place. So why Emacs and design learning? One reason is indeed this extensibility through Emacs, which allows a person to extend their learning and use of Emacs as far as they wish to take it. This is thanks to its free software core, and this permits what we call in networked learning equality, which is to say the opportunity to co-create knowledge. So if one wishes to extend their learning trajectory with Emacs such that they're able to write packages for Emacs, if these packages become part of the core, they are really co-creating knowledge within the community and extending the capabilities of Emacs. Emacs can also be considered in terms of design pattern learning because it can be used for different purposes. This is true even at the very basic level of Emacs functionalities, which is a point that should really be stressed. So even newcomers coming to Emacs who don't know programming can do a very broad variety of different things with their Emacs using these basic functionalities. For example, simply by customizing the language variable in the initialization file, this, thanks to the powerful Emacs Lisp interpreter, makes it possible for one to do a wide variety of different things within Emacs, from making graphs to exporting in LaTeX. And also part of the Emacs basic functionalities are how we can cycle through different tasks and texts very easily through buffer cycling, or how within org we can use tree outlines that can hierarchize the material that we're working with, and even change from being a headline into a to-do. So we see this extensibility, this flexibility. Also within org, we can see how by writing just a few lines of code, such as through header arguments or code blocks, we can change the way in which a file or part of a file is executed. An illustration of what this means to the beginner would be how easy it is to export a LaTeX file. So one doesn't even need to know all of LaTeX to be able to implement parts of LaTeX within org. So this variety of different purposes then can be experienced by the beginner. And Emacs is also an example of design pattern learning because it is a design pattern of learning itself. Here we're thinking about design patterns as a visual representation. We can think of how systems of systems, which Emacs is an example of, stem from a successful center, and this center is surrounded by a boundary which is itself made up of centers. So where we have Emacs at the center, we also have packages such as OmegaT. OmegaT can be viewed as a center unto itself. However, this center only exists thanks to the center of the center, which is Emacs. And thus we speak of Emacs as being successful design pattern implementation. And why do we care about design pattern approaches here? Well, what I'm trying to say is that this is useful to the person who is interested in being able to more efficiently cope with complex and specific situations. And this design pattern allows for this because of its extensibility, because we can find these specializations or customizations that are able to reach these changing contexts. This can be compared with other software applications that are prefabricated, so they already decide what it is a person is going to do when they use them. This also means that what they're doing within these applications can get stranded there, that it's harder to integrate their knowledge or their texts or their activities with each other. Why do we care about thinking of Emacs as a design pattern in this talk? Well, we were saying that it's a way that can help us better deal with complexity, and in this respect then we want to compare Emacs with other software. Other software can be considered as prefabricated environments that already decide what it is that a user is going to do. This also means that the activities that one has done within a software application remains there, and it is harder to integrate those activities with the larger workflow. A lot of software also makes assumptions on who their users are. We know that we speak in user experience design of the customer journey or of personas, and very often then the customer journey is pre-designed. But within Emacs, we can be our own persona. Practical use of Emacs can also make non-programmers into programmers. So this is to say that as we are using...
Okay, so we seem to be having a little bit of audio desync issue. The problem is I do have a way to solve this, but there's one chance in two that it would make the streams crash. So I'm going to try it anyway, and if the stream ends up crashing, do refresh the Firefox page or the browser page in which you are, or MPV. Okay, I'll try it now. Give me just a second. Okay, so now I should be able to do this. Okay, so now normally you can still hear me.
In Emacs, we can continue to develop as
okay, you know what? Let's do it live.
Far as we wish. Therefore, we are not only users within Emacs, but we are also creative persons and producers. So here I am citing work by Ivan Illich. We can further contribute to the evolution of the rules of Emacs.
Okay, I'll try replaying the stream. Just give me a second. Really sorry about this. It's a 7-4. Let's try resuming the stream.
I may also make this enough to creative persons and producers. So
okay, so person is opening before, so I need to delay this. Okay, this is live debugging, by the way. Again, this is MPV. Thank you so much, MPV, for allowing me to do this live, but thanks for bearing with me.
Here I am citing work by Ivan Illich. We can further contribute to the evolution of the rules of Emacs and be our own persona. Practical use of Emacs can also make non-programmers into programmers. So this is to say that as we are using Emacs, we can continue to develop as far as we wish. Therefore, we are not only users within Emacs, but we are also creative persons and producers. So here I am citing work by Ivan Illich. We can further contribute to the evolution of the rules of Emacs, to draw on Bernard Stiegler. If I may also make this analogy, within our inits, we contribute to the evolution of the rules according to which our Emacs works for us. But again, if we're extending our learning trajectory, and if we write a package and the package becomes part of the core, we do indeed contribute to the evolution of the rules of Emacs. But because it stems from our personal use and our personal customizations, we can think of it as being a personal toolkit. So this design pattern iteration approach to Emacs is the very reason why it is that we can customize it to our own liking. And using Emacs to extend our freedom then helps us to develop heuristics. It helps us develop our decision making, our problem solving, and responsibility for what it is that we're doing. And these skill sets are extensible beyond Emacs. These can be considered as life skills that have relevance beyond. This is a very good example of why it is that being exposed to complex assemblages matter to us as human beings. So it's good training ground for life, but it's also important for a very basic pedagogical point. So now I'm going to draw on work by Hélène Trocmé-Fabre, who explains that reduced and poor contextualizations flatten communication. So for example, within the field of software, if we are using an application that only asks us to swipe left or right, this deprives us of our ability to respond in a more sophisticated way. So by contrast, by being exposed to a rich contextualization within Emacs, we are learning to contextualize, which Trocmé-Fabre says is the first step in learning how to learn. So we can understand just how important it is to be exposed to complexity. It's not just a mere intellectual exercise, but it is indeed how it is that we begin to learn. If this sounds too abstract, maybe we can step back for a moment and think about visualizing Emacs as a mental map. So here too I'm going to draw on Trocmé-Fabre, and she is building her ideas on those of Tony Buzan, who was the popularizer of the mind map. So mind maps begin with a core, which with Emacs is the Emacs core, which now includes org. They extend outwards from the core through relational codes, and then through keywords and cycling, mind maps function to bring out further ideas, and this may be the experience you've already had with your Emacs. Then finally, these mind maps extend outwards at the periphery. In thinking about how this applies to Emacs, we can think about how, yes, indeed, we all share the same core, but then we extend this core outwards into our personal configurations. So this is the social moment, but this social moment is integral to Emacs because Emacs fully achieves its meaning when it is being applied, extended, and customized in this way. Further, these social branches are relevant to the continuation of learning how to learn how to use Emacs. So for example, we may have our first configuration file, and then we might want to compare it with other people's configuration files, not only to see what code they're using, but also to see how it is that they are implementing certain functionalities within their workflow. So along these lines then, descriptive configuration files are extremely helpful. This map then of Emacs can be considered as a frontierless heuristic schema, borrowing from Trocmé-Fabre, frontierless because we can extend our use of Emacs as far as we want, heuristic again because we're using it to solve problems, etc. This is a free system that extends following our own paths of desire, if I can use that phrase from design. So it's following our own paths of desire, but yet it is a shared tool. So this is an idea of the convivial tool to draw on Ivan Illich. Emacs is itself a design pattern framework, so we can visualize this through the mind map, but we can also go back to thinking about how Christopher Alexander's work inspired Richard Gabriel to think about systems of systems within software, and he, drawing on Alexander, says, well, there is such a thing as a being of successful software if it succeeds in being a center of centers, as we saw before. So in Emacs, then, we have a system that's made up of other systems, of communicating components that work together to provide a comprehensive set of capabilities that can be customized, specialized, and extended to provide more or slightly different capabilities. So if we're not finding what we need within the core, we can look for packages that allow us to extend in a certain way, or we write our own, or we begin to write in Emacs Lisp. And speaking of personal customizations, Emacs can be considered as an extension of the as yet unfulfilled promise of general computing. In the 1980s, Michael Crichton wrote that it's easy to use computers, which is fortunate because everyone's going to have to learn. It's not easy to use computers wisely, which is unfortunate because everyone's going to have to learn. Emacs is wise computing because everyone's Emacs is their own. We see that it is an exercise in heuristics, but while it is complex on some level, we want to remember that it can be used easily by anybody as often or as seldom as they want for the purpose that they are choosing and shaped according to their own taste. So again, I'm drawing on Ivan Illich here. Emacs then champions the human place and is a support in our learning how to learn. So now I want to think about being inspired by the Emacs design pattern and comparing what I think I've learned about how Emacs works with some research that has been done by Philip Guo and his colleagues about how technology is being used in certain online contexts. Researchers continue to note how the modes of delivery of content continue to change in terms of what is considered effective and what is not. The talking head was considered effective, for example. Lectures needed to be broken down into shorter segments. But I would say that by using Emacs and by working within the Emacs ecosystem, one is already used to representing one's knowledge in a variety of different ways. So if we are called tomorrow to deliver in a different way, we're already used to thinking about this within Emacs. So, for example, merely by changing a header argument, one can change the way in which text in a file is executed. So we see then this easy iteration within Emacs. We can also think about how Emacs can be considered in terms of a help for developing rhetorical topoi. Topoi being places where we find things, places where we find ideas, because we can circulate among the different tasks and texts that we are working on within Emacs seamlessly. This increases the likelihood that we can gain the inspiration of the collage of different ideas that bring out new ideas. At least this is how I've experienced Emacs, if I may add that anecdotal observation. And speaking of bringing out ideas, we see how changing Emacs functionalities can help us bring out ideas, for example, through how we can use plant UML easier today than ever before. So we can now include mental maps within our Emacs files if we want to, but also if we're thinking about Emacs helping us both remember the material that we're working with and represent it, we can think of it in terms of its archival functions. So we can see an example of this in Sasha Chua's init, where she is using Emacs to manage her recent sketches. This would be really useful for implementation in terms of what the researchers, Philip Guo and his colleagues, discovered with regards to how today Khan style slides are considered more effective than traditional slides, because if one is able to integrate the other kinds of sketches that one has been doing within Emacs and therefore have them at hand more easily, it would be easier to represent this material as needed in the changing context of the classroom. We can see from this example of Sasha Chua's init that we learn by following the traces left by others in the community. So we were saying then that Emacs extends outwards through these social branches, and indeed we can speak of the grammar of interaction that we benefit from by being a member of the Emacs community. And this wonderful phrase comes to us from a book that was co-edited by our very own former org father, Bastien Gary, in an interview that he led with Nicolas Gaume. Nicolas Gaume was explaining how in video games we see our character and compare our character to other characters, and we watch how other characters make decisions and the outcomes of these decisions and their trajectories in the game, and then we compare where we are with respect to this, and by having this comparison, it helps us chart out our own path, so we can experience this grammar of interaction within Emacs every time we compare our config with that of others. Emacs further champions the social element through co-individuation, which is a term coined by Bernard Stiegler. This means the meaning that is known and shared by other individuals, what is it that we know and share within Emacs. It is how to improve our lives through customizing Emacs in specific ways. So if one person reaches the apotheosis of individuation and they're living the life they dreamed of through their Emacs use, they can share this information with somebody else who too can come to realize themselves in this way. Without the social milieu, without this attention to the human element, the technical milieu inevitably becomes a negative externality. So here I'm drawing on Bernard Stiegler. What does this mean? This means where knowledge becomes automaticized, it becomes a closed and self-referential system. Because it's self-referential and closed, there is no need for any human input. So the human within this system turns into a servant. By contrast, by using human-centered Emacs, we are able to take care of our neighbors. We can write extensions for them. We can help each other on the forums. We can even teach just one more person how to use Emacs. And this idea comes from Ivan Illich, who extends it to say that by taking care of our neighbors in this way, this enables us to excel at using the best available tools, the tool here being Emacs. The community aspect of Emacs can also be seen in how the core of Emacs itself is evolving. So just like we are configuring and programming Emacs while we are using it, Emacs too continues to develop as the core expands. So in this too, we see how Emacs is a model of design pattern learning that we can be inspired from. And the fact that people from the Emacs community are able to contribute to the core brings emphasis to the community role in this design pattern. So at the beginning we were saying we're interested in the complex assemblage not just of activities and tools but also of people. So here we are talking about an Emacs community. This is also thanks to the selfless work of people like Sasha Chua or blog rings such as Planet Emacs Life that bring us together so that we truly can say that there is a community. This conference is an example of this, and thanks to the conference organizers. But this community, because of the free core, allows for there to be different viewpoints within the community. And one thing that I've noticed about the Emacs community is that there are sometimes even competing views within the community. This can be considered proof of concept of systems thinker and philosopher Edgar Morin's idea of a cognitive democracy, which is to say a community that is nourished by antagonisms while also regulating them. The being of this very special community then very importantly stems from how at the center we have free software that allows for this range of difference and range of extensibility to exist even within the community. So by way of a conclusion, we can think of Emacs as the center of centers that expands, that is relational and free. Only in some systems we should add, does this being emerge? So this going back to Richard Gabriel, just to champion Emacs one more time before we say goodbye. Only in some systems, some software systems, does a system succeed in becoming the center of all of the other centers and become a framework that can be used and reused, which gives systems and objects their spirit. So Emacs is being used and reused through these packages, and it gives to them their spirit. The spirit, I would argue, is in part this extensibility and sometimes even difference. Emacs values the value of the freedom to create, use, and share, so we can be inspired by this design pattern. It rallies an autonomous designer mindset and encourages and supports us on our path towards design pattern iteration. It is not a flattened contextualization. It permits ongoing learning, reassembling contexts, and an adaptable design pattern extensibility. Ultimately, it helps us create circumstances where learning is coherent with what is valued in the rest of life: pleasure, growth, and transformation. So thank you on that note to all of the developers, maintainers, contributors, and community for championing our freedom to co-individuate, complex design patterns the way we want to, so we too can leave original traces if we want to. Thank you very much.
Okay, hi again everyone. So really sorry about the out of syncness of the later part of the talk. It's something in a pre-recording. I tried my best to shuffle the disc and somehow it didn't work. Sadly, Greta said she would be available for a live Q&A, but because of the technical issues we've been running into, she's been answering questions on ISC and on the pad. I will just show it to you right there. If you look at the pad, many of the questions, Greta will be able to answer them. And okay, so without further ado, so as to not waste more time, I'm now going to announce the next talk, which is how Emacs made me appreciate software freedom. Now, this is the talk by Protesilaos, and you might know Prot, obviously, from his videos or his themes. And in this particular talk, Prot shares how he got interested in Emacs and why freedom matters. So I'm just going to get the next talk going. Give me just a second. Okay, let's go.
Hello EmacsConf, hello world. Today I will talk to you about how Emacs made me appreciate software freedom. My name is Protesilaos, also known as Prot. I am joining you today from the mountains of Cyprus. Cyprus is an island in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. So let's remove this header from the top of the presentation and proceed with today's talk. In that header, you can find a link to my website as well, protesilaos.com. My presentation focuses on the intersection between software freedom and what we find in the Emacs milieu. Here, the Emacs milieu encompasses two magnitudes. One, the program we use, and two, the diverse global community of people that has grown organically around it. I will talk to you about how Emacs made me appreciate software freedom and helped me exercise it to its full potential. Personal anecdotes are not the main focus of this talk. Rather, they serve the ancillary role of making certain insights more relatable. The presentation is theoretical in nature and targeted at a general audience. No knowledge of programming is required. It is assumed, however, that you are familiar with some basic concepts, such as the fact that Emacs is extended with the Emacs Lisp programming language, or that Emacs is a GNU project that champions end-user software freedom. Let's start with a few words about me before elaborating further. I was born in Greece in 1988 and was raised there. As a kid, I was not into tech-related activities, not at all. All I cared about was playing football, association football, also known as soccer, and staying outdoors. My formal education is in the humanities, or else the liberal arts. I had a career in politics, and I lived in Brussels, Belgium, where I worked at the European Parliament, among others. After some intense soul-searching, I realized I did not want to be a political operator anymore, and made some radical changes in my life. I have since come to terms with the fact that I am a philosopher. I am not a programmer, neither by trade nor education. I code for leisure. I was not tech-savvy until my mid-20s. I have been using GNU/Linux distributions since the summer of 2016, while I switched to Emacs full-time in the summer of 2019. Before that switch, I was running a bespoke environment that involved several standalone programs like Vim, Tmax, and a tiling window manager. I am the creator and maintainer of the Modus themes package. The themes are Modus operandi and Modus vivendi, but they are grouped together in the package called Modus themes. These are designed to conform with the highest accessibility standard for legibility and optionally support the needs of users with red-green color deficiency, deuteranopia as it is known. The themes are built into Emacs version 28 or higher. A section of my website is dedicated to them, as well as to all my other Emacs-related contributions. For the remainder of this 40-minute talk, I will explain how Emacs made me appreciate software freedom, how it empowers me in my day-to-day computing, and the lessons I have drawn from that liberating experience. So let's proceed to the body of this presentation, and the first section is titled The Inherent Emacs Qualities for an Autodidact. Emacs has this reputation of being extremely hard to learn and difficult to get started with. So how does someone like me, who was not even tech literate a few years ago, go on to use Emacs effectively? How do you start from zero with no knowledge of Lisp and with only a rudimentary understanding of programming to eventually maintain packages for Emacs and even contribute directly to Emacs Git and other sources? The answer to these and related questions lies in the very description of Emacs as a self-documenting piece of software. It means that Emacs has a robust help system which informs you about the state of a given construct, such as what the original and current values of a variable are, or whether some function is being advised, as it is known, else dynamically adjusted by another function, and what that advice amounts to. The self-documenting nature of Emacs is combined with the fact that it consists of free software. Not only do we get information about what Emacs knows, but have the underlying code readily available to us. For example, every help buffer provides a link to the source of the item it references. We can study that and edit it as we wish. Self-documentation and free software are blended together with a third quality of Emacs: its implementation as a Lisp machine, or else its ability to evaluate Lisp code and make use of it directly. The ubiquity and uniformity of the Lisp interpreter, together with the immediacy of its results, help one learn how to use Emacs and how to write Emacs Lisp expressions. For someone who is self-taught like me, and who often learns through a process of trial and error, this is of great value. Learning how to use Emacs and how to write in eLisp is the basic skill set you need to also start extending Emacs for your own use, or even for publishing packages and making contributions to Emacs Git directly. That is because the skills you acquire by tinkering with your init.el as a beginner will always stay with you throughout your time as an Emacs user. That is empowering in itself. It rewards your investment in time and effort. The more you learn, the more capable you become to enact change, to configure things to your liking, and develop the exact workflow that you want without making any compromises. Compare that to, say, my tiling window manager. I can configure it with a shell script. So I learn POSIX shell, or let's say bash. But my knowledge of the shell does not extend to modifying the behavior of the window manager as such, because that is not implemented as a shell script, but in another language. So for an autodidact like me, it is more difficult to learn yet another paradigm before I can achieve what I want. How do you make that extra step without self-documentation and without the immediacy as well as the transparency that you get from the Emacs Lisp interpreter? It is more demanding, which makes Emacs comparatively easier when we account for the longer-term effort involved. Let's move to the next section, the interconnectedness of the Emacs space. As I already mentioned, Emacs rewards you for the investment in time and effort you put into it. In my experience, this makes it easier to master than a combination of otherwise disparate tools, each with its own paradigm of interaction and particularities of implementation. Before switching to Emacs, I was using a combination of standalone programs as part of a bespoke computing environment that I had pieced together. The program called Mat would handle my emails. Newsboat dealt with my RSS feeds. The music player daemon took care of my music collection while I was doing work inside of a terminal emulator which was running a multiplexer, Tmax, and Vim for on-the-fly text editing. Each of these and others related to them are fine in their own right, but their gestalt, their combined form, leaves something to be desired. Their lack of homogeneity meant that I could not develop portable skills between them. There is no interoperability. What holds true in Vim does not apply to the multiplexer. The prevalent methods in the email client cannot be used in the RSS reader, and so on. Whereas everything that is implemented in eLisp partakes in the same environment automatically. If, say, you know how to use keyboard macros to edit code, you already know how to use the exact same skill to, for example, create and delete windows in a process that involves text editing as well as some elaborate file management operations with Emacs's directory editor program or file manager, dir-ed. If you have a command that scrolls down half a screen, it immediately works in all your buffers, regardless of whether their major mode is about reading emails, editing text, and queuing songs to a playlist, and so on. Emacs provides a level of integration that I consider peerless. Everything the user deals with is implemented in eLisp, and all the user edits is ultimately with eLisp. As such, the environment itself provides the conditions for drawing linkages between different yet consubstantive modes of interaction. For example, I use bongo.el to play back songs from my music collection. My music directory is configured to have a special minor mode, so when I access it with dir-ed, it has commands that allow me to enqueue albums or songs to a playlist, create playlists, etc. Also, I have an org capture template which lets me store the details of the currently playing track and tag it accordingly. Continuing with the example of Bongo, I make it interface with my RSS reader, lfeed.el, by having the latter add podcast and video links to the former's playback queue. All this is done by simply reusing the same Emacs Lisp skills that I learned while configuring and extending Emacs. The interconnectedness of the Emacs space empowers the end user. It makes such emergent workflows possible. And the best part is there are no dirty hacks involved. It is an innate feature of the system. You are leveraging the freedom that Emacs gives you in a way that confers agency on you. You assume the initiative. It gives you confidence to continue honing your skills in anticipation of further optimizing and controlling in full your own integrated computing environment. Next section, the documentation culture of the Emacs community. If what I have mentioned thus far was all there was to the Emacs experience, there would still be something to be desired. Because while self-documentation is great, it is meant to draw from and be a complement to some handwritten material. Both new and existing users must be able to read what something is supposed to do, what its main points of entry are, how it relates to other parts, and so on. This is about the human aspect of Emacs, the strong documentation culture of its community, rather than an irreducible feature of the program we use. As a matter of packaging etiquette, every non-trivial form in an eLisp library must have a documentation string. What a variable or function does needs to be spelled out in clear terms. Furthermore, the best and most well-maintained packages, whether those are built into Emacs or distributed via an Emacs Lisp package archive, also known as ELPA, come with their own info manual. Unlike a generic README, those manuals are more like fully fledged books with a table of contents, cross-references, and indices for concepts, functions, variables, key bindings. In short, there is a tradition around programming with Emacs Lisp which values informative, high-quality guidelines intended for end users. Apart from what each individual package does, Emacs itself ships with a helpful tutorial for newcomers, a comprehensive manual, a book targeted at non-programmers titled An Introduction to Programming in Emacs Lisp, as well as a reference manual for eLisp itself. All this material, all that wealth of knowledge is readily available to the end user through the built-in info reader. The details on how to access the info reader are already explained in the initial Learn by Doing tutorial. For people like me who are self-taught, the documentation culture of the community ensures that we are not left behind. It gives us the chance to learn from the experts and to become better ourselves. Writing clear and concise documentation is also beneficial for those who do it. It helps them clarify their ideas and improve their communication skills. These contribute to fostering a more humane social element in the community. In my experience, the Emacs community has a propensity against becoming elitist. It helps integrate new members by not hiding anything from them, on top of Emacs's inherent emancipatory qualities as described before: self-documentation, eLisp interpreter, free software. At the same time, the community strives for excellence, so it expects newcomers to do their part in reading what is generously offered to them. There is a difference between sharing knowledge and spoon-feeding it to users. The latter method, that of spoon-feeding, keeps users dependent on it and is thus detrimental to them in the long run. The Emacs community disseminates what it knows and wants newcomers to assume agency and be responsible for doing their part in learning how things work. The community's documentation culture and uncompromising standards ensure that even once unskilled users like me can become productive with Emacs and unleash its full potential. What newcomers need is commitment and an open mind to study what they have. Next section, the Promethean ideal of freeing know-how and expertise. The documentation culture of the Emacs community springs from a consideration of practicality. When you explain what your program does, it is more likely that others will show interest in it and incorporate it in their workflow, whereas freed source code that is distributed without any accompanying documentation will most likely only attract a handful of enthusiastic hackers. Still good, but could be better. Apart from its practical use though, writing documentation for the end user shows a spirit of altruism, an ethos of caring for others and wanting to empower them in their endeavors. It essentially is the same as helping someone, helping them escape from the ignorance that contributes to their sense of powerlessness. I experienced this myself. By reading the docs, I was able to go from an unskilled rookie to a competent Emacs user. Part of that competence consists in maintaining eLisp packages and contributing code directly to Emacs Git. Writing documentation is about disseminating knowledge and expertise, not keeping it an exclusive right of some elite. Allow me then to liken this to the ancient Greek myth of Prometheus, or Prometheus. Prometheus was a titan, or else a deity, who decided to teach the know-how of handling fire to humanity. The art of fire is an allegory about know-how in general, not specifically pyrotechnics. So Prometheus liberated that key knowledge by taking it away from the exclusivity of the gods and bringing it into the domain of humankind as a libre resource. This act of altruism propelled humanity to new heights. Every field of expertise is all about handling fire, fire in this allegorical sense, in the sense of implementing essential know-how. Why would Prometheus, an exalted being, ever bother with the fallible and frail humanity? Why did a god want to empower humans instead of, say, making them dependent on the know-how of fire? If we look at the world around us, we witness how its overlords are unscrupulously trying to enclose the commons and take advantage of expertise in order to exploit us. Why would Prometheus not do the same thing and enslave us for the rest of eternity? The answer is that, unlike the world's aspiring tyrants, Prometheus represents a higher conscience, one that is not corrupted by egocentrism and the greed of short-term profiteering. This higher conscience makes sense of the bigger picture and can foresee that the distribution of know-how empowers those who can access it freely to reach their potential. It is no coincidence that the ancient sages used the name Prometheus, because that name means the prescient one, the foreseer, the one who knows in advance. This is a lesson on the outlook we ought to maintain, where we aspire to our highest. We want to be the best version of ourselves, by being more like Prometheus. We want our actions to be guided by this Promethean ideal of liberating know-how, of making expertise readily available, and of providing others with the chance to prosper. When we all do so, we are collectively better off. Free software is a microcosm of that principle. So let's move on to the next section. The killer apps of Emacs. Let's be a bit more practical now. Many new users are attracted to Emacs because it has one or a few immensely useful applications they would like to use. This typically covers org and or one of its numerous accoutrements, though there are other excellent packages that qualify as killer apps like OmegaT. The fact that Emacs has such killer apps is good. It shows that its extensibility is not some theoretical upside of the Lisp interpreter. It has tangible utility to a wide user base, including those who do not write eLisp themselves. Furthermore, those killer apps are good as they help bring in newcomers and potential contributors to the fold, while they provide real value to the existing members of the community. The more people we have and the happier they are with using Emacs, the higher the chances that we receive some new ideas or code from them. The notion of a killer app does, however, come with a latent downside when targeted at outsiders to the Emacs milieu. And that is because packages like org and OmegaT do not have a standalone presence. They are always used in Emacs, or rather together with the rest of Emacs, which means that the user has to know what to expect from Emacs. You may be aware of the type of user who proclaims that they want to boost their productivity, but who also expects immediate results. When you bring the killer app rhetoric to such a crowd, you run the risk of misleading them into a false sense of self-confidence and concomitant expectations of success. Such users may be tempted to try org, OmegaT, and others, but are most likely going to endure a frustrating experience overall. The reason is that they are oblivious to what Emacs is and what is required to get started with it on a sustainable basis. Org, OmegaT, and friends are fantastic tools in their own right, but they still are part of Emacs. To use them effectively, you have to develop at least a modicum of understanding on what Emacs does. You must be patient and approach this endeavor with an open mind. Go through the tutorial. Familiarize yourself with the help system. Make a habit out of reading info manuals, and take things slowly. No killer app can ever be a substitute for commitment to a cause. No vaunted life hack will ever provide a direct conduit to some fountain of knowledge. With regard to software freedom and user empowerment, what I have learned is that the impulse for the killer app ought to emanate from a position of knowledge. You need to know what you are searching for, and you need to know where you will implement that. First, we need to temper our expectations and prefer propitious growth in learning over instant gratification. With Emacs, we have a strong foundation for our computing freedom. It consists of the inherent qualities of the program together with the documentation culture and creativity of the community. Once we learn how to benefit from those, we have everything we need to become proficient in all the modes of interaction that are available to us. Think of it as choosing Emacs and Org, Emacs and MongoGT, Emacs and Org and MongoGT, etc. Next section. You can't be an Emacs tourist. What I just talked about implies that you cannot simply switch to Emacs over the weekend or on a whimsy. You can't use it opportunistically to run a quick demo with which to impress your peers and win some inane nerd cred. Forget about such frivolous superficialities. Emacs is a sophisticated tool intended for some serious work. It has been around for several decades, and it incorporates the knowledge of a diverse group of contributors. Even if you want to use Emacs just for org mode or whatever killer app, you still have to try to learn things in earnest. You still need to read the relevant info manual, understand how to make changes to the plethora of user options on offer, and generally don't feel lost while working with Emacs. This is more so if you use Emacs to its full potential as an integrated computing environment, as your general purpose interface to the computer, where you handle uniformly coding and writing prose, your email correspondence, your RSS feeds, your music collection, your agenda and to-do lists, and so on. The difficulty of Emacs is higher for those who approach it without understanding what they are getting themselves into, or for those who are naive enough to believe that they can cheat their way out of learning the fundamentals. The gist is that you cannot be an Emacs tourist. You can't go into Emacs land thinking that you will spend a couple of memorable days there and head back home to regale others with stories about your adventures. It does not work that way. You commit to Emacs for the long term, for the freedom it offers you. Freedom in the moral sense, but also in the very practical ways in which you can mold and extend your personal workflows with precision. Now you may wonder, why do I mention those things? Shouldn't we make Emacs easier for everyone? Yes, of course. We should make everything as simple as possible. Though that still does not refashion Emacs into something entirely different. We continue to have a potent tool at our disposal that we must treat with the requisite respect. Take, for instance, the various frameworks that set up Emacs in an opinionated way so that newcomers get everything set up for them out of the box. There is nothing wrong with those frameworks. In fact, a large part of the community uses them to great effect. However, the point stands. Even after every package has been set up for you, you still have to put in the work in making use of your newfound computing freedom. But you may insist, is that not some sort of gatekeeping? Are you not being an elitist by telling people how they must invest time and effort in making the best out of their Emacs experience? No, I think this is not elitism. There are no secrets here, no artificial barriers to entry, no impediments to making progress, no tricks, no gimmicks. It just is a statement of fact. Freedom entails responsibility. It requires people to take the initiative and assert control over the factors that are within their reach. Freedom ultimately means that we no longer remain dependent on being spoon-fed. We assume agency. And with this, I want to come to the final section of this presentation. The title is Emacs as a Champion of Software Freedom. To my mind, Emacs is the embodiment of the GNU project's ethos. Everything you expect from a program that is underpinned by the values of software freedom is found in Emacs. What you get is not merely an ethical tool, important though that is, but also a gift that will keep on giving. A gift for you to further empower yourself as a computer user. I understood that freedom of software is not about liberating the code itself. It is about sharing libre code in order to emancipate the user. The best way to achieve that is by emulating Prometheus. Don't just give people the so-called fire. Offer them the underlying know-how. Emacs taught me the virtues of software freedom in a way that nothing else in the GNU/Linux space ever did. Here's an example from a few years ago. I needed a markdown editor. I wanted it to center the body of the text on display. It should have configurable font families and point sizes. Spell checking for Greek and English should be included. The colors had to be editable as well, so I could adjust them to a level of legibility I was comfortable with. While there are plenty of Libre programs, I did not find one I could control and inspect to the extent I can with Emacs, which made me feel that I had stagnated. There was an indelible line dividing users from developers. Whereas Emacs invites you to blur the distinction between the user and the developer. It furnishes the means to become proficient in it, while the community complements those with its documentation culture and overall creativity. You start off as a complete ignoramus, but soon pick up skills that remain useful for as long as you work with Emacs. And if you really want to take it a step further, you know where to look for inspiration and guidance. Before you realize it, you start writing code in eLisp and can one day share it with others. What I have learned over the past 2.5 years as an Emacs user is that if you go from scratch and are meticulous in your approach, you will need a few days or weeks before everything starts to make sense. After that initial awkward phase, during which you familiarize yourself with the basics, everything else will become easier to learn. It is a matter of gaining more experience, one step at a time. As with every field of expertise, Emacs expects you to work for it and to earn it. For me, that is worth it. In terms of being malleable in a consistent way and transparent in what it does, Emacs is in a league of its own. In conclusion, folks, Emacs allowed me to assert control over a great portion of my quotidian computing. It helped me grow out of the state of ignorance I was in, a state that rendered me powerless to use the computer exactly how I wanted. For that, I am grateful. I now consider it my duty to contribute back to this wonderful project and this awesome community. So thank you very much for your attention in watching today's presentation. Special thanks to the EmacsConf organizers and volunteers. This is all from my side, folks. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Awesome. Well, Thank you so much, Rod. I know that you are right now on ISC answering questions, and you thank me, but it's only natural that we would thank you as well. Okay, so sadly we won't be able to have Prot on live Q&A right now, but he's already been answering questions on ISC. I'm not sure if he's answering questions on the pad, so we might want to get working on this, but as a result, we'll get started with the next talk now. And this next talk is, let me get the title. The problem when you're using Emacs to stream it, that sometimes Emacs likes to freeze at the worst possible time. Okay, so this is the NonGNU ELPA update by Philip. And Philip gives us an update on how the non-GNU package archive is going and how to contribute packages, especially since copyright assignment is not required. And on that note, let's get started.
My name is Greg Coladonato, and this is my presentation named One Effective Computer Science Grad Student Workflow. For self-introduction, I've been an Emacs user since 1989 when I was an undergrad in computer science, and I'm still an Emacs user now, and I'm getting a Master's of Science in Computer Science. My day job,
Whoops, sorry folks, it looks like I got the wrong talk, so just give me a second to get the right one. There we go. There we go, and there we go. Sorry about this.
Hello, my name is Philip, and I'll be giving a brief update on NonGNU ELPA. Before we begin, let's first make sure everyone's on the same page. What is NonGNU ELPA? Put simply, NonGNU ELPA is a new Emacs Lisp package archive similar to its sister archive, GNU ELPA. The main difference is that GNU ELPA regards each package in the archive to be part of Emacs itself. This means each significant contributor has to have signed their copyright to the Free Software Foundation. NonGNU ELPA is made for packages that cannot ensure this condition. The immediate consequence of all of this is that more packages can be installed out of the box. All you need to install, for example, OmegaT, Evil Mode, Slime, is a simple Emacs package install. The more subtle consequence is that ELPA distributes stable packages by default. This differs from, for example, the community maintains package archive MELPA, where each change in the respective package repository triggers a new package to be rebuilt. Of course, stable here has to be taken with a grain of salt, because on the one hand, a package maintainer can be very careful to avoid buggy codes in their default branch, and on the other hand, a package maintainer can be too eager to tag a new release without properly checking that the code works as intended. My personal hope is that with more people using NonGNU ELPA, the incentive will increase for package development to shift away from the currently predominant rolling release model, improving the overall stability of Emacs configurations. Another side effect of the initiative is a chance to clean up the Emacs package space. Over the last few years, a lot of packages have been abandoned, have been broken, duplicated, or even in some cases replaced by functionality in Emacs itself. When reviewing packages for NonGNU ELPA, the opportunity to avoid these problems will hopefully also improve the general quality of Emacs packages. So, what is this update about? I'm taking Richard Stallman's announcement at EmacsConf 2020 as my reference point. There the idea, the history and the motivation was explained, and a call for contributions was made. I won't be going into these aspects again this year. As this implies, there was nothing concrete at that point. The first practical steps towards NonGNU ELPA were taken up by Stefan Monnier. This included updating GNU ELPA's build system to support the requirements of NonGNU ELPA as well. And so eventually the idea became a Git repository, NonGNU Git on Savannah, then a website, elpa.nongnu.org, and then around late December of last year, NonGNU ELPA was also added to the package archives list. Sadly, progress stalled from this point on, with the new archive consisting of only 5 or 6 packages. It took until August for more packages to be added, some by their respective authors such as OmegaT and Projectile, but most by contributors such as myself. As of recording, the archive has around 70 packages, with more pending to be added soon. These include popular applications such as the previously mentioned NonGNU, Slime, or wgrep, major modes like PHP mode, Rust mode, Go mode, Clojure mode, Lua mode, Markdown mode, you get my points, and a number of visual themes, among other things. If you are interested in using NonGNU ELPA, but are still bound to an older version of Emacs, all you have to do is to add the snippet from the NonGNU ELPA homepage, updating the package archives variable. For Emacs 28 and newer, one might have to watch out that you're not setting package archives directly, and if you are doing so, to update the value. Emacs 28 only updates the default value and will not manipulate the user's configuration. Finally, a short note for package developers. Most packages up until now haven't been added by their maintainers. For the most part, I have been collecting and reviewing the packages which have been added, which takes time and is one of the main reasons why we're still at only 70 packages. This is of course not a permanent solution. The intention here is to bootstrap, so to say, the interest in NonGNU ELPA by making it more interesting to use and thus more interesting to contribute to. If you are interested in adding a package that already exists or a new package to NonGNU ELPA, all you need to do is send an email to the Emacs development mailing list, emacs/devel@gnu.org. This is an open mailing list and requires no special registration. Your message should mention NonGNU ELPA in the subject and contain a link to a public Git repository in the body. Ideally, a brief explanation on what your package does would be much appreciated. The proposal will be reviewed by the readers of the mailing list, and after a bit of back and forth on possible issues and improvements, the package will hopefully be added to NonGNU ELPA itself. The simplest mistake a lot of packages make is to either not have or maintain a version attribute in the package header. This is done despite actually being necessary for a well-formed Emacs package, according to the eLisp manual. ELPA relies on this tag to detect new package versions that will be built and distributed. If the version isn't updated, no new package will be released, and any changes won't be made public. So, that's that on NonGNU ELPA. To summarize, NonGNU ELPA is a new package archive for Emacs without a need for copyright assignments. It works, it exists, and it's being used already. I'm looking forward to more packages being added to the archive and improving the overall experience of Emacs out of the box. Thank you for your interest, and goodbye.
Okay, hi everyone. So thank you for the recording. Oh, sorry, my co-hosts are in the background yelling in my ear for something completely unrelated. Let me just get the stream up. So right now, Philip has told us that he was going to be in a BBB room. Let me just try to find the stream. Where is it? Chill Emacs? Oh, there we go. Okay, so if you look on the left, we have the NonGNU ELPA page. So if you are on a schedule, if you go down to Philip's talk, which was at 11:48, you click on it, you will have a live Q&A link, which won't be on the stream. Right now we need to rush to go through with the other pre-recordings, but you can join and go ask questions to Philip for 10, 15 minutes or however long he needs. Okay, I can't afford to spend more time on this, so I hope it was clear enough. Amin also, Bandali on ISC has also pasted a link to the room, so feel free to join by using that link. Okay. So moving on to the next talk, we have manual package management, in the era of repositories, Why and How by Davon, also known as Coding Quark. And here's Davon showing us how he simulates packages into his Emacs configuration by using Borg.
Hello, my name is Dhawan, also known as Coding Quark.
Okay, sorry, just interrupting very rudely. We'll actually be recording the Q&A going on in the other session, so don't worry if you can stay, watch the talk right now, and you won't miss anything. All the questions will be on the pad and the Q&A as well. Okay, getting back to the talk now. Sorry about this.
I started out learning Emacs without knowing I had to plug things in to make it work. Eventually, I had to learn to set up ELPA. Since then, I have used MELPA and Debian apt sources. Recent discussions about ELPA, NonGNU ELPA, MELPA, etc. made me reconsider what I was doing with my Emacs. I'm not the kind of person to mindlessly ram things into my Emacs. I like to ponder, to understand, to have a real level of control and mindfulness about my Emacs. It is not just a matter of trying things out. It is about living an examined life, as the Greeks would say, or sutta, as Buddhists would say. Such an Emacs is an Emacs worth having. This pursuit of mine brought me to learn about Borg, and I am going to share with you how to use it. I believe the approach of using Borg for package management is not for everyone. It involves knowing Git. It involves looking into source code and reading make files. Sure, anyone can learn should they be motivated so. But people have different priorities. This is what is working for me right now. Here is what we are going to do. We will set up Debian, install dependencies, set up Borg, install a package, and make sure it installs all the docs. Let's get started. Would it not be amazing if we could start out with just Debian and basic tools? For Borg, we need Git build essentials and something to build docs, nothing more. Now that we have the OS set up, it is time to clone what is called a seed. A seed will speed our process up by providing things like Magit, EPKG, autocompile, etc. We will soon be using EPKG and Magit. The docs cover how to start without a seed, but for the purposes of a short demo, seeds are better. I started with a seed for my own .emacs. It is fairly slim. As you can see, Borg uses Git URLs and not HTTP URLs. Make sure you have your SSH key set up on GitHub, GitLab, etc. Bootstrapping is like cloning a .emacs, but it only comes with a useful .git submodules file. We get a make file that has targets like help and bootstrap Borg. There will be more targets after we finish the bootstrapping process. Then we need to clone all the Git modules, which is also done by a make target. This time it will not just pull the Git submodules, but will also run various things like autocompilation, infodoc installation, etc. Good thing we installed TAC-info earlier. Now that we have Borg bootstrapped, let's see how to assimilate a drone. Well, that's just a Borg way of saying how to install a new package. We get to work from inside Emacs now. Borg has excellent infodocs, should you ever be having questions. I earlier talked about using a seed. Borg docs go into details of what that means. I encourage you to read the docs. Let's try to install LSP mode. Examining LSP mode with EPKG's helper function, we can see details of the package, dependencies required, and so on. EPKG uses SQLite database. Now you know why I installed SQLite in the OS preparation step. Well, LSP mode has way too many dependencies for this demo. Note how one is naturally led to take a peek at the innards of the packages in this simple workflow. As I said, it is about being mindful. Okay, instead of LSP mode, let's take a look at Prod's excellent modest themes. No extra dependencies needed. That is perfect. The themes have great docs, and our philosopher friend is good at writing. Alright, first we clone the package. This allows us to inspect the code should we want to. Well, you should. Upon inspecting the code, we ask board to assimilate the package. This will load the code into our Emacs and make the package available for use. Wait, I was raising all the docs, but where are they? To install the docs, we need to instruct Borg about where to find them. To do this, we edit Git modules file and add the details. There they are. We have our docs. Alright, we have assimilated the package. After sufficient testing, we can commit it as a part of our own .emacs, which is a drone of our Borg collective. Since all the packages are Git submodules, we get to use Magit, all hail Magit, and Borg's helper functions to commit the code. Now create your own .rel file and hack away. So that is it. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I will be hanging out in IRC should you have any questions. Thank you and bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let me put up the stream again. Oh, is the chat? Did I lose the chat? Okay, there we go. Okay, so Colin Quark on IC, who's the speaker of the previous talk, is now answering question. So feel free to ask question over there, and we'll also direct the speaker to the pad so that they can answer more question afterwards. Okay, without further ado, let's get started with the next talk, which is by Kevin Haddock, and which is introducing an angulator. So you can use Emacs to prototype your ideas, and in his talk, Kevin Haddock shows us an interface he built in Emacs to experiment with different ways of managing files. So let's get started.
Hello, this is Kevin Haddock to announce the introduction of an angulator, hereafter called NA. NA allows you, the user, to supply the meaning to your data in a concise, efficient way. How does it work? That your files are stored on your hard disk in what technically is called a hierarchical file system. What this means is that the root of the directory tree can be not only files, or what we call leaves, but also other folders/branches that themselves contain other files, leaves, and/or branches. This structure is supposed to make it easy to locate your data, but as anyone knows who has worked with this single-dimensional file system for any length of time, it can get quite frustrating when your file would fit equally well on more than one branch of the tree. What are you to do? Create multiple copies everywhere it might appropriately fit? But what if the file was something people would occasionally modify, like a spreadsheet or a computer source file? You would have to hunt it down in every place and apply those changes everywhere by hand. Also, let's say not only did you want to put the file in multiple places, but it was also more appropriate to give it different names. Plus, let's say in different areas of the tree there were files with the same name that had totally different content. Then updating all the different instances of the file you need would become more and more of a nightmare. In addition, wouldn't it be great if we could all speed up the actual searching for a particular file by selecting multiple branches in the tree and simply asking the computer to tell us which branches under those contain the same file and which do not. This would be especially great if it were instantaneous. Well, believe it or not, this is what NA brings to the table. In fact, this is how NA got its name. Your data is located by a process very similar to the triangulation used to locate radio signals, only we are not limited to just 2 or 3 angles, but instead many dozens can be used. This makes NA appear to be what is known in computer lingo as an n-dimensional sparse array. If that sounds complex, don't worry, it will become clear when you see it in operation in a couple of minutes. To start out here, we see the NA main screen. There are 2 vital aspects of mastering NA. First is the actual mechanics of using the program, which should be second nature for most anyone familiar with either a Windows or Unix/Apple file system. We have the same operations as one might do with Windows Explorer or any number of other file tools, but what we also do, that generally they do not, is place a leaf on a branch, then cruise around adding links to that leaf on a multitude of other branches, which could include creating, renaming, or restructuring more branches on the fly as needed. Plus, when we find ourselves hunting for that file, we can incrementally select a stack of branches while seeking what the latter branches have in common with the earlier ones to make putting one's finger on exactly the item they are looking for a snap. Secondly, you have the actual art of organizing your data, and NA doesn't really put any limitations on this other than the underlying limitations of the file system. Let's get started, shall we? Right-clicking the mouse button here will bring up what we call a branch navigation menu, because it allows you to move around the tree or commence a new angle. We have chosen to organize our data with a hopper to put new items in, and the initial branches representing who, what, where, why, and how. We right-click on the root and select Zero Hopper, and that branch is added to the display. If we middle-click on the branch, we get what is called the branch command menu, which gives us many options, not the least of which is to create a leaf here. Remember this item as we progress because it will become important. Next, we pick what we know is a leaf item due to the fact that it does not have a trailing slash. Now, when we right-click on it, notice the navigation menu is limited to the 2 items, new angle, and the leaf name itself. If we want to view or edit that leaf item, we can select that item. Now that we have selected a leaf, let's middle-click on it to bring up what we call the leaf command menu. This shows us a bunch of standard options one might do in a typical file tool like Microsoft Explorer. Since we want to do what they cannot do, let's right-click the leaf and select New Angle. Notice that another slash has appeared below the displayed path of the leaf. Right-click on it and you will see the root branch navigation menu appears again, but now Zero Hopper entry has a line both above and below it. Items in between these 2 lines are called members, and items below them are called others. What this is saying is that the previously selected angle, which can be a single leaf, as in this instance, or can be all of the leaves under a particular branch chosen to navigate new angle from, shares content with the items under the member area of the menu, but items in the others area do not. Since the first angle is Zero Hopper, of course it shares content with itself, and so it appears in members. Now let's click the middle button on the root branch and see what the branch command menu has to say. Notice that the entry that used to say create a new leaf now says add a link. This is because we have already selected a leaf and now we want to add links to it rather than create a new one. If you go back to the root and reselect Zero Hopper, that option will revert back again. So let's add a link under person. We right-click the root, select person, and let's add a link. Notice the bottom area called the mini buffer gives us the proposed name of the link, and we choose to accept it by hitting enter or edit it to taste first. Now let's go back up to the end of the prior angle, select new angle again, and then click the resultant slash and see what are members and what are others. Notice that the zero hopper and person are members. NA knows you added content to the person, so it moves to members. Now let's add some more links and perhaps a few subdirectories for this item. Notice how we can even eliminate the file name extension. It will still know how to display the item as it actually analyzes the file to determine its type. This greatly cleans up your metadata and makes it more human. Now let's pick a branch from one of the menus. For instance, let's look and see where any events broadcast were done from. We select Event, Broadcast, then New Angle. And we can see California is in Members. Now we can also do New Angle and select Person, and we can see who did them. Another thing we can do is pick a leaf and quickly display all angles or links for it, or if we are willing to wait a little longer, have NA construct all the display items with Edit All Angles, so we can manipulate them just as if we had entered or selected them by hand. There are many more tools in NA to handle sets of leaves, such as scanned pages of a book,
promoting / demoting nodes, and so forth. Thanks for watching.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So, thank you so much, Kevin. Kevin, sorry. Well, I can't speak English anymore. Thank you so much, Kevin, for your talk. That was amazing. So now Kevin will be available on BBB just like Philip was right before. We did paste a link again at the top of the page. So if you look on the right side of the screen, I'm pointing to it right now. If you go to Kevin's talk and you click on Introducing an Angulator, you will have, it's not up yet, but it will be soon. You will have the link available there. And right now it is on IC if you want to get the link. Okay, without further ado, let's get started with the last talk of the morning, which is Typesetting Gregorian Chant with Emacs by Spencer King, because, I mean, obviously, you can do everything in Emacs. Obviously, you would be able to typeset Gregorian. So, without further ado, let's get started. As soon as I can actually find the pre-recording. There we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Spencer, and today I'm going to tell you all a little bit about how to typeset Gregorian chant sheet music using Emacs and a tool called Gregorio. Now, I expect many, if not all of you, are unfamiliar with Gregorio, so we'll start off with a brief overview of the tool and the appropriate syntax. Next, I'll show you how I've automated some of the workflow using some Emacs Lisp functions, which I've slowly been turning into a package called Gregorian mode. This will include some live typesetting examples to give you a better idea of how this all works. Finally, I'll share some information with you about how you can contribute to the package if you'd like, and how you can learn more about both Gregorio and Gregorian mode. And of course, all of the examples from this presentation today have been made available online, so you can review them all at your own pace. Gregorio is a tool that takes a gabc text file and compiles it into a LaTeX document. Gregorio is included by default with many LaTeX distributions, so you may already have it installed on your machine if you are a user of LaTeX. You can see here on the left an example of some input gabc text, and on the right what the compiled score will look like. Looking at the gabc, we can see that it starts with the clef in parentheses, and then following this are the syllables of the lyrics and the corresponding notes in parentheses. For example, you can see that X, EX, the first syllable, corresponds to a D note in parentheses there. And if you look at the right, you can easily verify that in the output. Now, the last thing that I want to note here is that gabc files are all plain text, meaning they can easily be shared and can easily be tracked using your favorite version control software. And since these are plain text, it's really pretty easy to integrate them into your existing workflows. The gabc format also supports many optional header fields for adding more information about your score. You can see all of the supported fields listed below, along with some placeholder text. These fields are placed at the top of a file and are separated from the actual score by the 2% symbol seen at the bottom. After these symbols, you would have the lines of your score, similar to what you saw in the previous slide. As I said earlier, I've automated some of the score build steps using Emacs Lisp and have started turning them into a package called Gregorian mode. This is my first Emacs package, so the code is rather messy at the moment, and for the most part is just a wrapper around the Gregorio build process. However, I have made some quality of life improvements to the score writing and have some more planned for the future. You'll get to see some of that in some live examples in just a little bit. And this package is not currently on MELPA at the time of recording, so if you want it, you will have to clone it manually from GitHub, but it is planned to be on MELPA in the near future. It just needs to go through a little more rigorous cleanup and testing. Now that we've covered the basics, let's take a look at an actual example. In this example, I'm assuming that my Gregorian mode package is installed. However, there is nothing in these steps that cannot be done manually by just following the official Gregorio documentation. So if you don't want to use a package, you can do all of this pretty easily on your own just by following their documentation. So first we'll open up Emacs, and in my case I'm using the GUI version. So now that Emacs is open, we can call the function Gregorian create new gabc, and this will prompt us for a file name. So we need to pick out a name for our new score. So I think I'm going to go ahead and name ours EmacsConf 2021. So you can see here that we now have a new gabc file with all of the optional header fields added, and we can keep whichever of these that we would like, and we can modify them as needed. So for right now, all I'm going to change is this commentary. I'm going to update this source of words to EmacsConf. And then at the bottom here, this is where we'd go ahead and add our score. So I don't have time today to typeset an entire score, and I think that would probably be rather boring for most of you to watch. So I'll just demonstrate very briefly with a few syllables and notes here. Okay, so now that we have our first few syllables and notes down, let's take a look at what our score actually looks like so far. So in order to do this, we're going to call the function Gregorian build. And what this function does is it takes this score and creates a LaTeX file for it, and then goes ahead and compiles it into a PDF file that we can actually take a look at. And this does take a few seconds to run, and there it goes. So we can see here we have a new buffer with all of the output from that build process. But what we really care about is that PDF. So opening that up, you can see we have a very short score so far. We haven't done a whole lot. But if you go ahead and compare the score on the right with the file on the left, you can really pretty clearly see that those are in fact the lyrics that we wrote. You can see at the top right there, the source has in fact changed to EmacsConf. So at this point, we could go ahead and just keep adding more lines, more notes, and so on, and we would end up with a completed score. Now, this process is great and all, but as you can imagine, more complex gabc files can quickly become pretty difficult to read with the notes and the syllables all bunched together. So to get around this, I've been playing around with an alternative format called a Greg file. I have an example of that for you right here. So here we can see there are two files side by side. On the left we have a gabc file, and then on the right we have a Greg file, both of them for the same score. Now in my opinion, the gabc on the left is really rather difficult to read at a glance. You can see there that the notes and the syllables are really all grouped together pretty tightly. Looking at the Greg on the right, you can see that all of the header information is the same, but the score itself is split across several lines. The idea here is that the notes and the corresponding syllables will be on separate lines, one after the other, to help improve readability. Now, the Greg file format is still a work in progress. It's really not set in stone at all. But already I think this is a pretty substantial quality of life improvement, and already Gregorian mode can in fact build scores from Greg files as long as they follow the conventions that you see in this file here. And I'm planning to have that quite a bit more well defined moving forward. Like I said, this is really still a work in progress. Finally, I want to end today by sharing some resources where you can learn more. First, you can learn more about the Gregorio project on their official website, and I have the link for that on this slide here. And this site has several detailed examples and a lot of additional information about the project and about chant notation in general. It goes into much more depth than what we covered in this presentation, and overall it's really a fantastic resource for learning more about how to use the Gregorio software and more about the specifics of chant notation. Second, if you're interested in using or contributing to Gregorian mode, you can check out the project on GitHub with the link here on this slide. And if you're interested in helping out in any way, feel free to open an issue and we can discuss further. And finally, all of the examples from today are also available on GitHub, and that's the last link on this slide. And you can feel free to experiment with these and really just use them in any way that you'd like. Now that's all that I had for today, but I do want to take a moment to thank you all for checking out my presentation, and I want to thank the organizers for giving me some time to speak with you all. I hope that this was at least a little bit interesting to some of you, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, that was the last talk of the morning, folks. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. The speaker of the presentation you just saw should be answering questions on ISC. I don't think we've heard from them quite yet, but otherwise the question in the pad will be eventually answered at some point. Okay, so we are a little bit late compared to what we said we would for lunch break. So right now it is 12:20 time of New York, and if you look at the schedule, we are meeting again at 1 p.m. sharp, which is in about 37 minutes now in my time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the stream running and put some music on, and you can just leave the stream on, and we'll come back, in 35 minutes. Also, for some part of the world, we realize that it might be getting a little bit late, and so as a result, we do have the APAC stream, which will start after the conference, after the end of day one. And you can find more about this if you look on the screen right above me on the 2021 page, so EmacsConf.org 2021. If you scroll down just a little bit to alternate stream for APAC, you'll find all the information you need about it. Okay, on that note, have a lovely lunch, and we'll see you in a bit. Oh, sorry, I should also mention that the music is kindly provided by Shoshin, whose talk on Montessori before you heard. So thanks to you again. Wow, my turning very French and very stressed as a result. See you in a bit.
Oh, my sweet.
Okay.
It's awesome.
I'm gonna see how this sounds. guess one, two, three, four.
Last night under the streetlight, I crawled into the street, and I saw you smile up at the sky. And I asked myself, what's the constellation for? And I asked myself, across the sea I saw a shining ship go sailing through the harbor tree. I ran across the city to see you dressed in drag, going to the Rocky Horror. I couldn't believe what I see. Was this really a dream? I looked across the ocean. I didn't know what I see these days, so I ran away, but still. You wore your hair down. The gay man behind me said, boy, she's only a boy. The vampires are out tonight. I'll follow you through the frightening sky. Let's go! Let's go!
Hi everyone. So don't be scared. It's me again. We're back from the lunch break. Let me just put the chat on real quick. Oh, I appear to be disconnected from the chat though. Not sure what happened there. I'll try to relog real quick. So yeah, we don't. I don't actually have a whole lot of time, so I'm going to be very quick. Sorry again for this morning of being a little rushed when it came to question and answer time. As a result, we're going to try to be very diligent this afternoon to not waste any time, which is why we're going to get started pretty quickly with the schedule for this afternoon. Now, as I told you at the beginning of the day, this afternoon is mostly org oriented, and so you'll find plenty of the same topics we had like last year, but still a little different. And speaking of such talks, the first one we have is by Gabriel Bezzola. Let me just try to find it right there. And it is Telegat.el and the Emacs community on Telegram. So continuing the demos of Emacs flexibility that we had at the end of the morning, is a talk on how you can chat within Emacs. And Gabriel Bezzola talks about the feature-rich Telegat.el client. So let's get started.
Hello, my name is Gabriel, and today I'm going to tell you about Telegram and the Emacs community on Telegram. I'm not affiliated with Telegram or Telegram, and your opinions are my own. In general, I'm going to give you my personal spin about these topics. The plan for the talk is the following. First, I'm going to tell you about what is Telegram. Next, I'm going to tell you about the Emacs community on Telegram. And finally, I'm going to discuss Telegram.el, an Emacs package for Telegram. In all of these, I'm not going to dive into details. My goal here is to give you some exposures about these topics, and you can find out more online if you want to. Let's get started with what is Telegram. Telegram is a cloud-based instant messaging platform. It's a popular one. It has more than 500 million users. I think one of the reasons why it's so popular is because it's really rich in features while being user-friendly. Hence, in some regions, Telegram has a good market penetration, and of course, because of network effects, this brings even more users. The details of the features are not particularly important. What I want to emphasize though is that while Telegram is mostly text-based, there's also support for audio-video calls and notes. And there's also a lot of features which typically you find in other instant messaging platforms. You can chat with yourself, you can make polls, you can make quizzes, you can schedule messages, you can send documents of any kind, even big ones, and you can send stickers. Telegram overall is quite customizable. And I would say that the platform is overall hackable. You can expand it with bots, and the clients are open source. In all of this, we shouldn't forget, though, that Telegram is centralized, it's not free software. Nonetheless, it's still used by a number of people. And people use Telegram for different reasons. For example, some people use it to stay in touch with friends and families. For this, Telegram offers private chats or group chats with a restricted number of people. Other people use it for engaging in online communities. And for this, Telegram has supergroups, which are groups with up to hundreds of thousands of users, and has also channels, which are one-to-many ways of communicating. So these are ideally suited for example, following news, all sorts of news. Telegram also has bots, which can be useful by themselves. They provide value. And the chat with oneself can be used for saving links, making notes, or sending reminders. So overall, there's multiple ways in which you can use Telegram. When it comes to instant messaging, many people call Telegram home. It shouldn't come as to a surprise then that Emacs users want to meet on Telegram as well. And indeed, there's an Emacs community on Telegram. Here I'm listing a few supergroups about Emacs. There are language groups, so there's Emacs English, Emacs Russian, Emacs Spanish, Emacs Mandarin, Portuguese. There are groups which are specific to starter packs. For example, there's Doom Emacs, there's Space Macs, and there are groups which are specific to packages like Telegram, which I'm going to discuss later. These are what you would expect from traditional internet chat rooms. So they're used for shared links, they're used for discussing, troubleshooting, giving each other recommendations. I think they are healthy communities with typically 100 to 1,000 members. An example of an initiative that's put forth by the Emacs community on Telegram is Emacs Stories. Emacs Stories collects links and messages and pictures that can showcase what Emacs can do. One of the goals here is to show people that are new to Emacs what you can achieve if you spend time with your editor. And here, what I'm showing you is a screenshot from Telegram. So let's move on to the final topic of this discussion, which is Telegram.el. Telegram is a terrific piece of software. Telegram is an interface to Telegram within Emacs. It's developed by ZevLG, which is a long-time Emacs hacker, and it's very actively developed. Telegram itself is under active development, and Telegram has to implement all the new features that Telegram implement. Indeed, Telegram implements almost all the features available in Telegram, even things like live location, except for audio-video calls, but these are work in progress. Just to give you an idea of the size of this effort, we're talking about 30,000 lines of code, which doesn't tell you much, but maybe you can get a sense that this is a significant project. In fact, I think Telegram is a really remarkable piece of software. Not only it implements all the features available in Telegram, but it implements new ones, which are only available to Emacs users. Here, I'm linking the documentation for you to read if you're interested. What I want to mention, though, is that Telegram is available on MELPA, but it requires an external library, tdlib. Most distributions do not pack a recent version of tdlib, so you have to compile it yourself. If you don't want to compile tdlib, you can use the officially supported Dockerfile of goods files so that you can get everything without too much worry. Now let me tell you more about Telegram. Of course, the best way is to experiment it yourself. And here, I just want to give you a glimpse of how Telegram works. When you start Telegram, what you see is the root buffer. The root buffer is essentially the list of all the chats that you have, and by itself it's a really powerful tool. You can use it for sorting and filtering your chats, or you can create groups which are thematic. There's sophisticated search functions. For example, if you want to search only for specific type of media, clearly you can start new chats. You can get info about the chats, and you can even change Telegram settings, which are applied across the board. Here, I'm showing you an example of what it looks like. As you see, we're enjoying the support for emoji that Emacs has been improving upon over the past years. Once you select one of these chats, you're brought to the chat buffer. Here, I'm showing an example of what a chat buffer looks like. So this is a screenshot from the Emacs English group where people were discussing about compiling Emacs. As you can see, we see the conversation, we see the avatars, we see that there's a thread. We also see that I'm going to send a message with emoji, a message with formatting, and I'm attaching an object. I can format my messages using Markdown or org mode or whatever I prefer, and I can attach any kind of attachment I like. For example, what I can also do is if I'm editing a buffer, I can send that buffer through Telegram, which I find quite useful, especially when I'm sending code. And again, just to show you that Telegram is not just text messages and Telegram supports all the features. In Telegram, here at the bottom, I'm showing a voice note being played through Emacs. And as you see, there are some buttons which are functional. If I hit the 2x button, the playback speed will be twice, which is really neat. Telegram and Emacs can even reproduce videos or GIFs, at least for a recent version of Emacs. Finally, I want to emphasize that Telegram integrates really well with Emacs. For example, we are showing you how you can use a transient interface to Telegram, or on the other side, I'm showing you how Telegram integrates with dashboard so that we have recent chats and we have the Emacs stories, because, who doesn't like Emacs with stories? On top, on the other hand, I'm showing you that we can have syntax highlighting, which is something that Telegram by itself doesn't have, this Emacs only feature. And we can edit this in the same way we edit org mode source blocks. So we can edit this with the minor mode for, in this case, Emacs Lisp. So to conclude, I wanted to show you that the Emacs community also meets on Telegram, and we're an active and healthy community. And I want to present Telegram as a really amazing piece of software, one of the best client available for Telegram within Emacs. Even if you don't use Telegram, I think you should have a look at Telegram just to appreciate how amazing a piece of software it is. And with this, I thank you for your attention. And if you like Telegram, please consider donating to support the development of the package. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Gabriel, for your talk. So I think Gabriel will be answering questions after the conference, so feel free to keep questions coming in the pad, and we'll get to them. Well, Gabriel will get to them as soon as he has the time. Okay, so now we're going to move straight into the next talk, which is a talk by Stéphane Meunier called A Day in the Life of a Janitor. I told you about it earlier today. So, oops, sorry, not this one. If you look here, A Day in the Life of a Janitor. So what do Emacs developers do all the time anyway? Stéphane Meunier gives us a peek behind the curtain so that we can see how he cleans up other people's code. So let's get started.
Hello, my name is Stéphane Monnier, and I'm going to talk to you about, well, I'm going to present a bit of the life of a janitor. So, by and large, there's just nothing to see here. It's probably not super interesting, but some of you might actually like to see how I work, so I figured, why not? Usually what I do just doesn't make any single significant difference. And so I basically take existing code that's working and I try to change it, hopefully without breaking it too much, and make it slightly more, following some of the more modern style, let's say. And sometimes along the way, it actually fixes some bugs. More concretely, the kind of things that I do is basically activate lexical scoping. That's really my main goal usually. But I also do things like convert from CL to CLlib. Sometimes I have to fix some compilation dependencies. I might convert from def advice to advice adds. And many of the things in terms of number of changes, most of them are actually changing quote font to hash quote font because I prefer it, but also it often helps me have a better understanding of which function is called where, and so the warnings I get from it sometimes help me. Even though concretely it's nothing really clear, it's more in terms of helping me have a mental image of how the package works. So let's take a look. I'm going to start with the package heap, which I saw had a few weird things in it, so I'm going to compile it. That's basically the way I work, right? So I take a package, I just pass it to the byte compiler. I do that by just having a clone of the whole GNU ELPA repository, and so that's where I built them. I use the build rules from the GNU ELPA repository. These build rules make sure that the files are compiled in a clean environment, so you get fairly good warnings. If you look at the warnings you see here, there's a lot of things which are completely irrelevant, which are due to details of the way I have my Emacs set up and some of the local changes I had in it, so there's no point paying too much attention to it. But here we have a first warning. We see that this is using CL. So we want to change this to CLlib, but that also means that we may have a new dependency on the CLlib package. So we have to go check the start of the file to see if it already declares some dependency, and we see it doesn't, not even on a recent enough Emacs. So we have to add, sorry, that's not going very well. Oh, okay, we're going to get there somehow. Oh, that still wasn't it. Wow, okay. And along the way, also, of course, since we convert to CLlib, we have to update the users, so def struct shouldn't be used anymore. We may want to re-indent this to get something a bit cleaner. We have here a missing quote, hash, sorry. We have decaf, so decaf is here, and that needs to be replaced with cldecaf. Sometimes it's worth doing a search and replace. Here I see there's only two, so it's not worth the trouble. I just do it by hand. And that's it. Well, that was easy. So let's recompile, see what it says. This is clean. Perfect. Let's we can go see. There is another one I had. What was it? Council, I think. Yes. So also I saw some funny things going on here. So I'm going to do. Oh, sorry. The same procedure as before. I just compile the file and look at the warnings. Oh, we have many more here. So let's see. Okay, so we have missing quotes. Oh, hashes. They're not really missing. It's just a personal preference. Oh, here's an important one. So, as you know, if you look at the top of the file, you see that here it says, it's using lexical binding. Yet, it's not fully using lexical binding because, as we just saw, there's a call to the eval function with only one argument, which means the second argument is nil, which means that the expression read by read here is going to be evaluated using the old dialect, which is only dynamic scoping. So here I like to just change this to use lexical scoping, which in most cases just doesn't make any difference. It just makes me feel better. Here's so there's lots of those hashes all over the place. Okay, it's not strictly necessary, as you know, but I'm just going to add them anyway. Here we see it's not going to warn me here because it doesn't know that IV make magic action takes a function, but it's a pretty good guess that it does. And here's some more. What else do we have? Is that all we have here? Oh, looks like it. Oh, I see a few more here. And one more. And oh, this is more interesting. So here we have a use of def advice. So if we go back to the beginning of the file, sorry, we see that it actually depends on Emacs 24.5. So it actually has the new advice system available without having to add any dependency. So there's really no good reason to keep this. So we just convert this to an advice add. So it just says, this is the function that's advised. This was a before advice. The before advice, sometimes when we convert it to advice add, need to be converted to a round advice. This is when the function looks or modifies the argument. In this case, if I look at it, I see it doesn't seem to be using the arguments at all. So I'm just going to keep it as a before advice. And we have to give it a name. Well, we don't really have to, but it's convenient to give it a name to the new function. And so here they actually had given a name to the advice, so we're going to keep it. And indeed, it's the only function that this name is not used as a function, so we can use it as the name of the function. I'm going to add a dash here because I think this function is really fundamentally an internal function. So here I just said I add the advice, but I still need to actually define the function. So that's what I do here. And we need here to list the arguments that are going to be taken. I don't know what these are, but I know we're not using them. So we'll just accept anything, and that will do the trick. It's future-proof as well, so that should work. Oh, here we have another. So it's basically the same story, I think. It's a before advice as well. It doesn't seem to be using the argument at all. And let's see if this name is not taken. Yeah, good. So we can just do the same. Turn this into an advice add. The before. Oh, sorry. I just add a dash here. And same thing, a function that just takes, because I don't know which arguments these are, so I think that should do the trick. Actually, we see that this function is very similar to the other one. Let's look at the two side by side. So it really is, it's not exactly identical. It's, we could try to merge them into a single function, but it's probably not worth the trouble, so we can keep it this way. Okay, next warning, an eval again. So I could just add t here, but if you look, just look at it a bit more, you see that the code we're going to evaluate using either lexical scoping or dynamic scoping is actually just evaluating a symbol, since we're just calling intern here. So instead of replacing this by adding an argument, I'm just going to call symbol value, because that's exactly what we need to do here. I call this strength reduction. I'm using a more primitive function instead, which does just what we need. And this one knows that it has to be accessed by dynamic scoping, of course. Here I have kmacroRing. So here I have a function that uses kmacroRing, comes from the kmacro package, obviously. And we probably don't want to require kmacro package all over the place in console itself, because console can be used without kmacro. So I think we're just going to add a def var to silence the warning. And we have several more. So we have initial counter value. Oh, sorry. We have kmacro counter. Do we have more? Oh yes, we do. We have kmacro counter value start and kmacro counter format start. Okay, and I hope this is it. KmacroRing, counter ring, blah blah blah. Here we have another one, quote. Here we have another hash missing. It's not missing, you know, but same thing here. Okay, this is a function from kmacro. We could declare it just to silence the warning. Although we don't actually, normally when we declare such things, same thing with variables, we should try to make sure that indeed by the time the code is executed, the function will be available. And then very often it's because there's a require sometimes inside a function, and so we should put the declare function right after the require. But I don't think it's the case here. So I'm just going to add this. I know this comes from kmacro, and I could actually check the arguments. It's just taking an optional argument, so I'm going to even put it there, so we have it.
Oh, sorry.
Complete. Okay, we can just recompile, see if what is left from.
I don't know. Let me see.
Can you kill all
these
Huppets?
warnings were fixed, and we may have
you-
new warnings in any case. Because especially when we add the hashes.
Yeah, no, I think what Sasha,
tends
Sasha was
to
suggesting sending it a
give us
specific
more
signal code.
warnings.
But hold on one second.
So
Let
we
me
have
see
two
if there's a
more
way.
functions which are not known. We can just add them here.
Right. Let me
Wait.
see.
Sorry.
We're on stream.
Macro. And same thing for set counter. Okay, what other? This just takes a format argument, and this one
Can you hear me?
just takes an arg argument. Okay. So let's see what this says now. Hopefully there's no warnings anymore.
There's also i3 message
We're done.
or
Okay.
MSG space restart. You could maybe try
Okay,
that as well.
the last one
Okay, hi everyone. Sorry, obviously I ran into a catastrophic failure on my end. I'll put my webcam so that I can show some level of contrition. I completely crashed, and I had all the windows, and then when I tried to resume, I couldn't get audio working again. So as a result, I will put the talk exactly where we stopped, which was 12 minutes away from the end. And I'll try to figure out the rest. I need to do some tech stuff in the background. So in the meantime, enjoy the rest of the talk, and fingers crossed I'll be able to get everything working back in a little bit. Thank you for your patience, and see you in a bit.
This just takes a format argument, and this one just takes an arg argument. Okay. So let's see what this says now. Hopefully there's no warnings anymore. We're done. Okay. Okay, the last one we're going to see is in ENWC. I saw the other day. I think I have it here. Sorry, here we go. Yes. So ENWC is an interesting package here because it has, as you can see, says it's lexical binding, but actually some of the files in it do not use lexical binding. So it has been partly converted, but not completely. So here I'm going to enable lexical binding. I have also, I think in CM, yes. So I enable it here, and also I think in test. The test files are often somewhat problematic because very often they're not quite as heavily tested themselves actually, or they only run in very specific contexts, and so they may have problems with missing requires or using packages which are not explicitly in the dependencies and those kinds of things. I think this is not the case here, but we'll see. ENWC. Yes, I want to save this one and that one. Let's see what it says. Okay, unused lexical variable x. X, yes. So here we have an unused variable, and indeed it's not used. It would probably had to be named before because it was so. With dynamic scoping, the do times requires the variable to be named actually, because it's used internally somehow. But with lexical scoping, that's not the case. So we can just put an underscore. I'm going to change this because I really don't like this 3 parts do times. I prefer to have the return value at the end instead of kind of stashed hidden in the middle. That's just a personal preference. Okay, what else? We have a widget. Okay, this argument here says that it's not used. So if we look at, oh, sorry. Yes, so where were we? We were here, right? Yes, right here. Oh, indeed, widget is really not used. Sorry. Here's what I get for using a somewhat vanilla configuration of Emacs compared to the one I use, the personally tricked one. Actually, I can. So we can just mark this argument as unused. We don't want to remove the argument, probably, or maybe we could. We could see where the function is used, and here we see that it's passed as a high order to a high order function, basically. So it's going to be. We can't really change the calling convention, so we have to mark the argument as being just an unused argument, but we're going to still receive it. And here it says same thing, that widget is not used in this function. Let's take a look at the function. Indeed, it seems it's not used, and so we're just going to mark it as unused. This is the part of lexical conversion to lexical scoping that's somewhat tricky sometimes, because we don't really know whether this variable should be using lexical scoping or dynamic scoping. The fact that it's not used is a hint that there's probably something going on. So either it's not used because it should be using dynamic scoping and it's going to be used by some other code somewhere else, or it's really not used because it's just not used, right? And so we need to distinguish the two, and for that, there's, I basically use my own judgment. This is based typically on the fact that this is just a very short name, and most local identifiers use short names, whereas identifiers used for dynamic scoping typically have a package prefix or something like this. So the fact that it's a short name gives me a good idea. Here in this case, I actually look at the code and we see that there's nothing in here that may actually refer to this variable widget. So I think that it's safe. But in the general case, we may look here and be surprised. Or you may call out the functions which may themselves end up referring to this variable. So sometimes we need to investigate a little more. Most of the time, we're not completely sure whether the result is correct or not, of course. So the other thing you may want to check is also uses of things like eval or symbol value. So it's often a good idea to search. You do a search of eval and you see here it's using eval. Okay, so what does this eval do? It's evaluating expressions that appear in args here. So we can see where those args come from. And we see here, these are expressions that don't do anything very special. It's just using make supplicant choice, and make supplicant choice itself just doesn't refer to widget, for example. So we should be safe. But while I'm here, okay, well, then we can do that later. Well, that's actually the next warning, exactly. So here we see that this is using the dynamically scoped dialect, so we convert it to lexical scopes. Of course, this may introduce errors, but we hope it doesn't. And actually, it was a good change here, because if you see again, this actually evals expressions that appear here in args, and so these are expressions that are passed here. So this expression here used to be used with dynamic scoping, even though it appears to be normal code within this file which says it's using lexical scoping. And so there are some remnants of dynamic scoping all over the place in Emacs still, because we have those calls of eval with a nil argument. Here we have cons that needs to be hash quoted, and we have a reference to this variable in the OCID. So this is clearly a dynamic scoped variable. We can either add a def var to silence the warning, or maybe we can require the package, the file that defines it. So let's see which one we want to do. Sorry. So let's see where it's defined. I see here's defined in nwc.el. So I'm going to try just to add the dependency. I'm going to require here. This is risky. We'll see when we compile the file later. We may get a circular dependency because of it. So if that's the case, we're going to have to remove this require and instead put def vars. Sometimes it's worth actually looking further at the various files to see how to redefine the dependencies to break those circular dependencies. But it's often not really worth the trouble. Oh no, that's not what I'm not going to the right place. Here I was, exactly. So here, edit map. Well, we can probably, it may disappear. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So this edit map actually is defined in this very file. It's just that it's defined later. So all we need to do is to move this definition to before its first use, since otherwise it's going to be taken as lexically scoped, which we don't want. And while I'm here, I see there's a copy key map. I don't like copy key map, so I'm going to change this to a normal key map, and then I'm just going to use set key map parent instead of copy key map to get basically the same result, but without having copied anything. This one will disappear, this one as well, or should hopefully, thanks to the require. Here we have a quote missing, or hash missing, and we have some functions which are unknown. So let's see, where is this function defined? Nowhere. Huh, wonderful. Okay. So we'll just leave it at like it is, and that's going to be for the author of the package to fix. How about this one? Oh, okay. So it's defined in enwc.el, so presumably this is going to disappear as well. Sorry. And one more. Okay, so this one is just like the previous one. We're going to leave it at that. And this is it. Ha, wonderful. So let's recompile. Oh, we have a warning for Finn. Okay. So this variable seems not to be used anywhere in the file, so we're just going to remove it. I leave it there just in case someone needs later on to look for a Finn variable to see where it used to be. Again, maybe it's actually used, dynamic scoping somehow, but given the short name, I presume this is not the case. Here, oh, that's the code we moved that had a hash missing. That's the one that's not defined. This one is not defined, and this is it. Let's make a last recompilation to see if we missed yet something else. No, and that's it. Okay, well, here we go. We're done. Okay, so this was it. You've seen, I think, pretty much examples of all of those, and I hope you enjoyed it. Lessons to take home: use the byte compiler. You can also use FlyMake mode instead. That's, I recommend enabling it as much as you can. And heed the warnings. Follow the warnings. Try to fix them. If you can fix all of the warnings, it's always much better, because then the new warnings really show up. And once you've done, you do it again, because there's always new things coming up. I think this is it. I hope you liked it, and thank you for attending this presentation. Goodbye.
Okay, hi again everyone. I'm really sorry about the previous 30 minutes, which have been super exhausting, as you can imagine. It's back online though. Everything seems to be working, so I'm not going to get too worried about this. And so that was a beautiful talk by Stefan. I hope you enjoyed it. Stefan will be in a BBB room, which I will, it is on the talk page. I'm just going to show you again where it is. Let me just find it real quick. What is it? It should be here. Let me just give you a second. Yes, okay. So if you go again to the schedule, you are at the schedule. We are on the afternoon's talk. If you go to Stéphane Meunier's talk, A Day in the Life of Janitor, and you click on the link, you will be able to see at the top of the link, at the top of the page, the link to the live Q&A. And so you can click there and go ask your question. And obviously you still have the pad as you did before. So you know what to do now. Okay, because we've lost a huge amount of time, I'm going to be very quick in introducing the next talk. The next talk happens to be one in which I participated, which is, let me just get the proper title, because right now it's I'm blanking because I'm stressed, obviously. So Emacs Research Group Season 0. What we did together with Emacs in 2 hours a week for a year. And it is by Nora Al-Hassan, Joe Cornelli, Raymond Puzio, and myself. Although I'm not in the video, but you might not know this, but I actually studied literature on the site. I know I've never talked about it before. And as a result, I'm quite interested in research. So without further ado, let's get started with the next talk. I'll get it lined up, and yeah, let's go.
Hello, I'm Raymond Puzio. I first learned about Emacs and Lisp at an enrichment program for high school students. When I studied physics at the university, I used Emacs and Tech to write mathematical documents. Later on, I became active in Emacs and Lisp user groups where, Among other things, I learned about org mode for reproducible research. Nowadays, I'm working on synthesizing Emacs and other programs into an end-to-end platform for scientific research and collaboration.
I'm Joe Corneli. I also started using Emacs in high school in a course on C program.
With a common interest in Emacs and research. We've met almost every week since then because we wanted to keep the conversation going. In this short talk, we share information about the methods we use. Here's the outline of our talk. First, we'll tell you about the technologies we use and show a short demo video from one of the meetings. We'll then focus on the time and content structuring methods we use in our live sessions. Finally, we'll talk about what came out of all this work. And for example, we wrote a paper for the Pattern Languages of Program conference, and we designed a workshop using the knowledge we created together. So very practically, this has improved the quality of our own collaboration, and we have some lessons about how you can create a research community similar to ours.
You'll have noticed that we all have different research backgrounds, and we do think that transdisciplinarity is important for solving big problems. However, if you have people from different research backgrounds working together, they need some scaffolding, both in terms of tools and methods to have good conversations. And of course, as Emacs users, we wanted to have Emacs at the center of that. So being in a meeting, taking real-time notes collaboratively with Emacs realized is a dream that some of us have been entertaining and experimenting with for a while. And the package crdt.el by Qiantan Hong makes this easy. We take notes in our meetings using org mode. And since we've seen this before in talks on reproducible research, and since Leo is the maintainer of org Rome, it was a natural choice for us. It allows us to put our notes online using Git and the static site generator Frown. And lastly, of course, we need a real-time meeting tool. And for that purpose, we use BBB in our weekly sessions. In fact, we use the same server that's used by EmacsConf, thanks again to Leo. And all of these tools are free, libre, open source. However, BBB does have some intensive hardware requirements. Next up, here's a short pre-recorded snippet from one of our recent meetings so you can get a sense of how they go.
Are we okay pushing the demo to the end? That kind of presupposes a different structure that you would usually have in a presentation. Generally, you introduce the demo, you do the demo, and then you do the conclusions or the what was good about the demo. Does that make sense to everyone?
Let's see, when you usually do that, that's because whatever you're demonstrating is the main point of your talk. So if this was a talk about action reviews, that would make sense, but isn't, so it's not ERG.
But it's because we are turning the for me, I think it's a compound element. Yes, we are demonstrating the PAR, but we are also demonstrating how we're working together by, yes, we might have introduced CRDT before in the presentation itself, but if we need to be doing the PAR and also showing tools like CRDT, obviously we're probably not going to be talking about, oh, by the way, here we are using CRDT and stuff like this. It feels like cramming a lot of stuff into this demo at the end.
So I think demo to me is less about demoing one of the methods, because then people will get a bit hung up on that. I think the demo, to be honest, here's another thing. What we could do, this would be very clever. We could make this the demo. What we're doing right now, writing this talk is the demo, and just go back into the video and just get out a 2-minute section. So we say, look, we tried to write this talk. We went around a discussion, we had these things, and then we're going to pick 2 minutes out of this video and show you that as a demo of how we actually work. And then we'll go back to the talk. I mean, it'd be very funny. And then we've already done the demo. It's just then we're good to go. And it's got Noura lying on the floor. It's like a perfect writer's room. It's a total amazing writer's room scenario, specifically because she's lying on her back on the floor. So anyway, and Leo's there wearing his tie. I mean, I think this would be fine.
I think I particularly like the idea of taking the snippet, the 2 minutes before the realization that we could be using this as the demo, and then seeing my face light up because it feels like a good idea, and Joe gets excited about this. I think this could be a good demo, and I think this would be a very genuine demonstration of how we work here and how we get excited about some of our ideas sometimes.
In the demo, you saw a very improvised, free-flowing conversation. In order to have this kind of conversation and still get things going, we need a pretty rigorous structure in place at the bigger scale of the meetings. This involves both a timetable for the meetings and some review and planning processes.
Just to say a little bit more about the timetable, if you could go back. The meetings are generally following a structure as we have up on the screen of informal check-ins followed by any announcements, and then 2 topics, at most 2 topics with a break in the middle. The whole thing takes about 2 hours, and we meet weekly, and the consistency of these meetings is really important for how the group works.
At the end of every meeting, we ask and answer a series of questions adapted from the Action Review developed by the United States Army in their training programs, was also used in some business contexts. The adaptation we use here came out of a pedagogy project, which some of us have been involved with since 2012, and is designed to be less hierarchical than the Army's review. By writing down and sharing these reviews, we create a resource for further peer learning later down the line.
So specifically, every 6 weeks or so, we look at the transcripts from the previous action reviews using a 4-layered framework that comes from future studies. And we use this to better understand the underlying themes that surfaced in the reviews and to develop the deeper motivations for our ongoing work together. This helps us get a big picture sense of where we're going, and we can keep that up to date at a slower pace than we do in the weekly meetings. This also helps us tie our work into a broader context and gives us some hope that over time, we can contribute to solving big problems.
Going back to solving larger problems, when we carry out the analysis, we don't just think about what happened in the previous meetings, but we also take a longer view, thinking about things such as structuring a community of collaborators or building platforms for scientific research. We want to think about how what we have been doing fits into broader historical patterns and trends. In the past, the pattern is a historical pattern. In the present, we contextualize what we learned about design futures. Towards the future, we use these patterns to augment our big picture analysis with the next steps. This helps keep us on track.
Okay, so we have been working on several projects, a paper for the pattern conference mentioned earlier, a workshop, and a user study, and we'll say a little bit more about these. We co-authored a paper that touches on all of the topics we mentioned earlier and presented it at the leading conference on design patterns for programs and programming. One of the case studies in the paper sums up the way we work in ERG. The paper puts ERG in context with other peer learning communities, and we aim to describe our way of working in a way that others would find accessible and potentially useful. We are also developing an interactive workshop based on the ideas in the paper, which we piloted at the PLOP conference. Our intent with the workshop was to build a method of rapid problem solving, which could at least in principle expand beyond the workshop setting to distributed networks. The workshop involves made-up roles like a kaiju communicator who helps understand problems as they arise. We also realize that it has given us a lot of wealth for thinking about the roles we take on in our weekly meetings.
Free software may be lacking on user aspects. People too often program to scratch their own itches and assume others will do the same. To deal with this, we did several things. We looked at user experience and development together, see how the process went and where the gaps might be. We compared Emacs with other platforms, not just at technical level, but also at the user experience level. We had guest sessions where we started to gather user stories. Building on these conversations, we would like to do more research in all these topics and eventually be able to say something like, if you are someone who does X, these are the packages that would work for you.
Putting these ideas into practice, our plot paper and the plans it contains become a template for some of the other things we want to work on as we go forward. If we imagine things in 2 to 3 years, what would it actually take to realize the vision from that paper? Thinking about the future, this is one of the main reasons why we want to share these ideas and invite other people into this way of working. There's no way we can actually achieve everything in our vision if we work all by ourselves. What we've been focusing on in season 0 of the Emacs Research Group is methods that people can use to organize their own research groups. We decided to share this talk so that folks can learn from our community. Our goal has been to share how we've been doing things, and we hope this information is useful for you in your own communities and collaborations.
Okay, and I am back. Okay, so that was the talks that we did with Joe Connolly, Noura Lassan, and Raymond Puzio, and myself, Leo Vivier. So they're going to be holding a live Q&A session in the alternative stream. So right now you are on a main stream if you see my face, and you can also access the alternative stream. Now, you can also join the BBB room. So again, if you go to the schedule page and you go to the ERG talk, if you go to the top of the page, you will have the link to the live Q&A, and this is also being streamed to the old stream. Now, for the people who are still want to listen to Stéphane Monier's talk, it was streamed on Alt until now, and now you'll need to join the room via BBB. So again, you go to the schedule page, click on A Day in the Life of a Janitor, and you will have the link at the top of the page. It's taking a lot. Okay, there you go. You have the link right there at the top. Okay, so now let's get started without further ado with the next talk. And the next talk is by Greg Colodonato, and it is one effective CS grad student workflow. And in this talk, Greg shows how he manages PDFs, take notes, and reviews them. Now, I'll just need just a second to get it started. Just give me a second. It was ready, and I managed to... Okay, just a second. Okay. There we go. Let me just switch. Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
This is Greg Colodonato, and this is my presentation named One Effective Computer Science Grad Student Workflow. For self-introduction, I've been an Emacs user since 1989 when I was an undergrad in computer science, and I'm still an Emacs user now, and I'm getting a Master's of Science in Computer Science. My day job, I work in product management in a Silicon Valley computer vision startup, and I'm proud to say I've been submitting my first PRs to open source projects this year. The goals of my workflow are first, to make my notes easily accessible and searchable. Second goal, provide a way for me to permanently remember what I learned. And thirdly, to enable conceptual linking between related topics and entities, and I'll give examples of each of these as we go along. The requirements of my workflow: it needs to be tightly integrated with PDFs, as most of the documents I get from grad school are in PDF form. Most of my submissions of work are in PDF form, and most research papers I have access to are in PDF form as well. I want my workflow to be subscription free. I do not want to be locked into paying a subscription just to read my own notes. It must be future proof. I have used note-taking systems in the past that I now no longer have a way to decode, so they're locked into some format that I can no longer use. I want my notes to be version controlled so that if I make a big mistake, I can undo and revert to a prior good version. And I want my system to utilize spaced repetition, which is an advanced method of learning things over time so that you don't forget them. The package dependencies, in brief, org mode, org roam bibtech, PDF tools, orgnoter, and orgref. And now let's get on to some demos. Here in my browser window, here is a lecture in the course I'm currently taking on deep learning. And it's very nice that the professor provides slides. So this is the 54-page PDF file of the slides for the lecture. The problem is it's hard to take notes on them. It's impossible to take notes on them here in this browser, as far as I know. So what I've done is I've incorporated these slides as a PDF in org-roam, which I will now visit this file, and you can bring it up alongside the PDF I was just looking at here. So what I like about this system is, as I'm going through and reading, watching the video of the lecture, I'm following along in the PDF notes here, and I'm taking my notes alongside them. So here's the first part of that lecture. You can't see at the bottom right now, but this is one of the earlier pages, and I go to the second section here, and you see that my notes for this part of the lecture are here, my notes here. I love how the notes for different parts of the lecture are coordinated with the different parts of the PDF that go along with the lecture. Now let's go back to the top of this, and you'll see first you'll see my notes down here. So I'll go into these a little bit more shortly. But one of the things that goes along with a lecture in a grad school class is, these days in computer science, is citations for research papers that we're expected to read. So here's one called entitled Mix Match, and I haven't downloaded this paper yet, so let's go take a look at that. So I use a keystroke to select the title of the paper and another key binding to search for that paper on a website called arXiv. arXiv, if you're not familiar, And here's a match. Archive, if you're not familiar, is an open research server where researchers publish papers before they're published in journals or at conferences, and they are copyright free and open to anyone to read. So here is the paper I was looking for. I copy this link into an org mode link, and I come back to Emacs, and now another keystroke will revisit that website, pull down the PDF, and pull down all the information in the bibliography and put it into a bibliography here inside my local bibliography. So here's the paper I was just looking at. Another great thing about a lot of PDFs is that they have an embedded outline that you can extract via the PDF Tools package. So now you see on the right here, Introduction, Related Work, Mix, Match, Experiments. I can go right to that section, and this outline knows exactly which part of the PDF corresponds to each of the parts of this outline in the paper. So then when I go take notes in here, just like in my other notes, it'll be coordinated with the PDF that goes along with it. So let's quit out of here. So now that I've captured that, oh, this is the same paper. So now here I am back in my notes. Now that I've captured this paper, what I'm going to do is make it a link. So the org-rome node that I just took will be here at the top, mix match. There's a little difference in it. You'll see here, this M is a different case than this M, and that's one of my, on my to-do list, I'd like to make it so that this search is a little less case sensitive. But so now I've linked this, a link to this paper into these notes, and now these are, you'll see a little bit later how these links can be graphed and followed and so forth. While I'm in this document, I'd like to show you that when I'm learning something and I learn a new fact, I write down what I learned in the form of a question and an answer. So you can see here, there's a question that begins with, you know, what, who, what, where, what. It begins with a W word or a how or if or is, and it ends in a question mark. And then following that is another string that ends in a period. So I have I'd like to do this in Emacs as well, but I haven't worked that out yet. I have a script that will, let's find ANKIF. Okay, I have a script that will go through all the notes in my org-rome directory and find all the questions. And now let's pull up the most, no, don't edit the buffer. Save that, come back to here. So now you can see that all the questions that I'd written in my notes have now been Ankified. Now, what's that mean? Anki is this program here, which is a flashcard system based on the idea. No, let's not download that right now. This is a system that enables the easy creation of flashcards that show you the front, show you the back, and then you decide if you knew that question or not. And so I don't want to spend much time on this, but everything I'm learning in a class, I write into my notes as a question that I load into this flashcard system that then I can review on a walk or on a bus ride or whatever and stay on top of indefinitely. As long as I can continue to keep reviewing that, I will keep that information fresh in my mind. So now let's come out of these files back to here. So I've demoed class note PDFs, grabbing papers from archive, auto-generating the skeletons and the flashcards. And now let's see what it looks like to, let's visualize the connections between these nodes. So here is a graph for the file I'm reading right now, One Effective Grad Student Workflow. Here is the node I have a link to in my org mode document on spaced repetition. We can open that and come right back to Emacs. And I just love that for the more complicated topics, you can see connections between things that you maybe didn't realize you had and some of the notes you've taken. And so I'm getting near the end. I just want to show some small customizations. I save my org mode files that are in org-rome with a year, month, date prefix so that I can tell when the node was created. I also truncate them at 30 characters so that when I do an ls, they don't word wrap. Maybe that's OCD. And I also use an ID format that is year, month, date, hour, minute, second, rather than the full UUID format, because that number up there, that ID makes sense to me, and it gives me an idea of when that node, which you can, by the way, you can have on even one of these subheadings can be a node in org Rome. So now that you can see that was created right now. Some of the to-dos I still have in this system. We don't have to go too much into them, but I mentioned case insensitivity, and I'd like to make some improvements to org noter. At this point, I have a list of people I'd like to thank. I'm not going to read the whole list out, but there are a bunch of software engineers that created great free software that's very useful to me and I use every day. So thank you to them, and thank you all for listening to my talk.
Okay, awesome. So hi again, everyone. So that was a talk by Greg Coladonato. And now I'm going to get us started. Oh, but sorry, I need to make a point. Sorry, I just need to talk to my organizer. Okay, I yelled after them. I'm very sorry about this. Sasha, I mean, if you can hear me, I'm really sorry about what I just did. Okay, so right now, as we did for the previous talk, and it's going to be like this for all the live Q&A that we have afterwards, whenever the talk finishes, we are publishing the link. If you look right above me, if you go to the talk we just had, which was the one by Greg, if you click on a page, you will arrive to the page, and at the top you have the live Q&A. This is also being streamed to alt. So you do not need to join BBB. You can just move from main.webm to alt.webm, and you should find the link pretty easily. Okay, I'm going to get us started on the next talk. Sorry, it's like a marathon, and I'm running low on energy, but I've still got about 3 hours of conference left to do. Okay, so the next talk is by Philip Beedling, and it's called Using Org Mode for Recording Continuous Professional Development. So Org Mode is useful for professionals too. Org Mode is useful for professionals too, compared to what you saw before. And here Philip shows us how he uses Org Mode to document his career growth, which is great for convincing people to give you raises or promotions. So let me just get the talk lined up. And there we go.
Hello everyone, my name's Philip Beedling. Just to give you a bit of background, I'm the enterprise architect at a company called Untitled Technologies. I've been using Emacs certainly for the last 4 or 5 years as part of my day-to-day workflow, but I've used it on and off for the last 20 years, depending on the jobs or the task at hand. Now today I'm here in a personal capacity to talk about a use I had for Emacs last year, where I had to record my continuous professional development. I was required to be audited by my professional body on it. Now, my CPD record is a bit of a mess, or certainly was. It was over various different services and systems that had been provided to me by previous employers. And I had bits of it in Excel spreadsheets. And I was looking for like a one single golden source where I could store it all and use in the future. So I had a look online. I didn't find anything I liked, so I decided I would use Emacs. I quickly came to the conclusion that using org mode was a nice fit for this. You know, both the to-do lists and the properties seemed to fit nicely with building a very basic database, which is what, in effect, this is what this is. So without further ado, I will start by just downloading. So this is available on my public Git handle as a Fallout Fill, and it's under a project called MISC. It's just a single file called cpd.org. I can stick that in the chat when we actually do this live, so that people will have a link to it. So I'll start this up. Okay, so to start with, I am just going to close down various list stuff and just give you a demo of how it actually works. So let's scroll up here. Okay, so basically to make this work, the way I subdivide it is that I would have professional goals, and professional goals would be made up of activities, and each of those activities would contribute to the goal. So in order to represent this, this is just a nested to-do list in Emacs org mode. I sort of changed things like the naming to pending, in progress, and complete, rather than to do done, because that's more like what my professional body likes to categorize things. But essentially it's the same thing. So I've got an org capture template or two org capture templates in order to grab this information and then stick it in a to-do list and also tabulate it using column view. So I'll start off just by showing you an example here. So what I'm going to do is create a new goal, and then under it I will create a couple of activities relevant to that goal. So for the goal, I'm going to have, let's say, something relevant, so improve public speaking. And then I'm going to say, well, the type of that goal is, well, it's a presentation, I suppose. The outcome of that goal is, well, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but it would be, you know, get feedback from colleagues and so forth. I won't fill it in completely about what the goal was. Now, the retrospective value, my understanding is that you fill that in afterwards. So you want to talk after completing the action. So this is not relevant for today. I'm just going to leave it blank, although I'm sure you can imagine I could say, having completed this action, I felt that, blah, 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 and so forth. Okay, so I will add that, and then you will see that I now have a new goal, both in my column view and in my to-do list. And just to make it you know, a little bit realistic, I'm going to then add two activities to that. So when I come into add an activity, I have to select a goal. I'm going to select improve public speaking. The activity I'm going to say is, well, let's say speak at EmacsConf 2021. We can use a type of presentation. Outcome of that is, well, stating the obvious, but present on an Emacs idea, right? Something along the lines of that. And then retrospective, again, I'm not going to fill that in at the moment. And then we will then store that. And then last but not least, I will come up with a slightly different activity. So again, selecting improve public speaking. The activity would be watch lecture series on public speaking, you know, blah, 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 so forth. Type value would be lecture for this. Outcome would maybe be use new knowledge in EmacsConf presentation, right? Might be a good one there. Again, retrospective value, I'm just going to leave that blank, and I'm going to save that like so. Okay, so now we're in a position where we've got a goal and two activities which are represented here. You can see here that I can move an activity, cycle it forward to in progress. When I do that, I get a started timestamp here. If I then cycle it again, I get the more familiar closed timestamp here. The started timestamp is a bit of custom code. I'll show you that in a moment. And then likewise, let's say that we'll move this one from pending to started. Okay. Now, if I save the document, that will trigger the updating of the column view. You can see now that we have the various started and completed statuses up to date. Okay, so that's pretty much, you can imagine that we could add lots of goals and lots of activities, and this would grow into a, you know, several sheets worth of work. And then last but not least, I show is obviously the most important thing is how do you submit it? Well, we could just use the standard export facility in org mode for doing that. So that's just Control-C, Control-E, L-O, and yeah, and then we should be, and there you can see there you've got the goals and activities. I spent a bit of time, I won't go too much into LaTeX formatting, but coming up with something that I felt got as much information compactly on a page without making it difficult to read, shall we say. And it's always a finely balanced thing. I'm not saying I'm an expert at it, but I thought what I came up with here was reasonably clear, but allowed you to write enough information that, you know, the goals and activities were reasonably well explained. Okay, so we could just kill that. Okay, so how does all of that work? Well, underneath this config tab here, we have a bunch of lists, but I'm going to sort of fly through here. You can ask me any questions afterwards. First thing is we have the org capture templates, which are here. The goal one is not doing anything special. It's just writing it back to this file. So there is a limitation there that you must have this file open when you add them, which is something I'd like to improve in future. For the activities, it specifies the file, but it also specifies this function set activity pos from goal, which above here, what this does is it iterates through the various org entries looking for goals And once it has a list of goals, it presents them to you using IDO completing read so that you can select the goal that you want the activity to live underneath. And it then searches forward and it finds the appropriate spot in that goal that the Emacs can then dump the captured activity. Okay, the next one is pretty straightforward. Because I changed the names of the to-do done, I now need a new way of aggregating the summary completion statuses. So for this, I'm just looking at the number of completed activities over the total number of activities. And I make that available under C++ here, which we will see when I go and show you the sort of the top configuration in the org document in 2 minutes. I mentioned that we needed to have our own start date. The way this works is we add a hook to org after to do state change hook, which means that we test the state change results in one of the items being in progress. And if that's true and it already doesn't have a timestamp, then it creates a timestamp with the current time and date. The second hook here is just ensuring that when we save the document, that the column view is dynamically updated so that everything is up to date. And then last but not least here, the tempf timestamp. What this does is on the export is it modifies the timestamps so that it removes the angle brackets and it removes the hours and minutes as a space saving thing and a tidiness thing in the PDF. I'll show you in a second how that's used. We then allow bind keywords. We use them above, and then we just have a simple key that allows us to a hotkey for all capture. And then at the start, when we evaluate the start of block of Lisp, just so it's already there, and set the number of sub-levels to 1, so only the top levels exist. Okay, so coming back up to the top, to put that all back together again, the startup just tells you that you want log times, the title, author, description, and they should be obvious, right? That's just text for the PDF. Options, we disable the table of contents. We do not want that. Now, the output config here, the first two are resulting in the timestamp formats. So that was the tempf timestamp function I showed you below. We got a bit of latex stuff here, just saying that we want a landscape and we want to use A4 paper size. And then the columns here, what we want is just to rename the properties to something which just look a little bit nicer in the table, so you can see that goals, activities, status completed, and so forth. And then last but not least, on the actual thing, we use a long table in latex, and we align, so we specify very exactly that we want 5 centimeters for the first and last 2 columns, and that we want all the other columns to use the remaining space. And that's it. Appreciate I've absolutely whirlwinded through that, but please do feel free to ask me any questions or speak to me offline. Thank you very much.
Okay, awesome. So that was using all mode for recording continuous professional development by Philip Beedling. Now, as usual, you know the routine now. If you look right above my head, if you go on the schedule and you go to the talk of Philip and you click here, you'll be brought to the live Q&A where Philip is waiting to answer your question, and it's also being broadcast on Alt. You know the routine. I'll probably do it after every session, every presentation that we have, but you know, I think it's important to repeat it so that everyone know where they can get their questions answered. Okay, so moving on now to the next talk, we have creating technical API documentation and presentation using org Babel, REST client, and org-tree slide, and it's by Jan. So you sometimes need to write stuff for other people to read, right? So Jan shows how org mode comes to the rescue again. Okay, let us get started. I'll just need a second to find the recording. And oops, another second actually. There we go. See you in a bit.
Hi, my name is Jan, and I'll be talking about using Emacs for technical writing. Now let's first define what we mean by technical writing. At least I mean with that any kind of writing that involves computer systems. So maybe a developer guide for a system or a library that you've been creating, maybe reference documentation or a user guide for a REST API that you offer as a cloud service, or doing a technical presentation exactly like this one that may actually include some live coding as well that you may want to do while you're showing the presentation without too much context switching. I've been doing a variety of these things in my professional life for a while now, and I found Emacs to be a really nice tool to help out with that, since it actually pulls in different languages, like the ones I work with is Scala, Java, C++, things like that, and everything works in the same way within Emacs, so we don't have to learn different tools to do the same thing. Doing all of this against Java looks the same as it would with C++, except the language is different. A little refresher for people that might be viewing this out of context. Emacs is a very customizable text editor environment, and org mode is a part of Emacs that allows you to deal with structured text. So a plain text file containing headings, lists, tables, and even code blocks formatted in a particular way, so org mode can help out with that. And org Babel is the particular part of org mode that deals with executing those code blocks and actually interacting with, say, a Java or a Python environment underneath and showing the results of that right inside the same org file. So let's look at what a couple of scenarios using this might actually look like. And let's start with imagining that we are writing a developer guide for a service or a library that we, or a computer program that we might be writing. And imagine that we have some dependencies that the program requires that are configured using Docker Compose. For those, according to YAML. Now here inside Emacs, we have a block that defines a YAML file, and we actually saying this is called docker.compose, docker-compose.yaml. With some content here. And you can see that even though we are in org mode knows that it can highlight this according to YAML. And org mode doesn't directly know about YAML. We just said, hey, this block has to do with YAML. And because there's a YAML mode in Emacs, it will borrow from that mode to actually highlight this block. Now, the fun thing is that there's a feature in org called tangling that allows you to take these kinds of blocks and actually export them to separate files. So if we look at the directory that we're in right now, we see that we just got the presentation. There's no Docker Compose file yet. If I say Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V-T, and I go back and refresh this directory, now we have a Docker Compose file as well, which has the content in that we just created here. And that's very nice because conceptually, we don't actually need to leave org mode. We can say something about this file and have the contents of the file in the same descriptive document, while also having some actual side effect of the file existing on disk and us being able to interact with it. For example, we could, now that the file is there, invoke Docker Compose and actually create the Nginx web server that we're defining here. So let's do that. We have a little block here that runs a shell script. If I invoke that from org mode, we get the results here. We see that now we have a web server running on port 8080. That's, by the way, serving up the contents of the directory that we're in here on port 8080. So that's already quite nice. Let's look at another scenario where we may be documenting a REST API. REST APIs use a lot of HTTP interactions, typically describing an XML or a JSON structure and which HTTP verb get or put to use with that and a URL. And there's actually a nice extension to org Babel called REST Client that you can install that allows you to describe these kind of requests right inside Emacs. First, let's make sure that our HTTP server has something to respond with that's a little interesting, for example, an XML file. We already know how to do that, so let's create a code block type XML that we can tangle to a file called test.xml, Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V-T. And now, if we look at the directory again, we have a test.xml file. And now we can have a new type of block called REST Client, which will invoke REST Client, and anything you type into here will be sent as an HTTP request to the server that you specify. So now, right now, it goes to localhost on 8080, and let's see if we can get our test.xml file back. I've just invoked this, and you can see we get this back, and the content type of the server, if we scroll down a little bit, I think we see the headers here. Yeah, so the server said it's text/XML, and REST Client is smart enough to actually invoke Emacs's SGML mode to highlight it. I'm not exactly sure what the difference is between SXML and XML mode, and there's an XML mode. They all pretty much know how to deal with XML. In this case, SXML was SGML was chosen, which is fine. But you can see we just served up that test XML file, and we can have some actual text here describing, hey, if you do this request, you might get a response like that. And the server will actually serve that up and insert it right into the org mode document. By the way, we're looking at this now inside Emacs, rendered somewhat interestingly, but obviously you can export this to a PDF or HTML or in all sorts of nice and different ways as well, depending what your particular needs are. Of course, we can't just send GET requests, we can send PUT requests as well. And just like in plain HTTP, you have the PUT method on the first line, then your headers, then a blank line, and then the body. If we try and invoke this, then Nginx will say 4 or 5 not allowed, because obviously just running a plain web server will not allow you to actually upload any files. But this, of course, could have been any other response as well. Yeah. Now let's look at doing presentations themselves, like the one you're looking at. There's a package that I like to use a lot, which is called org tree slides. That's the one that's active right now, which takes an org document and allows you to show one heading at a time. So it doesn't matter whether it's a first level, second level, third level heading. They sort of fold into nice things at the top, where you can sort of go through a document one piece at a time. And I actually do like to use org Babel at the same time to do some live coding in that as well. And there are actually 2 ways to go to a PDF. You can just use the normal org export option to go to a PDF, which is Ctrl-C, Ctrl-E, and then LP. But if you use REST client, the LaTeX file underneath sometimes gets a little wonky, because those things don't directly work together. I wrote a little bit of Lisp to help out with that, which you can look at if you check out my presentation later. There's another package for org Babel called Beamer, or OX Beamer it's called, which uses a LaTeX style called Beamer to create a PDF. And that one looks... that one tries to actually create 1 page per slide. You would actually have a PDF with the slides. But that one is a lot more picky on what your org file is structured like. So you need to have all your leaf headings at the same level, which I typically don't do. So I can show you what this one looks like from this presentation. So you get a nice title slide, and then it tries to make an outline, which is the 1 level above. The slides sort of look okay, but as you go further, they sort of start to run into, things not flowing as they should. I'm sure with a lot more LaTeX knowledge, you could make this look a lot nicer. But personally, I tend to just create a normal PDF document that's just text with all the actual content of the document inside the text. You can see the highlighting of especially REST client stuff. That works just fine, and it's enough for my needs. So I just tend to make plain PDFs. Since we only have 10 minutes, I will not go into the detailed configuration. You can check out the presentation online to see how all these packages are configured and how I use them. But for now, that's all I have. I do recommend you try this out yourself if you have any kind of documentation or textual things to do. Just pick one of these packages at a time, integrate them into your configuration. If you haven't already, that's really the best way to go about this. And Google is your friend. If you think, hey, how would I do this with these packages? Definitely do that. More things I will be looking at is using this concept to write unit or integration tests. You can imagine if you have a documentation in org mode that describes your service as a function of its REST API, you may want to actually run all those commands as part of your build and check if all the documentation is still in order. I'm not doing that yet, but I'm definitely looking into that. And I'm also writing some extensions to use Java and Scala in a somewhat higher level with org mode, but that's not entirely working yet, and we don't have time to go into that today. But that's it. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I'll be able for questions later.
Okay, so we're back. So that was a wonderful talk by Jan called Creating Technical API Documentation and Presentation using org Babel, REST Client, and org tree slide. So you know the routine now. If you look right above my head, if you go to the schedule, you'll be able to find Jan's talk. And if you click here, you'll find the live Q&A link. So just click on there, and it's also being streamed on Art. Well, I'm starting to get really tired of saying this. By 11 p.m. in my time zone tonight, the end of day one, I'm pretty sure we will all be tired of this. Okay, moving on to the next talk. So if you look at the schedule, the next one is a talk by Tom, which is org as an executable format. So org is a great way to combine code and explanations, but how do we make sure that it works for other people? Tom will talk about how to make your org file more self-contained. So let us get started.
Hello all, welcome to EmacsConf 2021. I'm Tom Gillespie. Thank you to the organizers for all your hard work and for inviting me to give this short talk on org as an executable format. The links to the talk page, the GitHub page for the project, and the package on MELPA are listed on the right. Let's start with one of the motivating use cases for executable org files. Many users keep global configuration for org in an init.l file, which works for many workflows. However, for reproducible research, this is a challenge because if an org file is dissociated from the init.l file, then often it will no longer function as expected. One potential solution to this problem is to be able to include all of the global configuration for Emacs and the environment in the org file itself, in which case when you go to reuse the org file, it will work as expected. What does an executable org file look like in action? Here's a demo of an executable org file running in bash, --zish, and PowerShell. So we are currently in bash, and we can run our demo, and it will print some stuff and wait for input. We can also run it in dash, which is the default for Debian and derivatives. Same program, works as expected. Zish also. And lastly, PowerShell. If we try to run demo.org itself, we see we get an error because PowerShell cares about file extensions. So if we symlink to PS1, then it works as expected. And there are ways to alias this so that you can run it as a program without the PS1 extension. So how does this work? There are three components to an executable org file that all need to be present in order for this to work. Starting from the top of the file, we have a shebang block. Next, we have an org Babel block written in Emacs Lisp, which is what we actually saw executing. And then there are some eval local variables, or elves, that are involved in making this actually executable. So let's start with the shebang block. Org syntax does not have support for shebang lines. However, it supports the shebang block. This is because org comments, blocks, keywords, etc. that start with the sharp sign have the same syntax as comments in POSIX and PowerShell. This block is in fact valid bash, --zish, PowerShell, and maybe some other shells as well. And in essence, what it does is perform some setup to avoid polluting standard output, and then it runs Emacs to load the file itself. The eLisp that is passed on the command line is explicated over here on the right, and in essence what it does is to keep the startup time minimal and as low as possible, it loads the absolute bare minimum needed for Babel, and then it calls hack local variables, triggering the eval local variables. What do the eval local variables do and how do those work? The essence of the approach is to use org confirm Babel evaluate to allow Babel execution. We can't set it to nil because that is an arbitrary code execution vector, which we don't want if we're sharing files. Instead, what we do is we use the fact that it can be a function, and we normalize the block of code, we checksum it, and then we check that it matches this checksum up here at the top of the file. And then sort of inside there, inside of org SBE, which is org source block evaluate, we call the block. So the actual implementation of this is somewhat more complicated. However, it is small enough to fit in the local variables at the end of the file. One thing to note is that if you are using PowerShell, PowerShell parses the whole file, which means that for any normal org content, you need to put it in a multi-line PowerShell comment and close it. So once we hit hack local variables at the end, we run the eval local variables block, then we enter this elisp block, and you can write whatever you want. All the power of org Babel is now at your fingertips in order to do what you need for this file. So finally, let's do a quick demo of how to use this to make your own org files executable. So orgstrap is available on MELPA, as mentioned, and it can be installed using package.l by calling package install orgstrap. It'll download and it will install. Then you can open an existing file or a new file. In this case, we're going to open a file called example.org. And then orgstrap provides a command called orgstrap init. And what orgstrap init does is it populates a file with the machinery needed to run an orgstrap block. We're just going to do a message orgstrap, hello orgstrap. And if you look up at the top, you will see that the orgstrap block checksum will change when I save the file. This makes it much easier to author files with orgstrap blocks. And then we need one last piece of machinery, which is the shebang block. I am just going to steal the shebang block from this other file over here. Since it is available, you can also get it from shebang.org, and I have plans to add a command to insert this into the file directly, which may actually be done by the time this video is actually posted and visible. There's one last step, which is that we need to run dir in order to, there we go. So we use Shift M, a capital M, in order to make our example file executable. And then if we come back to here, we see that example.org is now executable, and we can run it. Hello orgstrap, and we're done. So that's the basic workflow for getting orgstrap files to be executable. I will be around to answer questions live, and I will be also available in the EmacsConf IRC channel all day. I hope you have found this useful, and thank you very much for watching.
Alright, so that was org as an executable format by Tom. You know the usual routine. If you go on a schedule and you click on Tom's talk, you will have the live Q&A link right there to join question time. And it's also being streamed on Alt. Okay, moving on to the next talk. This one is by, oh, is it Carl Voigt? Oh, it is Carl Voigt's talk. Sorry, I got confused for a second. So this is a talk by Carl Voigt, the use of org mode syntax outside of GNU Emacs. So can org mode be useful outside Emacs? Carl Voigt shares his thoughts on standardizing org mode markup support and building an ecosystem of applications. So let us get started right away.
Hello, my name is Carl Voigt, and I spent the last decade working with Emacs org mode as my main organization system for my use cases. And I would like to take this opportunity and point out a subtle issue we've had in many different discussions around org mode, which itself stands for quite different kind of things. On the one hand side, org mode is an implementation in eLisp on the Emacs platform, and on the other hand side, org mode is also a lightweight markup language which we use to express things, how headings are marked, how text is made boldface, how external links are written, and so forth in text documents. From my own experience, from many different online discussions, I once wrote a blog article on my webpage that summarizes why I do think that org mode is superior to other well-known lightweight markup languages such as Markdown, AsciiDoc, restructured text, and more. My main points in this article were that org mode is an intuitive and easy to learn and remember markup. It is standardized, as in the Emacs implementation defines the current standard, and there is no different org mode version out there which conflicts with that. Org mode is consistent within its markup language design. Org mode can be easily typed in any text-based tool, and org mode makes much sense outside of Emacs, so that you can use it, for example, in email clients or in other text documents not interpreting the markup at all. And of course, if you want, you can have the perfect tool support within Emacs and other software tools. This naming issue, using one name for two different kind of things, arises in discussions about the markup support in non-Emacs tools and services, in questions on levels of compatibility in comparison to the large and huge amount of functionality within Emacs, and so forth. In order to find a solution to some of those issues, I propose a different name, a new idea, a definition for the lightweight markup language and the lightweight markup language alone. A new standard which, by the way, reminds me on something here. Anyway. So we need a different name for this new thing, and its feature set needs to be something good enough to help adapting org mode syntax outside of the Emacs universe. It can't be the whole set of org mode features. This would kill the idea instantly, because everything that is going into that direction would be compared to our golden standard, the Emacs implementation of org mode, which cannot be compared to anything else at this time. So it needs to be somehow less than org mode. It needs to be recognizable in non-Emacs circles, and it should remind people on similar things in order to be something somewhat self-explanatory as a term. Hereby, I propose the name OrgDown for this thing, and it's launched with my Emacs conference talk 2021. So what should OrgDown be? It should be a subset of org mode lightweight markup language syntax. It should be a definition of org mode based entities that do make sense on their own, which is, in any case, always a compromise of some sort, of course. It needs to be extensible for different purposes to ensure future-proofness, and it needs to have a formal definition of org mode, which helps in becoming a new standard. It needs to be a self-sustaining community that supports the process by documentation and connecting people to other people, to the documentation and to tools. What OrgDown should never be is something that's incompatible with org mode within Emacs, and some kind of org mode replacement, of course. The advantages of OrgDown for everybody includes better org support in non-Emacs tools, to promote the beautifully crafted org mode syntax to a larger set of people, even outside of Emacs of course, to push better support for the collaboration for Emacs and non-Emacs users for using text-based documents. Finally, fix the irritating mix-up of markup language support and its eLisp implementation. I already mentioned briefly the need for a definition and extensibility. Therefore, I came up with the idea of having different levels of OrgDown. And the first and most basic level of OrgDown is called OrgDown 1. OrgDown 1, or in short OD1, consists of a small set of org mode-based features such as simple text formatting, headings, lists and checkboxes, example quote and source blocks, comments, external web links, tables without calculations. I tried to find a compromise that should work with most people, starting with any lightweight markup that is based on Emacs org mode. In order to get a measure on how well OrgDown1 is supported by one specific tool, I came up with an OD1 compatibility percentage index. 43 easy-to-check features such as does it support highlighting of bold text using single asterisks? Each feature can be supported in a basic way, 1 point, or in an advanced way, 2 points. 1 point means it basically doesn't interfere with the tool in any negative way. 2 points means that it provides active syntax highlighting, for example, or even tool-supported features like shortcuts to insert elements and such. Summing up those 2 levels for all those 43 features result in a number that can be compared to the maximum level there is, which results in a given percentage. By definition, Emacs provides full support of all OrgDown levels. And most tool supports at least 50% of org mode 1, as long as OrgDown1 syntax doesn't result in some markup conflict or tooling conflict or whatever. This emphasizes the idea that OrgDown can and should be used for personal notes anywhere and in general domains, just like writing emails, for example. I guess the majority of tools with a certain support for OrgDown1 will be in the area of 80s and 90s percent-wise. If OrgDown1 is not enough, there will be future definitions of OrgDown2, 3 or higher, which will take more and more syntax elements from the org mode syntax and integrate it into the domain of OrgDown. So far, OrgDown1 is described on a public GitLab page, which has already documentation on how to learn OrgDown, some syntax examples, frequently asked questions, and of course, with their answers, a collection of tools that already do support OrgDown in some way, and a few of them did already get evaluated by me and got their OD1 compatibility percentage in a table. Some ideas on how people can contribute to this new standard is also part of this new site. And of course, now I need your help in order to make this a success story for org mode and of course OrgDown. So please do contribute to the GitLab project pages and add tools and their OrgDown1 compatibility percentages. For example, a template file is provided, of course. Please do add more parsers. Please use the term OrgDown1 to label tool properties for your own stuff, and so that people do realize that your tools are already supporting this general use case of org mode. And there is no need to support all the org mode in order to profit from org mode syntax with OrgDown. You can spread the idea by promoting OrgDown as a separate term compared to org mode and its mixed up definition with the org mode eLisp implementation. And in case that OrgDown really resonates with you, you can add a formal specification to the GitLab project of OrgDown. I guess that some of the existing formal definitions of org mode already do qualify for OrgDown1 by stripping down to the few things OrgDown1 is concentrating on. You can create, for example, a language server protocol for org mode 1, which would multiply the possibilities for adapting OrgDown1 in all kinds of editors by giving syntax highlighting, for example. And you may find the idea intriguing that OrgDown1 is a perfect markup language candidate for the Gemini project, which would be in short a linked web of plain orgdown1 files that form a parallel internet without advertisements, malware, bloated web pages, and so forth. It's concentrating on the essential value of information in form of simple text files and links to other simple text files. I would love to see this happen someday. In the meantime, let's kickstart Orgdown with Orgdown1 as the first level, visit the GitLab page, hand in improvements for the link tool sections, and spread the brilliant markup design of org mode using Orgdown as a well-defined new standard. Thank you.
And we are back. Hello again. So, you know the routine now. If you look above my head, if you go to the level, this level in the schedule, you'll find Carl Voigt's talk, which was the use of org mode syntax outside of GNU Emacs. And if you click there, you'll be provided with a link to the Q&A BBB room, which is also being streamed to Alt. All right, moving on to the next talk. The next talk is by Daniel German, and it is about using org mode to teach programming. Now, org mode's support for code block makes it an excellent tool for preparing and delivering lectures about code, and Daniel German shows us what it's like to teach with org.
Hello everybody, my name is Daniel German. I'm Professor of Computer Science at the University of Victoria, and I have been teaching programming for more than 10 years. And so I want to tell you today about how I have been using Emacs effectively during the last 10 years, and to try to improve how I not only create content for my students, but also how I deliver it. And particularly how within the last 5 years I have been using org mode in a very effective way, and that I think that benefits both my students and myself in the creation and the delivery of content. Let me switch to my computer, and I'm going to remove myself because I can use all the real estate screen. And so the goal of my presentation today is really to give you a little bit of an overview of how I have been able to combine the use of org mode and with some other tools. I'll talk about specifically about them, and then also offer some suggestions and recommendations in how to get started. And I have created a configuration, a set of configuration files that you can use. I will describe them towards the end, and so hopefully it will make it easy for all of you to get started on using it. And so let me start talking a little bit about the challenges of teaching programming. I think that the fundamental one is that keeping the content and the slides up to date is hard, because the content is programs. There are programs that sometimes have errors, and sometimes the slides are incomplete snippets of code, and that once they go into this slides software like Google Slides or PowerPoint, they're essentially static objects. And and if we need to update them, we basically don't know whether the update code actually works or doesn't work. And also we cannot insert automatically the output. We'll have to run the snippet outside and run it and then insert that code. So that's very cumbersome. It's really one of the major challenges of using a slide software to teach programming. The other thing is that during the presentation, there's nothing you can do with the code. You might be able to edit it, but you cannot run it. You have to move outside of the presentation software to be able to execute the code. And the last one is kind of related to the previous two, is that you don't have a single file. and your information is spread across many different files. Especially if you have lots of different snippets in your slides, you probably have a lot of different small files, each of them contributing something to your slides. And so it becomes a pain to manage. And so all of this is where org mode really excels. And org mode is capable of doing everything. And it needs a little bit of help from some friends. I will describe what I mean by that. And but the other thing that is also very valuable is that it's within the magic of Emacs. I absolutely love to be able to work with text within Emacs, and I enjoy actually creating my notes in org mode way more than if I was making them in Google Slides. Let me start by giving you a short demo. And I have been teaching programming in C++ for around 5 years. And this was really the trigger towards trying to do everything within org mode. And so I have a repository and in GitHub. And I think that GitHub is an excellent tool that works in collaboration with org mode. And I'll describe actually what I mean by that. So my lectures are essentially org files, and so for example, let's go into one of these files. This is an org file. You can actually see it in the extension, and I get a table of contents. GitHub creates or gives us actually the ability to quickly jump, and it creates a dynamic table of contents, but also can actually create it automatically. And then here it goes, and this is the code that I have. This is a snippet of my that I present in the class, and so let me actually show you how I do it within Emacs. And so what I will do is the following, and let me try to open that file. And so here's the file, and it's exactly the same that we were browsing in GitHub. And what I do is I simply just scroll through the document. It's almost like movie title, movie credits at the end of the movie. I don't break them into chunks that show in the screen. I see no point in doing that. What I do is I simply scroll through the text. The students are able to see the same information in GitHub on their computer, or they can print it if they want. And they are able to actually follow with me and then having a much bigger picture than if I just show a very small snippet. In the case that the snippet is too big, and so for example, let's say this one actually doesn't cover covers more than full screen, I'm actually reduce the size and then give a little bit of an explanation of the whole thing, and then focus and say, this is the line where we have to pay attention. And notice actually how I use color for that. I think that the ability to use color and typesetting is fundamental to be able to do this effectively. And the nice thing is that we can configure org mode to be able to do most of this automatically. As I said before, one of the great advantages is that I can actually run the code and dynamically. So let's say that the student says, but what if I change that value to 10? Well, let's try it. Let's change it, run it. And then you can see here that it has a 10. So that's really powerful because you're not tied to what is the content you have on the slides. If you find an error that or an omission, or you want to talk about something else, you can very quickly do it. And you can add comments and then make some suggestions specifically to that. Or worst case scenario, if you really need it, and you can say, let's load it into Sornov. Let's actually do some hand annotation. Let's actually say, oh, look at this 10. This is the value that I want you to concentrate. It's not perfect. I'm not doing it within Emacs. I wish there was a way to do it, but it is absolutely effective because I'm actually able to use the power. I noticed that all that they exported is just the block, and also it did the color and typesetting. The typesetting of the content. So this is actually great. I have the colors, red, purple, etc., etc. So I love be able to do that. And this is just a temporary file. I can actually discard it, and it doesn't really matter. let me go back to the presentation. And so that's the delivery. So the delivery is great, and I can tell the students now you're actually in GitHub. If you want to test the code, just cut and paste. And notice that I click on the little icon. Now it's copied. It's now part of the kill buffer. So if I want to actually create a file that has that content, I can very quickly do it. Try that with PowerPoint. You will have to have the text without any nice typesetting, or you will have to have a picture that is impossible to cut and paste. So that's something that the students really appreciate of this. And they can try it on the computer. They can load it into their favorite editor. And I don't force them to use Emacs, but I have to say that some of them really get intrigued by this power, that they want to try Emacs because they see that they can do that I can do things that they cannot do with other tools. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. The other half of it is preparing the notes, and I think that preparing the notes is something that I want to do as easy as possible. I want to be able to reduce the time that I waste on things that they're done. They're not part of the actual thinking or the delivery of the presentation. So let me create a file, and so let's call it read2.org, and well, I have this one, so let's call it read.org. Oh, I have this one too, so let's call it read4.org. So it's empty. I use just snippets. I think just snippets are very important, and I'll go through this in a little bit later. It's important to set up the properties for each language that I use properly. I'll describe this a little bit later. Unfortunately, the properties have to be evaluated one at a time, and so I'm just going to kill the buffer and open it again. So now all of these properties are properly set. So as I said before, I have some yes snippets, so I can actually do very quickly. So also this is C++, cout, hello world, std, and L. And then I run it, and then it's inserted down here. So nothing special. And let's assume that I make a mistake and I type double L here. I will get an error, and these line numbers unfortunately don't perfectly match with the line numbers in the little snippet, because there's some code that Babel inserts so that shifts them. So that's something to be aware of. And so I can correct it, run it, and then it inserts the result. Let's do one in C. I'll explain the exports both a little bit. So let's assume that I don't want to have a full main program. So let's assume that I just want to demonstrate how to use printf. Hello world %s / my friend. Let's run it. I get a bunch of errors. Why? Because I don't have a main program. So I have to actually tell Babel that I want a main program. So yes, put a main around it. So now I run it, and it says, oh, in the function main, we have an implicit declaration for function printf. I'm very stringent on my compilation option. So I want to have every single potential error displayed. So that's actually why. So in this case, actually need includes. So I can say includes stdio.h. And now run it, and it runs perfectly. So why is this important? Well, it allows me to just have the snippet that I'm concerned about. I don't have to have all the overhead of having to have the include, main, etc. If I want to show just one specific concept and I can do it in very few lines of code, I can do that immediately. Of course, the students will not be able to cut and paste it without the main file, but that's something that we can explain then. We can do all the languages, so I can say print, let's print just a list. And or let's actually keep updating it, and let's do a map and of lambda x multiplied by x, and then we run it. Okay. The thing that is important is that if we also have the full power of the environment, right? So we can actually edit it in the native mode of the language, and wherever we actually want to use specific features that they are available in the particular mode. And but for most of the cases, I don't need that because my examples are relatively simple. And let's do one more. And this is a little bit different, SQLite. In the previous examples, the output that is inserted is a standard output. In SQLite, I want to actually see the tables. I want to see how the tables, what the results are. And so let's create table S. Let's call it R, A int, B int, and let's run it. It says, oh, the table already exists. Okay, so drop table if exists R, and then we run it. Okay, so now it's created. SQLite. So we can say create a table. And let's actually add SQL, and here we're actually going to add this is an example in C, and here we're going to have C++. Okay. Okay, so SQL, and then we create a table, and then we populate it, and then insert into our values 1.2, 2.3, 3.4. Okay, so now I have a table, I have values, and I can do select a star from R, and then I get the result. Okay, it's almost magic because I can actually get formatted the output in the way that I expected. And obviously, if my result is too big, then it will basically just create a huge buffer, or we'll say the output is too big. So often with databases, I actually narrow my output, right? Or I might do it with a clause where a bigger than 1. Okay, so if the language is supported by Org Babel, then you can do all of this. Let me go back to the presentation. I'm running out of time, and so let me give you a short tour of how this is done. And I have created a repository, and that shows, so that has all the configuration that I have. Everything is self-contained. You can just download it and run it, and you will have to replace your .emacs.d directory, and then you can explore it, test it, and then pick things out of it, choose, etc. Okay. Let me go through the README, and I think that the README is actually useful. I have a function called lecture start. That is the one that creates indentation, sets up the mode, etc. Let me talk about GitHub. So GitHub is a great resource. Why? Well, it's publishing. As I mentioned before, it's very simple to publish. You basically just push your changes, and it automatically renders the code. And it's something that is quite useful. And but it is not perfect, and it's not able to understand the full org. And but for most of the things that I use for teaching, it's sufficiently good. It would be better if it was full compliance, but it's not bad as it is. Version control. I think it is extremely valuable to have version control. It allows me to actually use different computers or keep track of my changes, collaborate with authors, even have pull requests from the students. They actually, it's very empowering for the students. Navigation links, cut and paste between blocks. You can even edit in place if you want to. And if in a pinch, you can actually use GitHub to do the editing of your file. Of course, it will not update your buffers. Exports both. This is very important. If we have a block, by default, GitHub will not typeset that the output of that block. It will only put the source code, but not its output. So in this case, if I actually show this in GitHub, hello world will not appear. So what we need to do is, for every block, we have to do exports both. Okay, that's unfortunate, but we can deal with that. And then once it's done, then the output is actually typeset. I mentioned that header args are very important, and because those are the ones that set the parameters for each one of the blocks that you have. You don't want to have to type every single one of them at once. And so, for example, let me go back to my presentation. And so here's actually the parameters for C. And C, I say, I don't want you to automatically add a main. I want to provide my main. And these are the flags to the compiler. With C++, almost similar. With SQLite, I said, this is my database. This is the file where the database lives. And for the results, I want you to insert the column names. I want to see the names of the columns in the result. So those actually why the headers are important. There's one in general, that's results output. If you're interested in showing the standard output of your snippet, then you have to use results output. Otherwise, it will insert the result of the last expression. It just depends on what you want to show, but it's important that you are aware of that. I'm almost running out of time, so there are some things that they're C specific and that I sort of covered during the demo. You can use advanced org features and like you can actually use no web. That's confusing for students, so I will suggest that you actually do it, but then inform the students very clearly of that. Some potential issues. Underscore is used everywhere. So by default, it will try to export it, or will try to export it as circumflex, the same as with GitHub. So we want to inform org and GitHub not to do anything with them, and this is via the circumflex. So we said in option circumflex nil, and that actually takes care of the circumflex and also the underscore. It's kind of confusing because it's both, but it's actually named after the circumflex. The pipe character is one of those characters that is actually very, very common in programming, but if you put it in a table, there's no way to do it. Like I wish I had this table nicely where I can say pipe here, but if I put this pipe, it will actually interpret it as the separator. So that's one of the few things that is kind of annoying. So final words, see my configuration file and try to typeset the code, the buffer as close as possible to what you want to present. As you can see here, I'm actually using colors to highlight, using the current line, and use just snippets. They're amazing, and they will actually make your life much more useful. And experiment. And just a conclusion. So org mode and Emacs really make a wonderful, amazing environment for teaching programming. And I just want to end by saying that I'm very grateful to all the Emacs community because I have benefited tremendously over the years. I have been using Emacs since 1991. So this is essentially my 30th year that I have been using Emacs. And I think that this is the most important, most fundamental tool that I use day to day. From reading email to doing my teaching, doing my papers, my research, it's everything. So thank you all, and I hope that you find this useful. Bye.
Okay, and we are back. So you know the routine. If you look up, we add now the talk by Daniel Germain, which was using org mode to teach programming. You click there, and at the top of the page, you have the BBB link, and you can also watch it on Alt. All right, next talk is by Weselata Bepat, and it is about Babel for academics. Now, you can use org notes for assignments, worksheets, and course notes too. And here's Asilata's take showing our setup. All right, let me get it set up. There we go. Talk to you in a bit.
Hi, my name is Asilata Bapat, and I'm talking about Babel for academics. So I'm an academic at a university, and I use Emacs, org mode, and Babel for a whole bunch of work-related tasks. And there are many other tools that one could use to help with this workflow. I won't be going through all of these, and the ones that I've listed are just a few of the many that are available. Today, I'll really be talking about my teaching workflow. So let's just dive right in to a demo. So the first file that I want to show you is the notes and admin file. From this file, I'll generate a nice looking PDF document of notes, and I'll also keep track of some course admin. So the file that I have here.
Whoops, sorry, I seem to have made a mistake. Sorry, give me just a second. How much time? Oh, sorry, 40 seconds. All right.
Hi.
Why is it not turning on? Just a second. There we go. Okay, much better. Talk to you in a bit.
Hi, my name is Asilata Bapat, and I'm talking about Babel for academics. So I'm an academic at a university and I use Emacs, Org mode, and Babel for a whole bunch of work-related tasks. And there are many other tools that one could use to help with this workflow. I won't be going through all of these, and the ones that I've listed are just a few of the many that are available. Today I'll really be talking about my teaching workflow. So let's just dive right in to a demo. So the first file that I want to show you is the notes and admin file. From this file, I'll generate a nice looking PDF document of notes, and I'll also keep track of some course admin. So the file that I have here is this one. And all of the files that I'm going to show you today are taken from a course that I'm teaching at the moment this semester. So I plan to, what I want to do is export this entire document to LaTeX because this is where I'll be writing my course notes. But before I do that, I have some setup that I want to do. And you'll notice some of these headings are tagged as no export and they won't be exported. So the startup setting I'll skip. And then the main thing here is the LaTeX setup. So I'm using these hash plus option lines, and I've told org that I want to use an unusual LaTeX class. So I'll have to tell org about it later. So I'll do that in a moment. And I have some LaTeX header lines and so on. And then I have some export settings. So the first export setting is to export into a different directory, not just at the same level, because I want everything to go into the artifacts directory and then I can ignore that artifacts directory using Git. And this is the first source code block that we see, which is the Babel side of things. And I've called it export setup. The way I write it is hash plus begin underscore src, the language that I want to use, which is Emacs Lisp, and maybe some options. And this is collapsed at the moment. If I expand it, you'll see inside here, this is really just eLisp, Emacs Lisp. So the first thing I've done is I've added this LaTeX class to the list of known LaTeX classes. And the second thing I've done is I have locally set the value of org LaTeX PDF process, which is the compiler, to something. This is complicated, this command is complicated, I guess, but what the main thing it's doing is that it's moving the generated the generated image files to the output directory so that everything can remain inside of this artifacts directory. And maybe it's doing some other things. And then there are some other setup options that I'll skip. So this is a source code block. Inside of the source code block, everything is basically Emacs Lisp. How do I evaluate this? I just press Control-C, and it evaluates everything. But if I want to automate the evaluation, there's one other thing I can do. So let me jump down, to the local variables section. So in this local variables section, I have an eval block. So I've added a certain hook to the org export before processing hook. And that just resolves this reference from this file. So it looks for a code block titled export-setup, and it runs it right before exporting. And this is all local to this this buffer. So before I export, it'll then read the correct options. And after this setup, I have the course plan, which is just what goes into my agenda as to-dos. I'll skip that. And after that, I have the actual notes. And what they actually look like. So this is what they actually look like. Nicely LaTeX with diagrams and so on. Everything generated from that single org file. So I'll say more about diagrams later. I also have to write assignments and assignment solutions. So let me jump to that. Again, this is a very similar file, but I want to now export different headings to different files. This is not going to be exported all at once. So again, I have some setup.
Okay, stream, sorry, I'll need just a second to try to fix this. Can you hear Sasha and Amin? If they speak now, can you hear them? So right now, Amin just spoke. Did you hear Amin right now? No. Okay, cool. So it's fixed. So I'll mute myself now and let's get back to the talk.
Some general setup that I'll skip. Export setup, just like before. Code setup for Python, really. So I have a bunch of different languages here, so Shell and Python. And some helper functions. So let me jump to this one called toggle solutions. So this is again an Emacs Lisp code block. What this does is it tells LaTeX to either toggle solutions true, or so toggle the display of solutions on or off based on what the tag is for that particular assignment. So whether if the assignment is tagged as solved, then the solution should be displayed, otherwise they shouldn't be. And here most of the assignments are tagged as solved. So in this case, if I export this, the solutions will be displayed. So let's look at that. I see the solutions blocks, and this is because it's calling the toggle solutions piece of code. And the properties, if I expand this properties drawer, you see this output file name has a homework1-solved, so it has a solved suffix, and this is related to the fact that I have a solved tag up here. So let's see what happens if I delete the solved tag. So nothing's happened yet, but if I save the file, then suddenly this homework1-solved becomes homework1. And this is desired behavior. This is what I want, because I want to keep the solved and unsolved files separate. So once again, if I put in the solved tag and if I save, I get back the different file name. And how did I achieve this? This is again back in the setup section. It's the process export file names block. So it's some big piece of elist that I won't go through, but basically it's mapping over org entries, and it's either adding or removing this solved suffix based on what tag it sees. And okay, when does this code block get evaluated? Well, I want it to be evaluated right before I save, because I change something, I save, and I want the properties to get updated accordingly. So if I go down to the local variables section again, I have a local variables section here, and I'm evaluating this eLisp, which is setting the before save hook to resolve the process export file names function. And so that's what gives me that functionality. Okay. And finally, I have some skeletons, which are, Emacs has this skeleton language, which is a rudimentary templating language. So I've defined some templates for my assignment and worksheet in this little Emacs Lisp block, which I think I usually just evaluate manually. And then if I just call it, I get a nice looking skeleton that gives me this assignment. So one thing I want to show you in these assignments, in this file in particular, are these dot source code blocks. So I've had to type in or draw in some graphs in this assignment, and I can do that right from org. So this is some piece of code that's creating a file which has this name, and if I evaluate this block, I see a results drawer with this file, and this is a PNG file which now gets embedded into my LaTeX document. So this is nice. I can actually delete this from here, and when I export, the file will get attached automatically. And similarly, in some other assignments here, I have some Python source. So I've had to type in some complicated matrices and some complicated matrix products and so on, which I didn't want to do by hand so that I didn't introduce errors. So I've written some Python code, and if I Control-C on this block, you'll notice it's in the session matrix, so it's using the previous, the same kind of session. And you'll see that the results, because of the way I chose to format them, look like a nice drawer with nicely formatted LaTeX. So once again, these results I can cut from the file, and the file will get exported. So when the file gets exported, these source code blocks will get evaluated, and the answer will show up in the file. And finally, the last thing I want to show you very briefly is the web page for this course. The only thing I want to show you here is that I have a Python source code block which pulls in my handwritten course notes and makes them into a nice looking list with a nice looking order, and then just exports as HTML. So this is what the web page looks like, and you can see it at this URL if you go click on the 2021 link at this URL. So that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was Asilata Bapa, sorry. And sorry, I'm getting someone talking on my ear. Let me just. Okay, so I'm back now. So that was Babel for Academics by Asilata, and we, as usual, if you look up, if you click on Asilata's talk, Babel for Academics, you'll be brought to the page, and at the top you have the live Q&A, and it's also streamed on Alt. Okay, so moving on to the next talk, we have a talk by Hamed, which is managing a research workflow, bibliographies, note-taking, and archive. And like Greg from the grad student workflow from earlier, Hamed also needs to work with lots and lots of paper. And here's his workflow for managing them and taking notes.
Hello everyone, my name is Ahmed and I am very happy to be here. And today I'll talk about my academic workflow inside Emacs. So the main needs that I have is to keep up with the current research in my field and to be able to take notes and write and use these notes later in writing my papers inside Emacs. And Emacs is a great program for this because it is very extendable, and we can basically write whatever we are missing. And it replaced my earlier proprietary workflow that involved using Mendeley and Visual Studio Code and many other tools in order to do the things that I'll show today. So the first concern that I have is to keep up with new papers, and to do that I use this package called lfeed. So lfeed is basically just an RSS reader, and here I fetch all the papers that I need from archive, which is the main source of papers in my field and many other scientific fields, and it allows me to view these papers with the abstracts and so on. And in order to simplify viewing and searching for relevant papers, I use this other package called lfeed score, and lfeed score enables me to assign a numerical score like this to each of the things, and ask lfeed to explain this. So if we say equal x, then this just says that this matches 3 rules for a score of 76, this paper. And this is simply because I am searching for these keywords that are very interesting to me, such as neural networks or federated learning. And now, if I see a paper here that I am interested in, let's say I'm interested in this paper about Gaussian process inference, then I want to store it in my local library. So I want the PDF and I want to be able to cite it in the future. And to do that, I use a package called OrgGraph that has that allows me to fetch papers from archive. So here I wrote a helper function, this lfeed entry to archive, that automatically gets this paper. It asks me where to put it, and it completes with my default libraries. And then it fetches the paper from archive and places it in this folder, and also places it in my bibliography file, which is written in bibliotech. Now, so here, if we search for this paper now, we find that it is in our library. And this library interface is from a package called CTAR or CITAR, and I have customized it quite a bit to display all of the papers in my library in this format. And this just reads from a bibliotex file. So if we open it like this, you'll see that this is the entry that it placed. And one of the interesting things here is that OrgGraph actually doesn't really fetch all of the entries in this format. And moreover, I want all the entries in my file to look quite similar and to have like this very similar look. And the way I accomplish that is by using several tools and chaining them. So in order to see this, so here this is the function that I use to this is basically run as a hook after each time Emacs modifies the bibliography file, and it runs rebiber, which gets the conference versions of papers that I fetch from archive, because archive is a preprint directory, and then Biber normalizes the archive file to have a consistent look, and then I apply just some substitutions which I like more, and finally I have the whole thing under version control. And this function, reformat bib library, I make it into a hook and I run it every time after I save, and it just checks if the current buffer is the main bib library. We will just reformat the library. This allows me to keep the library looking all consistent like this. By the way, all of the code is available. You don't have to get it from the video. I will attach it as a GitHub gist. Now, one of the things that are really important is that I want to be able to keep notes on papers that I read. So, for example, here are some of my existing notes. And now let's add a note to the paper that we just got. So the pipeline here is that I use CTAR with Embark, which is another library, but you can use any other library just for completion and acting upon completion, like Ivy. And I ask it to open notes, and then it asks me how to capture it. So these capture templates are handled by the OrgRome package, which is a very, very interesting package for note-taking. And OrgRome, among other things, it allows us to write linkable notes in org mode, and moreover, it is very extensible. So there is another package called OrgRome BibTeX that allows us to attach these notes to bibliography files, which is what I'm doing right now. So for example, I set up the capture template such that when I press S for short bibliography reference, it will make a new headline in my reference notes note, and I can write things here. So for example, seems interesting. And then note here that it added this paper to Rome refs. So this means that when I look at these papers using CTAR, it will be able to find this note. And similarly, we can also add long form notes. So for example, if I do this and I add R, it will create an entirely new file that I can take detailed notes in. The strengths of OrgRome is that I can do things like linking papers. So for example, here are several books that I am reading, and this file just collects these books so that I can find them for easy reference. And of course, I can link these files from inside. So you can see here that I also use OrgCite to cite other files, and I can act upon this and open the notes corresponding to this other book. So I'm a little short on time, so I cannot go into detail on everything, but I will share my configuration, and I hope that this will inspire other people to also use Emacs for their academic workflows. Thank you so much.
And we are back. So that was Managing a Research Workflow, Bibliographies, Note-Taking, and Archive by Hamid. And I did hear quite a lot of mentions of Orgrome. So obviously quite interested. So this one, I'm actually going to change my playbook a little bit. Blaine is not... Oh, sorry, not Blaine. Hamid is not available right now. So he'll probably be answering question in a pad after the conference. And so we'll just move on straight to the next talk. So there won't be anything streaming right now on Alt. And if it's still streaming, we'll probably close it pretty soon. Okay, so the next talk is by Blaine Moores, and it is Reproducible Molecular Graphics with Org Mode. And I'm going to be very frank with you. I don't have the technical knowledge to summarize this talk well, but apparently you can use Org Mode for pretty awesome science. And here's Blaine on Reproducible Molecular Graphics.
Hi, I'm Blaine Moores. I'm going to be talking about the use of molecular graphics in org for the purpose of doing reproducible research in structural biology. I'm an associate professor of biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center in Oklahoma City. My laboratory uses X-ray crystallography to determine the atomic structures of proteins like this one in the lower left and of nucleic acids important in human health. This is a crystal of an RNA, which we have placed in this X-ray diffraction instrument. And after rotating the crystal in the X-ray beam for 2 degrees, we obtain this following diffraction pattern, which has thousands of spots on it. We rotate the crystal for a total of 180 degrees, collecting 90 images to obtain all of the data. We then process those images to and do an inverse Fourier transform to obtain the electron density. This electron density map has been contoured at the 1 sigma level. That level is being shown by this blue chicken wire mesh. Atomic models have been fitted to this chicken wire, so these lines represent bonds between atoms. The atoms are being represented by points, and the atoms are colored by atom type, red for oxygen, blue for nitrogen, and then in this case, carbon is colored cyan. We have fitted a drug molecule to the central blob of electron density, which corresponds to the active site of this protein, which is RET kinase. It's important in lung cancer. When we're finished with the model building, we will then examine the result of the final structure and prepare images for publication using molecular graphics program. In this case, we've overlaid a number of structures, and we're examining the distance between the side chain of an alanine and one of 2 drug molecules. This alanine side chain actually blocks the binding of one of these drugs. So the most popular program for doing this kind of analysis and for preparing images for publication is PyMol. PyMol was used to prepare these images on the covers of these leading journals. PyMol is favored because it has 500 commands and 600 parameter settings that provide exquisite control over the appearance of the output. PyMol has over 100,000 users, reflecting its popularity. This is the GUI for PyMol. It shows in white this viewport area where one interacts with the loaded molecular object. We have rendered the same RET kinase with a set of parameters that have been set of preset parameters that have been named publication. Another way of applying parameter settings and commands is to enter them at the PyMol prompt. And then the third way is to load and run script. PyMol is actually written in C for speed, but it is wrapped in Python for extensibility. In fact, there are well over 100 articles about various plugins and scripts that people have developed to extend PyMol over the years. Here's some examples from the snippet library that I developed. On the left is a default cartoon representation of a RNA hairpin. I find this reduced representation of the RNA hairpin to be too stark, and I prefer these alternate ones that I developed. So these 3 to the right of this one are not available through pull downs in PyMol. So why develop a PyMol snippet library for org? Well, org provides great support for literate programming, where you have code blocks that contain code that's executable, and the output is shown below that code block. And then you can fill the surrounding area, the document, with the explanatory prose. Org has great support for editing that explanatory prose. Org can run PyMol through PyMol's Python API, and so one of the uses of such an org document is to assemble a gallery of draft images. We often have to look at dozens of candidate images with the molecule in different orientations, different zoom settings, different representations, different colors, and so on. And to have those images along with adjacent to the code that was used to generate them can be very effective for further editing the code and improving the images. Once the final images have been selected, one can submit the code as part of the supplemental material. And then finally, one can use the journal package to use the org files as electronic laboratory notebook, which is illustrated with molecular images. This can be very useful when assembling manuscripts months or years later. This shows the YAS snippet pull down after my library has been installed. So I have an org file open, so I'm in org mode, and we have the org mode submenu, and under it, all of my snippets are located in these sub-menus called that are prepended with PyMol Py. Under the molecular representations menu, there is a listing of snippets. The top one is for the ambient occlusion effect, which we're going to apply in this org file. So these lines of code were inserted after, as long as these flanking lines that define the source block were inserted by clicking on that line. And then I've added some additional code. So the first line defines the language that we're using. We're going to use the Jupyter Python language. And then you can define the session, and the name of this is arbitrary. And then the kernel is our means by which we gain access to the Python API of PyMol. And the remaining settings apply to the output. Execute this code, and to get the resulting image, we put the cursor inside this code block or on the top line and enter Control-C, Control-C. This shows the resulting image that's been loaded up. It takes about 10 seconds for this to appear. So the downside of this is if you have a large number of these, the org file can lag quite a bit when you try to scroll through it. So you need to close up these result drawers and only open up the ones that you're currently examining. So these are features I think are important in practical work. So the plus is a feature that's present, minus is absent. So I think tab stops and tab triggers are really important. Triggers are important for the fast insertion of code. Tab stops are important for complete and accurate editing of code, or address the rendering speed and scrolling issue. I think the way around this is just to export the org document to a PDF file and do your evaluation of different images by examining them in the PDF rather than the org file. The path to a PDF is lightning fast in Emacs compared to Jupyter, where it's cumbersome in comparison. This is a snapshot of my initialization file. These parts are relevant to doing this work. Full description of them could be found in the README file of this repository on GitHub. I'd like to thank the Nathan Schock Data Science Workshop for feedback during presentations I've made about this work. And I would also like to thank the following funding sources for support. I will now take questions. Thank you.
Okay, and we're back. So I know that Blaine mentioned that he was going to take questions. I don't think we've heard from him yet. So if you are watching the stream, come say hi to us in the stream, and we'll try to work it out. But instead, we're just going to move on to the next talk. By the way, just to be clear, there was Blaine Moore's talk about reproducible molecular graphics with org mode. Okay, so the next one, if you look up, is Adolfo Villafioretta, and it is sorry, it's not. It's actually Bala. Let me just refresh. Okay, there we go. It is actually Bala Ramadurai's talk about finding your in-voice, Emacs for invoicing. So let's switch for the academe, in which we were, to the business world. How can you use org mode to get people to pay you? Well, Bala shares his setup for invoicing. So let's get it started.
What is an invoice? Invoice is a document that you give it to your customer so that they can pay you for your service or your goods. But you are a professor and consultant. Why do you need to generate invoices? Well, I do a service for my clients if I'm a consultant. And if I'm a professor, I'm teaching students, so I have to generate an invoice. Why not use Excel or something simple to generate your invoices? I've tried that. It's no good particularly when there are many clients. Managing Excels and templates becomes very, very tricky. Why don't you hire someone, professional to do these for you? I've tried it. I have to give them lots of information. No, not that there's anything wrong with them, just that I found it to be a bit too tricky. Professional software? Good point. I've tried that too, but what's the fun in that, right? So what did you do? This is the interesting part. I took a software called Emacs Org mode, and with that I added Python code to it. I added so many other things to it, and then came a really nice customizable way to generate invoices. Whoa, just slow it down, bro. Give me the story. Okay, I will. Story. Story is simple. The client wanted an invoice, so I generated an invoice. It wasn't good enough, so I hacked some little bit of it. I changed. Every time a new client came, I had to do it all over again. I did that. I got really tired of it, and that's what led me to all these customizations. I want features. So rapid fire questions. Ready? Yep. Project management? Yep. Format customization? Yes. PDF export? Yes. Multi-client support? Yes. Washing my clothes? Yes. No. How I just testing you were paying attention or not. Logo and signature customization? Yes. Multi-currency support? Yes. Okay, enough talking. Or it's just, can you show me a demo what you did, or is it just talking? Yes, of course, demo. Okay, demo time. Some ingredients for invoicing. Org mode, of course, Python environment, and libraries for Python, pandas, tabulate, numtowards, snippet package, very useful, and I use for LaTeX, MikTeX packages. So I have a project already set up. This is what we have the project as teaching 2021, and you can set all this up. So let's start with the first and foremost. Okay, so we're going to use the snippet package, the invoice. Okay, that's what I'm going to use. It gives you generates this whole bunch of code based on a template. All you're going to do is to type out the client's name. Okay, and that's it. That's all there is to it. Okay, there's a whole bunch of instructions that you can follow. If it's for the first time, use bankinfo.org. Let's check out what bankinfo.org involves. Okay, so you can copy this template from my GitHub repository. It's basically setup of the LaTeX tags, and particularly this tex file, which is a template. There's some personal info for all the details that you want. Bank information, you can look at it in detail from my repo. And the tax invoice, there are some basic constructs. You can totally change any of these that to your liking. Okay, so that's bank info. go back. That's the first part. For the second part is creating a client name. So let's look at this setup, and I have one created already. So in order to create this, all you need to do is to use the inv setup invoice setup for your client, and it will give you all the information. All you need to do is type in here and then type in the client's name, exactly the same that you see as the file name. Okay, client 1, and that's it. You're all set for you. Okay, so that's what it looks like, all the address and stuff filled out here. Okay, and then next one is to use one time you're going to do the invoice item, which is the rate table. So let's do the invoice invoice item. This is item master. So here again, another place where you have to enter the client name, and your rate table is ready for use. Okay, so that was. Now we go to step 2, which is clock table for reference. Okay, let's go to the clock table. I already set up this for Acme client 1, and I give it a tag billable. Okay, we will see that. Where have I done that? And okay, so that's the client, Acme client table teaching 2021. And I've clocked it for the previous month. That's what you will see. Let's see it again. Okay, that's let's put the instructions. And then you go to clock table to generate the clock table for the client. Okay, so clock table. This is only for your reference, not going to be exported. And here we get a clock table. All right, so with this, you get the clock table. Okay, now go into the items part. You will see a 2 Python blocks, which is what the next instruction says. Go into the Python block and do Control-C, go to the Python source block, second one, and do Control-C rather. And then finally come back to raise invoice and do dispatcher, which is export into PDF. Okay, let's do that. First one is I just run this code and it generated this table for me. Okay, so it has all the details. Now we go in to the second source code block and does all this, and it has generated this stuff. Plus, you should note that for bean count, it has also generated the block for that. It's all in the code. You can customize it. If you're on Ledger, you can customize it to the way you want, any accounts that you want to change. It's all customizable here. Even the currency symbols can be changed from INR and rupees to whatever currency you have can be changed accordingly. Okay, and I have a Babel tangle append code that I will share in the, I've borrowed it from somebody on the internet. I'll share that as well in my GitHub repo. Lastly, I just want to share that you can fill your GST website with these info. So you can put in as many entries as you want in your YAS snippet, customize it the way you want. I also added a month later due date reminder saying if the invoice is paid or not. Okay, so a few tips to end this demo is you can customize currency symbol and currency words according to your own currency. I use the European/Indian date format, which is %D, %M, %Y. You can also, the Indian language is Indian English, so it will change according, the numerals change according to the Indian format. Numbering format for invoice number is today's date followed by client name. Okay, that's my default. You can customize that as well. Okay, let's try and export this to the subtree, Control S. So that's step number 7. And there it is, the tax invoice for Dr. Wiley Coyote, and with a lovely signature as well. That's great. If I were to try this out, what do I do? Go to github.com, into my repository, leave my GitHub URL, and you can download it, use it, and let me know how it pans out for you. I have spent so much time on this. May I invoice you?
Okay, awesome. So that was from Bala's talk on Emacs for invoicing. Well, my chat seems to be disconnected right now, so don't worry about this. So sadly, Bala is not around for answering questions, but as usual, if you put your questions in a pad, Bala will be able to answer them after the conference, probably. Okay, I also have some announcement to make. So you remember the talk we had about reproducible molecular graphics with org mode? Well, Blaine has turned up, and we've placed him in a BBB room, just like the others. So if you go to the talk that Blaine did, and you go to the top of the page, you will find the link to the BBB room. And we're also streaming it to Alt now, and we probably started 2 minutes ago, actually. But you didn't miss much, don't worry about it. Okay, getting started on the next talk then. So if you look at the schedule up, you will see that it is Adolfo Villafiorita talk, the one I said you would have before, sorry me. And this one is about budgeting, project monitoring, and invoicing with org mode. So, wow, that's a weird accent here. So the beautiful thing about what Bala just showed you is that you can even use all of this, for invoicing with working with other people. That's kind of the goal of an invoice. And so in this next presentation, Adolfo shares how to use org mode to plan a project and prepare the paperwork. So let's get started.
Hi, I am Adolfo Villafiorita. I am the co-founder of ShareTech, an innovative startup, a socially vocated innovative startup in Italy. And today I'm going to talk about the way in which we use org mode to budget our projects. First, I need to introduce the way in which we build our project budget. We start from the goals and the work to be performed, and we split it into different tasks, which may be grouped in different ways according to our needs. It could be user stories or functional groups or packages. And then for each task we compute the effort. And then from the effort we derive the project cost and price according to two different approaches. In the first approach we allocate the effort to each resource, and we multiply the effort of the resource by the price of the resource. We sum all the efforts together, and then we sum all the tasks together, the prices of all the tasks together. In the second approach, we use a generic effort estimation for each task without allocating the effort to any specific person, and we multiply this effort by the average price of the resource. In both cases, the price is computed by summing cost to overheads and profit. We're a small company, we can choose our tool chain, so we decided to use org mode for writing our proposals. So we built a template. The template has got a fixed structure, which allows us to do a lot of reuse, and some Emacs Lisp code and org mode features to build the project tables. Let me show you, without further ado, the template, which is shown here. And basically it is a fairly standard org mode document. There are some sections here let me show you the structure here. There are some sections, some of which are not exported, shown to the client, because they are of no interest to them, such as, for instance, the plain text H ledger accounting entries we generate for the project, and or some info about the detailed budget data, while others are shared with the clients to form a project proposal. The structure is not really important, in the sense that the only constraint and requirement we set is that there has to be a section with an ID named plan, which will contains the plan, the project plan. Here, for instance, we have a project plan made of a user story whose development is split into 3 different tasks. For each task, let me show you just the structure before the application of the template. For each task, you need to define the effort. Here, for instance, we have an effort, a generic effort not allocated to any person. We use org mode duration, 60 stands for 60 minutes. And here we have an effort profiled. So in task 1.2, Adolfo will work 10 days and Michele 20 days. These are working days, so one working day corresponds to 8 hours. This is slightly non-standard. We might revise these to become more compliant with the definition of day given by org mode. Notice that you can or cannot, you may or may not use to do keywords here if you want. We usually don't use them because the final document looks nicer to the customer without to do. We then add them when we move to a later stage. So once you define the plan with the effort allocation, you can go back to the Emacs Lisp part, where you can set 3 different variables to define the hourly rates of your team. So for instance, here I am taking 10 euros per hour, well, not a real rate actually, and Michele 20. And then you can set the profit as a percentage on top of the hourly rate and profit as a percentage on top of hourly rates. And the ballpark effort allocation here is used to compute the average tariff, average hourly rate as a weighted average. So here I'm saying that on average I will work 30% of the effort of each task, while Michele will take care of the remaining 70%, and the hourly rate is computed by multiplying 30% by 10 plus 70% by 20. Okay, if I do a Ctrl C here, I execute the Emacs Lisp code in the source code block, and as you can see, Emacs put back the properties that transform the effort into a total amount. And namely, the effort is first transformed into working hours, then rates and costs are computed, overhead computed, and everything contributes to the total amount. Same thing here. The cost is slightly more complex because we use profiled effort, and so on and so forth. This information here can be then grouped in the to form the project plan and project budget. As you can see, this is something we do not export in the project proposal to the client because we prefer to do some rounding by hand in order to build a budget which is, let's say, more reasonable. And this table here computes VAT and total amounts by Ctrl C once again, and then this table here, the payment structure, is used to compute the amounts to be paid according to the different payments you want to set in the project. Here, for instance, we are setting 3 payments with the following percentages, and the table, you set dates and amounts, and the table keeps track of the rest by looking at the total amount it finds here in the budget table. So the payment structure and budget are then used by this piece of code here to build the entries used for our internal accounting, which is based on H ledger. We did everything here by hand. but it is not necessary, of course, in the sense because if you export the document using Ctrl+C, Ctrl+E, and then, for instance, L for LaTeX and PIP for PDF, org mode takes care of evaluating each piece of code in the document and generate the updated documents. Here, for instance, you can see the PDF generated from the template, which contains all the tables, budget, and payment schema. Everything which we use to make an offer to our clients. There are various advantages. The main one being that we keep all the information in one place, and that we can version the different versions. You can use source control to version different iterations on the document. If you want, you can find the document here, and thank you for your attention, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, so I am back. So that was Adolfo for budgeting, project monitoring, and invoicing with org mode. So Adolfo is actually on IC right now, so he'll probably be answering your questions if you ask them over there. And Adolfo, if you can also check on the pad if you've got any question there. I can't check right now, I'm a little juggling with many things. That'll be amazing. I also want to let you know that still on the alternative stream, so alt.webm, we still have Blaine answering question about this talk on the reproducible molecular graphics with org mode. So do feel free to tune in if you have questions for him. And on the mainstream, what we'll do right now is that we'll move on to the next talk, which is Productivity Dashboards with Emacs and Kindle by Mehmet Tekmen. Now, if you want to put your org information up anywhere, old e-ink devices might be a good way to do it. And so Mehmet will tell us how he's repurposed lots of Kindles for all sorts of things. Let's get started.
Hi everyone, I'm Mehmet Tekmen, and I'm here to talk to you about using Amazon Kindles as a productivity dashboard for your various projects. In a nutshell, you describe your machines, your commands, and your schedules in an org mode file, and then you just initialize your Kindle devices. These devices are asleep most of the time, but they wake up at scheduled times to retrieve content from the centralized server. Content can be org mode and Emacs based, or it can be from web content, or it can just be static images and web. If you, like me, struggle to keep your life under tabs or find it very hard to separate your work life from your home life, then you, like me, likely need some kind of passive background service that reminds you of where you are and what you are supposed to be doing, even if it's just a sign saying you're at home, relax. Amazon Kindle is perfect for this. In a nutshell, it's a cheap black and white e-ink device that can go for weeks without needing a single charge. Every year, Amazon brings out an incrementally better model which makes their old devices obsolete, and you can find these older models for €5 on second-hand websites. Plus, it runs Linux, has Wi-Fi networking, and has a dedicated forum of hackers who are getting the most out of the device. Some drawbacks of this is that the device often comes with unwanted bloat. Over-the-air updates, it phones home to Amazon regularly, it has a secret microphone embedded in the device, and it has a bunch of creepy, seemingly interdependent background processes where killing one kind of kills the others, risking that you will break the device. But this is where the community really shines through, since the friendly and not so friendly users and developers from the mobile read forums have pretty much scraped out a good portion of the harmful Amazon scripts from the device. Some of the devices even use Awesome Window Manager, meaning you can really play around with the existing system without having to create your own X11 server. This then empowers users to display whatever they want on the device. One project that really got this going was the Kindle dashboard from Pascal Witteshoven, who really refined a lot of the internal scripts to stabilize the device. However, the project that puts the onus on the device to retrieve the data from somewhere else over the internet, and so you still need to generate the content and place it on the web somewhere. Plus, you need to do this and manage it for every Kindle device that you have. Kindle Sync, however, is an entirely different beast, albeit one that builds off of the works of the aforementioned projects. It assumes that instead of just having one Kindle device around that you wish to repurpose for productivity purposes, that you actually have multiple Kindle devices that you want to manage and configure in tandem. Everything is managed from a dedicated server, or a Raspberry Pi, which distributes jobs to multiple Kindles running on different update timers. These timers are all managed from the server, and all the Kindle device has to do is to wake up, power on the Wi-Fi, receive some media, display the media, and receive a bare bones RTC sleep request. Then it sleeps for the requested time, consuming no power whilst displaying the desired media. That is maybe 10 seconds of awake time between each request. Cron does not actually run on the Kindle device itself, simply because it does not reliably work. All of this is handled by the server. With the server client model, it also tries to restrict Amazon access. SSH keys are shared only from the client to the server, but not from the server to the client, so the Kindle cannot connect to the Raspberry Pi without a password. IP table rules are also set so that the Kindle cannot phone home to Amazon, and connections are restricted to just the LAN. So I got very curious at one point and decided to see how long a Kindle could last on a single charge in such an arrangement, so that every 15 minutes for 18 hours I tested the device by sending a media item and recording the battery level. The Kindle doesn't seem to report the battery level very continuously, but at discrete percentages, so that you could end up with a graph that looks like this. Assuming you have half the charge, it uses it once every hour, it will drop by 10% battery in 76 hours, which is roughly 3 days. It's hard to extrapolate with only 3 good summarized data points, of which the number of requests per battery level appear to diminish as shown in the table below, but the final result yields 76 requests with an average loss of 0.5% battery life per request, which is not bad. Assuming you do a request every 2 hours from 8 AM to 8 PM and let it sleep at night, then that's approximately 6 requests a day, which could easily last a device for a month. Ksync script does essentially everything, from generating and fetching the media, to initializing all Kindle devices, generating the server cron jobs, log report summaries, editing the config tables, and much more.
Sorry, I seem to be having a little problem with the video. Restarting now. Okay, so apparently I don't have... okay, folks, so we do have a little bit of a problem. I'm just gonna ask you to wait 30 little seconds while I speak with the tech team. Okay, folks, so we are actually fetching an older version of the talk. We had a problem with the caption on this particular talk. We'll try to get back to you in about 1 minute tops. I need to basically log in on the FTP server and retrieve the old version of the talk. And I managed to recover quite a bit of time. I mean, I should say we, thanks to the lovely work that Amin and Sasha have been doing in the background. So we have about 4 minutes left in this talk. We're going to take 1 minute to try to fix it, and we'll be back with you shortly. So I'm putting a splash screen. Don't worry, we'll be back soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Mehmet Tech. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Hi everyone, I'm Mehmet.
Okay, folks. Sadly, I've tried my best to try to get the stream back on track, but yeah, I couldn't get the right version to work. Sadly, really sorry about all this. The talk will be made available in its entirety as soon as we can get it on the website, which should be maybe 1 hour tops. Which means that okay, so actually. That was okay. I got completely confused as a result. So Mehmet is actually available right now for question and answer, and he might be able to elucidate what the last 4 minutes of his presentation were going to be. He might even be able to stream it for you if he's able to put it on. We'll check with him in the background. In the meantime, so again, to get the link to the BBB, if you look up, you go to Mehmet's talk right there. You click on the page, and you will have the link to the live BBB room that you can click and join. And we're also streaming this to alt starting now. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next talk then by Andrea, which is Emacs with Next. Extend your editor with the power of a Lisp browser. And just to be clear, we're done with all the org stuff. You know, as a fellow org mode user, I'm an org mode developer on my end. Well, org Rome mostly. I really enjoyed all the org talks that we had, but it's time to kind of close this part of the book and move on to another thing. So now Andrea is going to show us how to integrate Emacs and the Nix web browser. Again, as you can tell, when the French accent makes a resurgence, stress is pretty high. Okay, let me get the next stream up. There we go. And I'll see you after this one.
Talk Emacs with Nix. Extend your editor with the power of a Lisp browser. Who am I? I am Andrea, I work as a closure software engineer somewhere in the middle of the UK, and I inherited my passion for Emacs from my PhD supervisor, and from that moment on, Emacs became the core tool of my daily routine. You can find more about me and my interests at ag91.github.io, that is my blog. Let's get into the talk. So, why Nix? Nix is an extensible common Lisp browser. Fundamentally, it's Emacs for web browsing. And why do I say that? I say that because this is Nix, and this is you can see that it's organized with buffers, and you can see that I can invoke command like I were in Emacs. So I'm using even the same key binding. So for that I used Emacs. And some of the features of Nix are just amazing. So for example, say that you want to mark some text. This is the way. So I just pressed Control space, and now I've started a marker. And then I can copy text. And when I'm done, I can finish to use visual mode. Or for example, what about I want to navigate without using my mouse? So I can do something like follow hint, and this opens the possibility to press AC to jump on the articles, and all of a sudden I am in the page with the blog post of the Atlas team. Or for example, I can extend my browser from within the browser, so you can see that I can evaluate a command, a common Lisp code, and it produces the result. And then, for example, I can also this browser comes by default with an integration with your password manager. In my case, it's Pass, and I can copy a password, for example, and it's just as easy as is. It comes by default. And another incredibly useful feature that I didn't find in other browsers is searching between multiple buffers. So this function, search buffers, this command lets me select some of my open buffers, and I can look for a string in there, and you will see that the hits are from the buffer that I have opened. So for example, closure or the YouTube video about closure. But let me get into something very interesting. How can I make Emacs speak to Nix? And for that, let me show you something in a literate programming approach. So this org mode source block is linked to this Nix repo. So I can define a new command. And when I go in Nix, I can find this new command and I can invoke it, and you can see that there is something in the mini buffer. And I can use it from Nix, but I can also do it here. I can also use it directly from the repo, and you can see that the same thing is logged in the repo. And then with something that I will speak about in another talk in the conference, Moldable Emacs, I can also just evaluate JavaScript. How to say? Let's create a playground that allows me to write some JavaScript code, and if I evaluate this code, I get the title of the web page that is currently open in Nix. And the cool thing is that I can do it also directly in Lisp. And for example, this is parent script that evaluates to the same thing. It's just the same, just document.title, only that it's in common Lisp. And you see that Emacs can speak to Nix. But also the reverse is true. Nix can speak to Emacs. So for example, if I am in Nix, and for example, let me go to my blog. If I press here, this is an email link. Automatically in Emacs, it will let me compose a message using my email manager. Or for example, say that always in my blog, I want to write something here in the search bar. I think that I don't want to write it in the browser, but in my Emacs. And because for example, I have some template for search, if I do this, all of a sudden the text is added. Or for example, say I'm watching that closure video, and I get to this point, and then I say, "Oh, this is a very interesting thing. Let me take a note." So I take some note with some text, and if I go back in Emacs, ta-da! I found the note, and I found it with the duration, so I can just jump to the same point. And what else? There is something even bigger that we can do, and this is a bit more advanced, and is something that I do again with my moldable Emacs. But so say that you want to do some data visualization. If we use BigAlight, for example, we want to do visualize a scatter plot. Let me take some example data that could be interesting also to you. So say that I have this playground that lets me evaluate some query on my org-rom database. And what I'm doing here is I'm gonna go through my first 100 nodes and collect their backlinks or some information that I found interesting. So if I convert this to JSON, now all of a sudden this is something that I can put in that BigAlight template that I've showed you a moment ago. So I'm gonna find out that file. You see that I left a question mark. It's something that I still didn't automate completely. But saving this file and open it with Nix, you can see that now I have the scatter plot, and these are my actual nodes. So you can see that if I stay on it, it is actually are actually my notes. So when I am in Emacs, what I can do is I click here, and now in the background it opened my note, and it opened with all my backlinks. So you can see that I have embedded in my browser some functionality of Emacs. You understand that this is the power of unifying, integrating these two experiences, and it opens the doors for a lot of interesting interactivity. Anyway, what is next? This was my talk. What is next? What is next is continue merging the moldable Emacs. That's something I will present in another talk in this conference, with web, so that we can extract meaning from the web and we can bring it in Emacs, and from Emacs bringing back stuff like a picture into a web page, so that we can do fancy visualization. Another thing I want to do is to automate the boring browser flows that I do. Like, for example, if I periodically buy something, I could do it from within Emacs instead of always clicking around. And then I'm just gonna cross fingers so that I hope that this browser will become mainstream. So this was my talk. Thank you for listening, and you can find more about it at ag91.github.io on my blog, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Okay, so we're back. Okay, so there was Andrea about yes, mixed. Sorry, I got confused. I have 3 talks ready at the same time right now. So he will be answering questions on ISC under the very telling. Oh, it was on. I can't remember his ISC handle now. Well, I'm sure he will say hi on the chat. Okay, so I do have good news. So I did tell you that Mehmet was answering question on BBB. So that was the previous talk that we had, which was corrupted. I'm happy to report that we got the good version working now, and we can play the last 4 minutes, which we're going to do right now. So sorry if this is a little piecemeal. So now this is the end of the previous talk.
Media Opera Month. Ksync script does essentially everything, from generating and fetching the media, to initializing all Kindle devices, generating the server cron jobs, log report summaries, editing the config tables, and much more. The media operations are comparatively much more complex and encompass a few media use cases such as fetching the weather, though at the moment only from open weather maps, and retrieving Google Calendar views by week, month, agenda, and 4-day view. You can retrieve org mode data from an Emacs instance on the server, which in my case I produce views for an agenda or a sparse trace of my main projects file. Finally, we have gallery and WAV file, which are static resources which will never change once generated. The idea is that you feed it text and an image location, and it generates a Kindle-compatible image using ImageMagick as a backend for it. In the case of the WAV file, it uses eSpeak on the backend. The below is summarized from the help me text in the main Ksync file, but essentially you need to define your config and the CSV files, which we talk about in the next section, initialize all your Kindle devices, i.e. copy over SSH keys, kill all the unnecessary services and prime them for media collection, and ensure that you have all your static media generated and fetchable. Finally, you then refresh the scheduling on the server. Okay, so this is all good and well, and we now know what the server does and how to probe and inspect it, but how does the server generate much of the content? So a lot of the content will be dynamically generated, meaning it cannot be cached and is likely to change from hour to hour. The media content that is generated here are mostly PNG images and have a timestamp embedded in their file names. The Emacs-specific content consists of a few views, namely the org gcal views, org agenda, and org calories, essentially anything that Emacs can display and that you want to capture into an image. Emacs can't, as far as I know, render graphics in a headless way, so what we do instead is run Emacs in a dummy minimal X11 session via xvrb run. From inside, you can take screenshots as you would in a normal desktop environment, but with the benefit that you don't actually need to invoke a desktop or interfere with an existing one. The minimal ELIST shown here is all that is required to output your desired image from Emacs and configure it for the Kindle environment. On the web side of things, we don't really need to invoke a dummy X11 session because Chromium can run headless and can be controlled via the node library Puppeteer to render dynamic content, focus on regions of the web page, and take snapshots. The static content comprises of 2 types, images and audio. The content is accessed by a key, in this case Batman, and the content information is given by the extra parameter, which describes either or both an image and text.
Batman.
Okay, so now we have content. How do we schedule this content to appear on our desired machines at desired times? Everything is run via cron. So previously we saw that we only needed the tables machines.csv, commands.csv, and multiple time CSV tables for the shell script to work. But org mode does this far easier, since you can just have everything in the same file, and with the helper minor mode, manage everything from a single org mode document. Here I have 4 Kindles and their short names. Yes, I even have Kindle hanging outside my door. I have 11 defined commands which represent the views I want to see, and there are 4 timetables I use, but you can have everything on one if you like. Rows are machine names and columns are corresponding hours at which they run. Trust me, it's easier to configure repeating tasks just by repeating them multiple times, because at least this way it's human readable, and a script which converts these to a cron job collapses the repeating tasks by itself. The casing script can be called from within the config org file using this convenient use package declaration. All that one needs to do is to configure the environment variables by setting them in this table, where you set the repo name, the config directory, where the media shall go, and the server IP, although this can be automatically detected. The package allows you to export your tables by running Ctrl+C, Ctrl+C on them, and allows you to update all the jobs related to each of your clients. You also initialize clients using this package for either all of them or individual clients. And the package comes with some convenience functions to do this automatically for all tables in the buffer. With this, I want to say a big thank you to Takaaki Ishikawa for his fantastic org tree slide presentation package, to Pascal Widdershoven and David Hamp-Gonsalves for their fantastic Kindle Dash repositories, for which some of my internal Kindle scripts are derived from. Also a big thanks to the friendly and not so friendly users and hackers in the mobile read forums. And finally, a big thanks to the Emacs community and the conference organizers. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm back. And I want to point my finger to the people who asked me which OS I was using and then waited for me around the corner. I was about to go live with a question. I couldn't clean up my mind sufficiently to be able to provide a sufficient answer to your taste, but I will when I'm done with this particular phase. Okay, so this was the last 4 minutes of Mehmet's talk. If you look above, if you click on Mehmet's talk again, he is still answering question on the live Q&A BBB, and we're also streaming this to Alt if you want to tune in. Okay, we wasted a little bit of time, so I'm not going to waste any further, and I'm going to get us started on the next talk, which is John Wigley's Emacs development updates. So as you know, the Emacs the Emacs developers are getting Emacs 28 ready for release, and John Wigley is here to tell us what's new. So let's get started. So it feels like I've said let's get started about 5 times, and every time I have the music cropping up in my mind, which is polluting all my thoughts afterwards. So I sincerely apologize, humbly, sincerely, and deeply.
Hello, my name is John Wigley. I'm a past co-maintainer of Emacs. Nowadays, all of the work and mailing list traffic is handled by Eli Zaretsky and Lars Ingebrigtsen, and I just wanted to give you an update of what has been happening and what is soon to come in Emacs development. So I spoke to Eli, and he gave me the lowdown on Emacs 28, which is the next big release to come up yet. He says that we hope to release this soon. Pre-testing has not yet started, but maybe looking at the first quarter of next year. The biggest feature coming in Emacs 28 is going to be native compilation. And this will make some Emacs code 2 to 4 times as fast, depending on what kind of Lisp you're running and how much of your Lisp code is just Lisp or makes calls to primitive functions. There were previous JIT attempts. Some of them still live on in development branches, but they were found to not speed things up too much. The version coming in Emacs 28 has much better results than these past attempts, but it should be noted that it has some side effects. One is that natively compiled files are going to be system dependent, so they can't be included in any distributions the way we do now with .elc files, since those run on any platform. This means that you will need to compile those files for your own machine. Sometimes, depending on how the compilation process goes, it could vary by processor. And it requires you also to have the right compilation environment. This means that you may need tools from the GCC toolchain that aren't installed as part of the default. So you will maybe have to do some work to set up the right compilation environment for your platform. Natively compiled files are also kept in a separate directory. There are some issues having to do with recompilation too. So there are certain changes which, if made to the Emacs source code between releases, may require you to recompile all of the natively compiled files that you had compiled previously. Also, the file names of compiled files that get installed have hashes on them depending on the Emacs that they were built against. So Emacs should be able to detect when recompilation is necessary, but it may be difficult for distributions who want to know what all of the build files are going to be in advance in order to prepare a binary distribution for that platform. So these are all little wrinkles that we're going to discover and have to work out as this functionality comes out and starts getting used in lots of different distributions. Another feature is that Cairo is now being built with by default, and this is one step further toward better support for emojis. If you build with Cairo, you will get all of the emoji sequences defined by the latest Unicode and in full color, the exact same as on your smartphone, and it works on macOS as well. There's a new mode, but it is off by default, called context menus mode. And this gives menus that appear when you right-click somewhere in a buffer, but now will make it easier for other modes to define what those context menus should look like. So that's sort of making that support, having it less custom in each module that implements that type of behavior. They can now do it through this context menus facility. Tab bar and tab line have received many enhancements. So there's new commands, new variables. There's quite a large number of changes. So if you like those modes, if you use them, then you should be happy with what's coming. There is a command now. A command can be marked as being specific to a mode, so that if you're not in that mode, then when you press meta X, it won't appear in the tab completion list. Right now, meta X is a full population of every interactive command known to Emacs. But in many cases, unless you're in a text mode buffer or a LaTeX mode buffer or some programming language mode buffer, a lot of the commands that might be presented to you today are irrelevant to that buffer that you're in. So commands can now specify in their interactive declaration which mode they're specific to. And in that case, they will only appear in the completion list for that mode. In fact, only be available in that mode to execute. There are going to be transient input methods. And what this means is that right now with Emacs, you can hit a key sequence to change your input method to say Latin 1 or to Arabic or Hebrew or some other language so that you can start entering text using that input mode. But transient input methods will allow you to switch to an input mode temporarily. So if you're mostly writing in English text, but you want to insert one Greek letter, you don't have to switch to an input mode that has Latin and Greek letters. You can just switch over to a Greek input mode momentarily, enter in the Greek letter, and then come back to your default input method. Show parent mode will be enabled by default in Emacs 28. So that's the highlighting of parens whenever your cursor is on or near a closing paren or an opening paren, for example. We're also going to be have a non-GNU ELPA. So there will be a ELPA repository, just like the ELPA we have today, except it will have packages in it that have not gone through the same level of copyright assignment requirements as the GNU ELPA. So non-GNU ELPA will make it easier for packages to get into a repository that is managed by the packages.el that ships with Emacs. There's going to be a repeat mode added to Emacs 28, repeat mode.el. What this does is when you turn it on, when you enable repeat mode, then certain commands, which are executed by key bindings like Control-X-U for undo, will allow you to just keep hitting that U, that final letter you used for the command, to keep repeating that function. This works today already for things like macro repetition, Control-X-E, where you can just keep hitting E to repeat the macro as many times as you like, but that was a custom feature just for macros. This makes repeat mode accessible to most commands. The project.el package has dozens of new commands, so check the documentation there to find out what's going to be new in project.el. And there will be shorthands for list symbols supported in the Lisp symbol reader. And this means that for packages like S and F that have a whole bunch of really short named functions that might pollute the namespace, those functions now can be implemented behind a prefix where the symbol reader can be taught that there is a shorthand for that prefix. And that way it'll only apply for that, for the use of that package. And then finally, work on Emacs 29 has just started. I don't have any details to report on you there, just to say that now the ship is moving on to the next release after, and Emacs 28 has a release branch and is getting cleaned up and ready for release. And that is the technical summary of what's new in Emacs. Thank you.
All right, so that was John Wigley on the Emacs development updates. So I hope you enjoyed this. So sadly, John Wigley is not able to join us to answer questions live, but we will be able to forward every question in the pad to him. So feel free to log your question in the pad as usual. Which leads us to the very last talk of the day. Last talk of the afternoon, but not the last talk of the conference. We still have tomorrow. Again, don't forget. Such a Freudian slip. Don't forget. And the last talk of the day is actually from Nicolas Rougier, and it is on the design of text editors. Sorry, I didn't get my notes right. So you might know Nicolas from Nicolas. Let's be English about it. From his experiments on the appearance of Emacs. And so here are his thoughts on making Emacs look more modern.
Good afternoon, I'm Nicolas Rougier, and today I would like to present some of the experiments I've made with Emacs. My initial motivation was an inner feeling that something was wrong with most modern editors, and before I show you my experiment, I will try to demonstrate what I think is wrong. Note that this is mostly my personal feelings, and I did not conduct any experiment to test if this or that choice would be better. Of course, some of you might legitimately disagree with me. Let's start with a short review of a modern text editor. I chose another editor that is only available on OS X, but there are actually many other very similar editors, such as, for example, Atom, Sublime Text, or Visual Studio. Now it's quite interesting because I think it manages to gather everything what is wrong in this single screenshot that is also the teaser image on their website. So let me now review it according to my personal biases, and for further analysis I can only recommend to attend David Wilson talks tomorrow. The most annoying thing that really bothers me is the actual area dedicated to the editing. When you measure this editing area, as I did on the screenshot, you find an impressive 35%, which is ridiculously small compared to the side of the window. This means that 2/3 of the window area is dedicated to peripheral information that you don't look so often when writing code or prose. This results in the main editing area to be reduced to 1/3. Even if we tend to have larger and larger monitors, I think this is wrong to lose so much space. If we now look closer at this peripheral information, we can immediately see that there is a lot of redundancy. For example, on the screenshot, I highlighted the information related to the file name being edited. Unless I missed some, this file name is displayed 4 times. This is way too much, even if it's displayed for different reasons in different contexts. But still, I think you have a design problem if you need to repeat an information up to 4 times. If we now look at colors, we can count 15 different colors such that it is impossible to guess which color indicates what. Such colorization based on syntax is actually quite widespread in code editors, including Emacs, unfortunately. The problem is that we still don't know whether it helps or not. Some studies say yes, some others say no, and in the end, the conclusion is not yet settled. Furthermore, there is another problem because there is no scientific method on how to enforce colorization. Should it be based on syntax, or semantic, or context, or something else? Developers are actually pretty free to do whatever they want, and a lot of them will use syntax-based colorization because it is the most simple to write. In the end, most of them achieve a Christmas tree effect. We know, however, how to use colors to drag attention to a specific position as it is shown on the screenshot. This is called the pop-out effect, which is quite well known in neuroscience. Here, the media keyword has been made very silent just by setting the color in red, while all other elements are desaturated. It literally pops out from the screen and points attention toward it. Finally, if we look at the overall structure of the Nova editor, we can characterize structural elements that are also present in a large number of modern editors, namely a file browser, a gutter, a minimap, a tab bar, a toolbar, and some versioning tools. I think this is too much information and can lead to cognitive overload, such that you end up to not pay attention to important information. Said differently, more is not always better. And to paraphrase Edward Tufte in his book The Visual Display of Quantitative Information, above all else, show the data. This is the reason that led me to experiment alternative design, and of course to do that with a total freedom. I didn't have much choice but to use and hack Emacs. My first iteration was called Elegant Emacs, and I tried to enforce a few principles that I will detail in the next slide. But roughly my idea was to enforce a radically different design by simply removing as much information as I could, even though vanilla Emacs is already quite simple. You can see the result on the screen, and I'm particularly happy with the third screenshot that mimics the PDF layout of a scientific article by Stéphane Monnier and Michael Spieber, but rendered fully inside Emacs. The second iteration is called Nano Emacs, and it is a version I try to maintain with a set of standalone packages that you can test individually. It is based on a set of a few principles, namely large margins, reduced number of faces, a simplified and contextual header, and a default aspect ratio that mimics the A4 ISO format. I've been using this layout for a year, and so far I'm quite happy with it. I know this is quite an opinionated design, and some of you may totally disagree with me. Lately, I've been experimenting with some special modes where the header line is made even simpler. This is the case for org agenda, mu for E, deft, and lfield. This worked reasonably well because these modes are search-based, and it was easy to unify their design. I've also integrated some dynamic tags and icons in my agenda using svg lib, which is available on ELPA. And for example, you can see the pie progress that help to show some incoming deadlines. There are still ongoing development to develop new packages to give a unified look and feel. I got a lot of feedback from the Emacs community, mostly on Reddit and GitHub, and I would like to thank them here because this is incredibly useful. If you want to follow or support my work, best place is probably GitHub. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer any question you may have.
Alright, so give me just a second to verify that everything's working. Can you try speaking again, please? Yeah, setting. Sorry, stream. I'm just doing live adjustments. Data saving.
Yeah, Leo is having a little bit of technical difficulties with his audio. He's basically bringing the stream over, yeah, for questions and answers.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you as well. I needed to clean up the bandwidth. Can I get a yes that you're hearing me properly on the chat now? I should not be clicketing anymore. Clicketing means that my voice is not sounding very robotic.
Okay, it's a bit difficult to hear you.
Yeah, okay, so just give me a second. Sorry about the technical problem. Obviously it's the last talk of the day, and the technical problems have to make a comeback. Let me try to fix this. All right. Okay, it should be slightly better now. Can you hear me properly?
It's still a bit hard, but if it's too much trouble, I can answer a question in the pad.
Yeah, we can probably do this. Okay, I think it should be good now. Yes, it's good. So you're not seeing any webcam. Welcome back to podcast, podcast EmacsConf. Nicolas, can you try speaking again?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's perfect. So we can hear you loud and clear, and so we are more or less in podcast mode. So thank you so much for your talk. So even though most of the talks before we elected to put them on the alternative stream, we just figured that for the last talk, we just invite you on the scene, since after that we will be closing the day. So I don't see any question for your talk on the pad. So did you have anything else to add on top of your talk? I know that we've been pretty rigorous about asking speakers to keep their talk short. So would you have anything else to add?
No, actually, I didn't prepare anything.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm working on a Nano Emacs, trying to get a kind of a unified look, and mostly that's it. So if people have any comments later, well, they can send me a email or whatever.
Yeah, sure. And I must say, you're having a tremendous amount of success. Every time you post something on the subreddit r/Emacs, it always goes to the top of the subreddit. And I think that it kind of means, the importance that this type of design philosophy has for getting people's attention. But it's not only an attention grabber. I also think that it's essential in improving the usability of the software. And I think you're doing a really tremendous job on this, and I wanted to use the opportunity to thank you for all the work you've been doing across the month and probably years now.
Thank you.
So we do have some questions coming up right now. Are you on the pad able to read them?
Yeah. So first question, do you have any plan for somewhat scientific testing of color layout? Actually, there are some studies on syntax colorization, but the conclusions are not consistent. So it also depends if you're an expert or a beginner. So some studies say that it might help the beginner, but it did not say what kind of what are the rules for colorization. So it's of course it depends on the language, etc. So it's very hard to come up with a definite conclusion. Second question is, I've really enjoyed looking at the development of Nano Emacs. The only thing I slightly disagree with are the color on my system. Some of them are extremely low contrast and faded. Otherwise, the design is fantastic. Do you have any comment on the color scheme? I think it's a regular comment that it might be a bit too low contrasted. And while this is my personal test, but I agree that maybe I will try to make it a bit less low contrast. And I think also the work by Prot might help because he dedicated some time to the good set of colors.
Okay, I'm just going to pause just for a second because I seem to have dropped. I'm resuming again. We should be back. Just give me give it about 10 seconds to go live.
No.
You don't have to. My team. Yeah. Oh, go on.
I was going to say the stream was going, but the issue was that you had switched to the wrong scene. Like there was no video, but the stream was fine anyway.
But I did tell people that I was going to podcast mode because I can't. My CPU was getting overloaded right now.
Okay.
Should I go on with?
Yes, you can. Sorry, please go on.
So, are you example and design perspective, or does everything look good automatically with your setup? Well, the screenshots I show, they are actual configuration. So if you download the different packages, you should obtain the same. Well, some part as my is my own configuration for example, for the org agenda. But well, I can post the code also if you're interested. Should we use monochromatic color scheme over full colored one? I'm not sure about this one. I think there are some studies also about that, because when I wrote the article, I've searched the literature, but I don't think it's recommended to have only monochromatic color scheme. Are there ways that Emacs could be improved to make this kind of usability experiment easier and more accessible to users? For example, making it easier to switch between such experiment. But if you want to test, I think you can use a Emacs that allows you to change from one configuration to the other without messing up with your own configuration. So it might be a good way to test. And would it be possible to integrate Nano Emacs design to default Emacs design? Yeah, I can try, but I've read the Emacs development mailing list, and it might be a bit hard to change default settings, because one of the difficulties is that the default setting has to be, well, good for anyone, and I'm not sure, for example, that my experiments are good on any screen, because, for example, I saw in the RET that for the A4 format might be not the best for everybody, depending on your screen. The Roboto font, if you want to distribute Emacs with a new set of font, it will make the binary a bit heavier. So I'm not sure this is one option. I think I asked the question on the Emacs devel list, and people were reluctant to bring a font inside the Emacs binary. And yeah, I think there are no more questions.
Okay, amazing, thank you. By the way, I got the stream roughly on track. I am not sure what went on. Oh, it's going back. I'm turning off the webcam again. Okay, Nicolas, so everything went well. I was able to stream both the pad and your face, so people have been able to see you after you talk. So amazing.
Okay.
Thank you so much for taking quite a bit of time answering all the questions. I'm sure it's been very helpful to all the people you've answered. And if you have any more questions, feel free to add them to the pad, and we'll try to get them answered as soon as we can. Okay, well, thank you so much, Nicolas. We're probably going to stay in this room. So yeah, you can just leave the room, and we'll do our closing remarks for the day. Thank you so much. Right, give me just a second to try to figure out this. I'm going back on org. Okay, so everyone, I'm back on Mumble now. Let me bring the stream to Mumble to the stream. Okay, good. So sorry everyone on the stream. So right now we are in the closing remarks. Sorry for the problems at the end. I just want to make sure that you can hear everyone. So I mean, can I ask you to speak maybe, and can the chat confirm that they can hear me?
I'll try now. On Mumble, I'll try speaking on BBB in a second.
Sure, I hear you. I can confirm.
Let me do this.
But yes, apparently people are saying in the chat that we can hear us. Great.
Okay, splendid. Thank you. Okay, so I've muted myself now on BBB. And if you want to turn on your webcam, we can move into closing the day. Let me just get the proper room for this. Where is it? Where is it? BBBFF, no cam. Which is right there.
This is so people can see our stressed faces.
So are you turning your faces on which stream? Which room, sorry? EmacsConf room A?
I was
no, okay,
in,
yes.
I was
okay,
in the Nicolas Rougier room, but I can move to the other one if you want.
No, okay, it's good. It's good. Okay, we don't.
Okay.
Everything is there. We don't need to change anything now.
Okay.
Okay, let me just get the closing remarks for the day. So, case in point, we were going to tell you all about technical problems, and we did end up on another one today. So,
Sasha, you need to come into the Nicolas Rougier room. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Okay, I'll join the other one. You keep going.
Right. So the first thing I'll do in light of all this right now is that I will thank you so much for your patience. It's been a long day for us, kind of putting out fires left and right. And, you know, if you remember last year, I did run into some technical issues and, you know, it was fine. My Firefox decided to crash on me and I could just keep talking. But when you are actually the streamer of everything you see and you start running into problems, well, all of a sudden it started getting a lot more dire. And we did run into this problem not once, not twice, not even thrice, but actually 4 times today. And we made it to the end of day 1. I must say, with a level of sanity left in us, very minimal. But that being said, I'm glad to be here. So Sasha and Amin, you can now see them on the stream. Corwin, I'm not sure if you are in the room right now. You were in the other room. Amin, could you send the link to Corwin so that he can join us if he is so interested in showing his face?
I did, yes.
Okay, amazing. So, you did notice this year, I've talked about the technical issues that we had, but I kind of want to point out also the fact that we had captions. What is that accent? Damn it, it's 11 p.m. in my time, and everything is getting weird now. But we did have captions for the vast majority of talks, well, actually all the talks today, which was really great in terms of accessibility. I know that some of them, I'm thinking about Grad's talk, where it was a little out of sync, or Mehmet's talk, which stopped 4 minutes before the end. But the good thing is that all of those talks, right now, are available on the EmacsConf website. And so if you go to the schedule again, and sorry, let me just find the schedule. I'm a little lost right now. Schedule, there we go. Oh, I'm starting to... Okay, I'm loading a Firefox page, which is why I'm dropping frames right now. Let me not touch anything whilst it recover. Okay, it's recovered, good. So on the schedule page, if you click on any of the talks we've had today, you will be able to find the pre-recording of it. Now, the only exception are the opening remarks and the closing remarks, which are done live. And so you will have to wait for us to do everything we need to do with this recording. So you can say hi to Corbin, who joined us on the stream as well. Let me see. Can I make your webcam bigger? I can't seem to do this. So you'll have to deal with me being bigger. You know what? I'm actually going to make myself smaller because I don't want to be bigger than the other. So give me just a second. You know what? There we go. I'll make myself as the other one. Okay, good.
Corwin also just did a nice trick, so his face is bigger now.
Nice. I hadn't even seen this. Okay. So, as I was saying, if you click on any talks that was pre-recorded today, you will be able to access the pre-recording with the subtitles. You can even toggle them off if you want. You know, they are embedded into the video, but not subbed. So you can remove them if you want. Okay, so this is the end of day 1. And tomorrow, we will be heading into more technical talks, you know, at the end of the day on Sunday, because we do have one last general talk for you, which is David Wilson, whom you might know as System Crafters, who will do a talk called MetaX Forever, Why Emacs Will Outlast Text Editor Trends. And if the title does not make you want to watch the talk, yeah, I'm not sure what will. Okay, let me read on my notes to see if I've not forgotten anything. Sasha, can you confirm that I'm not forgetting anything? Or anyone who's
I'm currently doing something else and panicking.
Okay. I mean, do you see anything obvious that I'm forgetting? We did all the thinking at the beginning of the day, which is why we're kind of late also today.
Right. Yeah, I regret to inform you that I actually am not currently connected to CRDT, but off top of my head, I think, yeah, we covered a good amount of ground. Let's see, we did a whole bunch of thank yous in the beginning, but of course, it's, you know, we can't ever say thank you enough to, you know, all of our wonderful speakers who decided to give a talk this year. It's been just amazing to have you. You know, it's been a very humbling experience to have been a small part of this whole thing, you know, with so many wonderful people, not just speakers, of course, but the general audience and everyone who has helped volunteered in any way or just tuned in to watch. You're awesome, you're amazing, you're lovely. It's been great doing this with you. So that's pretty much all I can think of at this very moment and doing jazz hands.
Amazing. So you know what? Okay, I'm getting dropped frames. Let me just wait a second for everything to calm down. Yes, everything's calmed down. So as a result, we're probably not going to stay too much longer on stream now. First, because we are heavily tired, especially myself. After, I think it's the biggest amount of jazz ending that I needed to do for an EmacsConf, even though it's only my second one. My arms are quite tense as a result. So unless any of my fellow co-organizers sees anything to add, I suggest we leave it at that for today and come back tomorrow. Just one last thing that I need to remind everyone. Now it's the end of the day. It's the end of the day in the US, but you might be tuning in, from especially the APAC-friendly time zone regions. And we're going to get started with, Yuchen, who's one of our fellow volunteers, is going to get started pretty soon about a restream of some of those talks. So some of the prereqs we showed you today will also be broadcast by Yuchen during the day. So between day 1 for us right now finishing and day 2. So you might want to tune in if you want to be able to interact with speakers, because some of the speakers will actually be participating into this.
I know there's quite a few of those talks I need another bite at the apple at to feel like I really absorbed. It's a lot of dense material today and a lot more lined up for tomorrow. So people want to stick around in the chats and so on. We'll be hanging out, and if there's other speakers, we've still got the BBB for just a little bit more time before Eugen starts too. So we can keep talking about Emacs, and for those whose time zone it works out well to attend kind of different pieces of different things, and hopefully do a lot more of this. I wanted to jump in, Leo, because I didn't hear anybody say thanks to you, but I did see a lot of that in the chat today, and I just want to say on behalf of the organizers, great work today. I know it's a lot to juggle and a lot of people juggling, but I want to call you out for just going with everything today and really helping everybody's work come together. Nice job. And this is just so much fun to do with you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I could introduce an element of fun today into the massive ordeal that it was on the organizers team today. We were pulling a lot of fires, as I told you, but I'm glad that, at the end of the day, we can all be smiling. So I believe some people wanted to ask us a question, and we can do this, although I do have, I can answer a question with the caveat that in about 15 minutes, I need to sign off to go do something which is very important, which is called sleeping, and get ready for tomorrow.
Yes, sounds good.
I have to make you go to bed in a few minutes here, right? But really get too tired out. But otherwise, we can probably take a couple of questions real quick.
Thanks. Yeah. I think we do have time for a few short questions. As people suggested. If you do want to put them on the pad, please do. We're looking at them right now, so let's see. Maybe I can take one or two of them, and any of my other co-organizers want to take other ones. All right. So to anyone who can answer this, what is a good method to request speakers for the next EmacsConf? Great question. So if by request you mean, requesting us, I guess, to somehow reach out and arrange for speakers, you can, of course, email us on one of our public mailing lists, such as EmacsConf-discuss or EmacsConf-org. Those are both at GNU.org mailing lists. And there's another possibility, EmacsConf-org-private at GNU.org. That's another mailing list that we receive emails at. That way you could, I guess, request or ask us to, see if a particular speaker would be able to or interested in giving a talk. Another possibility, which would, of course, arguably be even better, is if you could reach out to the said speaker directly, like if they have, let's say, a public email address, see if you can shoot them an email and be like, hey, there's a yearly Emacs related conference going on. Would you be interested in giving a talk? I would love to see you give a talk about such and such. So I hope that helps answer the question a little bit.
Sorry, I was playing around trying to make the stream a little better, so I haven't been able to screen for another question. Corin, did you spot anything on your end? Since we've heard very little of you today because you were typing.
No, I'm mostly noticing the threads of nonsense going on throughout the day in the chat that I'm finding particularly amusing, if I'm perfectly honest. I guess all I can really add to what Amin said is just, that general spirit of, come engage with us if there's something you're excited to hear people talk about and you feel like you're too shy to reach out. Yes, we can drum up somebody who's one of their who has no trouble reaching out to people and help organize an outreach thing or any. I mean that's part of the Emacs spirit, right? Is just call up go email the maintainer and happy to play matchmaker in terms of conference organizing, and I think that's part of the spirit of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would add to that we are all a pretty friendly bunch. So you're always welcome to join us. In this very same IRC channel that you've been hanging out all day. Pound EmacsConf on libero.chat or pound EmacsConf-org. Lower traffic one for organizers mostly, but for small chatter, you're welcome there. During off times outside the conference. So there's that. And let's see, I see one or two other questions coming up. I can take the third one, Q3, and then someone else could do the fourth one. Is there a way to donate to the volunteers of EmacsConf? Actually, that's a great question, and the answer to that is currently no. But as my co-organizers would vouch, we were looking into this as early as early 2021 at the beginning of the year. But as I'm sure everyone knows, it's just been a bit of a crazy year all around. Some things didn't work out as planned. So we don't have any news on that yet, but hopefully I'm hoping that in the coming months or by next year we'll be able to have some good news about that for folks who are feeling so generous as to donate in different ways to us.
Yes, so everything that Amin said, obviously, but he did mention that we did talk about it in early 2021, but there's also something that we didn't necessarily tell you. It's that in order to prepare for this new edition of EmacsConf, we actually started meeting pretty regularly to try to think about many aspects of the conference. Based on the inputs that we had last year, how can we make it better? How can we make the streaming more fluid? How can we make speakers more at ease? How can make Leo stress not as much during the conference? Stuff like this. I hate talking about myself in the third person. But yeah, all those meetings, I believe, have led to better coordination between all of us. Because today, all of us four here are central organization of EmacsConf, but we have, as Sasha said in the chat, we have volunteers helping us. Like today we had Carl Voigt, whose talk you saw earlier today, with a very nice background, very pastoral. We did have his help handling the pad throughout the day, and we have so many little hands doing work for us on the side that makes it such a breeze for us to, relative breeze. I'm not going to be too too bold as to say that today was a very slight breeze. It was fairly stressful, but anyway, yes, we did work a lot on this edition.
It's a very nice microcosm, isn't it, for Emacs itself, right? And we heard today about how it draws you in. It's like a well with its gravity, and it draws you in, and some of those people will give back into the community, create packages and things. And so too, like it's the all of the people that have jumped in throughout the year to the org channel and or helped to transcribe some talks or whatever it's been. It feels like the organization and the swell of support that came out around last year's conference when I got involved, and I suspect it's like the tide coming in every year as the conference actually culminates for those who've been involved longer. But for me, that experience is really like waves of people working on it and just really appreciating all of everybody's joy in sort of creating, adding to the permanent record of Emacs and creating, you know what I mean, creating a little bit of ease of use in terms of our talks about what we're into, and just sort of swooning after the tool chain to the extent it works for us individually, and fawning after each other's improvements, and sort of the spirit of research and experimentation. And it's all pretty awesome.
Well put. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. I agree. And yeah, it's maybe you see like 3 or 4 people on screen right now, but yeah, this is by no means just a small team effort. There have been many volunteers, some of whom may actually be asleep at this moment, that we are doing this closing remark. It's a diverse group of volunteers and enthusiasts in Emacs and EmacsConf. And of course, we're always welcoming more volunteers. We'd love to see new people. We'd love to see you with us if you are interested. Coincidentally, that's one of the questions on the pad is how can we sign up to volunteer for next year if there is a need? I think my co-organizers would confirm there's almost always absolutely a need. So, if this is something that you're interested in, yes, I see. I think Sasha pasted a link there to emacsconf.org/2021/contribute, lists some ways and ideas on how you could get involved and help. Things like transcribing talks, or for example, doing tech checks and check-ins with speakers are some ways. Others are, if you're interested, let's say, in the more technological aspects of things, like in the infrastructure, for example, that's one of the things that I keep an eye on. I would love to have extra help with that. So, yeah, and as always, feel free to come by our RSC channel, say hi, say what you're interested in, and we'll be happy to try and, get you hooked up into some kind of task that you may fit in well.
Definitely. And I'm not sure what from today led you to believe that this was an enviable position, because, as I told you, all the technical problems we've had. Do you want to take part of this? Well, feel free. We'll just share the blame. Just kidding. But yeah, also, I just wanted to say one last thing with regards to today's organization. Now you're seeing 4 faces, and for most of the day, you actually saw my face in between the talks, and always rushing all the time because we were quite late because of technical problems. Tomorrow will be quite different in nature. We'll have a lot of breathing room between every talk. You'll be able to, yes, see my face, probably as much, but in a more relaxed state, and asking questions with speakers rather than just trying to run the entire way to the end of the day. So if you're liking this privileged moment that we're having right now, when we are less stressed because we are so relieved to be done with the day one, you will see more of this tomorrow. And the closer we get to the finishing line, the more relaxed we'll get, the more fun we'll probably get, and the more expensive we'll get in exchange. All right, so we only have about 4 minutes until the rough deadline that I'd set for me going upstairs and having a sleep. So is there anything else any of my co-organizers would like to mention before we leave? Any other question, maybe?
Yeah, if there's one last minute question, feel free to get it either on the pad or ask us via IRC. I myself don't have anything to add.
So I think I see a question here about. No, that's Sasha. I'm seeing Sasha as always. Okay. Well, if you to talk about, the idea of the year was a lot of people were interested in like satellite conferences and the networking work that you've done between the different regional groups that are going on, whether they're meeting up in person again now or doing everything virtually, which I think is probably more common. Do you want to talk at all about, I think we've said we'll table some of those items until this year's conversation, but I know you've thought a lot about that. Anything you want to say there?
I think, yes, Sasha.
I guess after so that's more of a, after EmacsConf, the party continues, and the party continues in all these different meetups around the world, many of which are listed in Emacs calendar and in Emacs news. And if you're not listed in one of those yet, please let me know so I can include your iCal feed.
So
yes, the party does continue in lots of places.
I would absolutely love to show the Emacs Wiki page that we have with all the user groups, but right now my computer is basically dying, and moving my mouse is enough to make it to make the CPU spike. So I'm not going to do anything fancy right now, but write user groups, Emacs Wiki, and you'll be able to find the page. And we do with Sasha, we list all the different events which we have. To answer Colwyn's question as well, the vast majority of user groups have not reverted back to physical meeting. Europe, especially right now, is kind of going through the nth wave, depending on the country. Right now in France, it's the 5th one where I am. Yeah. And we're still not meeting live. We actually have a session next week, and we'll still be meeting online. So feel free to check this page and get closer to one of the user group nearest you. But I also want to say that it's something that I'm really hoping to work on more next year. This year was mostly about preparing EmacsConf and working as a group together. But next year, we're probably going to start, I say we, but it's probably going to be some of us, working towards how do we make those user groups last in the age after the pandemic. But we'll talk more about this in due time. For now, it's just a sprinkle of hopeful stuff for the future, I suppose.
I'm a firm believer in don't solve problems you don't actually have. So, right now I'm more excited about like trying to network those groups. And, my sense is that it's almost feeling like there's something going on certainly every week or, every couple of weeks. And I can see if things continue as they are, right, it could be almost to the point where there's something every day or a few days. And if you put that together with other free software efforts that, maybe I might not be as in tune to, but that are going on. I mean, it's like the start of somebody just pulling that together into a stream and some of the automations that we've been talking about, right, or developing as part of this work, right? And I'm thinking of Sasha's tool chain for captioning and other things that are going on, right? And some chat today in the IRC about, using Emacs more for the cutting part of the live. And that's something I'm excited to talk to you. And so I guess that's just my thought from an organizer perspective is all of the cool work that's available for people to come in and help with. In terms of thinking about, well, how can Emacs be part of the answer to, where things weren't like exactly like we planned. And I don't know. I just, as far as the day went, I just feel like real pat on the back for everybody, starting with all the speakers and then Leo with you for just keeping it together. Like we talked about when things don't exactly go our way and, I kind of run the command a few times to check the file back at its source, track whatever thing down, find this person, and like day in the life for any programmer, right? Sorting out those last minute details to deliver something.
Definitely. I mean, did you have something else to add?
Yes. There was a question that I wanted to answer, but I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, please.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I very much resonate with what Corwin said, and he did mention, I guess, automation and tooling, and we got kind of a related question in chat a couple minutes ago, and I also see Sasha very excited, and that's because, Sasha loves automation, and she does a ton of automation stuff. I mean, you don't need me telling you this, of course, so there's definitely a lot of it going on already. Like, for example, Sasha has a lot of different commands for, checking people in. For example, there's a bunch of code that plugs into the ERC client included in Emacs. And she uses that stuff for, let's say, pinging me or pinging the speaker when their talk is coming up. Or, for example, updating channel topics, as I'm sure you've noticed throughout the day. That's all, pretty much automated. And there's even more of it. So you can definitely... find a lot of cool stuff if you check out, if you go to git.emacsconf.org and have a look at the EmacsConf-wiki public Git repository, you'll find a ton of interesting stuff in there, both like organizational notes and aspects, but also a lot of automation tools. Yes, and
we should move to a public repository, which we will write about at some point, since most of the automation code is still in either, like there's a public version in last year's organizer's notebook, but the stuff we've been working on is still in our private conference wiki. But we will get that out there because otherwise I can't find it again next year. So yes. Yay, Emacs Lisp.
Yeah. So do
Sounds
trust
good.
us to get working on this, and also the streaming platform, all we do, because we didn't mention it this year again, but all our stack for streaming, from us to you, is using free software. And not only is it using a select crew of organizers, we are quite small, but we also use only free software tool, and we're able to do something which is quite amazing in my eyes. So if we can do it, and if we provide all the information for you to do it, we can only urge you to do very similar stuff, and it'd be as amazing, hopefully. Well, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Well, it feels like the pat on the back that Colin was talking about before.
Yep. And one thing I'll add is, before I forget, to answer question that we got from Opal Vaults actually on IRC, is they asked, do you think there's a place for some kind of configuration management in this process? I'm DevOps light and curious how it could be streamlined, if at all, for conf purposes. Great question. Yeah, so right now, I would say there isn't much at all of a configuration management tooling being used for, the handful of EmacsConf servers that we have. Everything that we do have, like for example, BBB or the wiki itself, the chat client, all of the different parts. Oh, of course, the stream server. It's all manually installed and configured, and it's worked out great so far. But yeah, I think it would be a good idea if you could, for example, use a tool like Ansible or something else, or combine it with org mode in some way, which I know Corbin is super excited about, has looked into it quite a bit actually, to be able to automate installing and configuring all of these different pieces of software, both for better documentation purposes, especially great if they could be made publicly available, like minus, let's say, the sensitive bits like credentials or whatever. And also convenient if, for example, there's a technical problem with one particular server for some reason, and we want to spin up another server very quickly, could be useful in that scenario as well. So yeah, long story short, definitely yes, I'm interested in it as well. With all the tools like Ansible and Geeks deploy. And yes, if you are interested in this, please do get in touch with us or with me after the conference, and I'd love to chat more about it.
Okay, and on that note, I think we're going to leave it at that for day one. So thank you so much, everyone, who tuned in, and I guess we'll see you tomorrow. So have a lovely night, rest well, wish you well, hopefully, fingers crossed, and see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Bye-bye,
And
everyone.
don't forget to tune into the Libre Australia stream for the APAC times. If you're in that area, go watch all that stuff.
Definitely, thank you for reminding us. Okay, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.